Showtime. What is going on, everybody? Welcome into the third annual OTB College Draft Extravaganza as we react, analyze, and break down everything that is about to happen in what has been dubbed the greatest draft ever in pro field lacrosse, the PLL College Draft on the horizon. KB here at Underground Studios. We got my man Chase, a.k.a. the PLL Pipeline, a.k.a. OTB's intern. Let's rock and roll. The Wi-Fi is working in California, so we got the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Dan Newbie Talks, ready to break down these betting lines as we had a massive shift in the lines right before this draft.
Amazing.
And sometimes, you just gotta look on your left and call in a hero. We got the D3 hero, Connor Eck.
Let's go.
Ready to rock and roll. DJ will be joining us momentarily. There was a tornado warning in Michigan, and he had to wait for the tornado warning to clear for him to go pick up his dinner. So he will be joining us momentarily.
Important stuff.
He is safe. He is safe, and that's what matters. But we will have some special guests joining us throughout the night. If you've been following us on the socials, we'll be tapping in with the supporter groups that have been league recognized from their draft parties throughout the night. And we teased it on Twitter, but we got some – who doesn't love a good post-credit scene? After the draft, we'll be joined by a head coach and GM of the California Redwoods, Nat St. Laurent, and head coach and GM of your Carolina Chaos, Andy Towers, from ESPN to break down all the wheeling and dealing that I'm sure those two are going to do. The real question, though, for everybody, is it going to be Brennan O'Neill or is it going to be Connor Schellenberger? And I think that's what everybody is awaiting.
It's Brennan O'Neill. I'm sorry.
It's got to be Brennan O'Neill.
It has to be.
Pseudo has done crazier things.
That's very true as well.
That's what I was just saying before we went on. Like, okay, if it was anybody but Pseudo in that one hole, I'm with you. But, like, I feel like he almost doesn't like going with all of the consensus. You know what I mean? Like, almost to a fault, he's like, oh, you all think you know exactly the way that we should play this? Boom. This is how we're going to play this. I mean, dude, just the steam before the draft. I don't know if you guys saw this. So, like, Brennan O'Neill this morning, minus 300 to be the top pick overall. He's down to a pick 'em, minus 115.
That's
so
insane.
either that means a hell of a lot of people are betting Schellenberger, or there was a little leak in the draft room for our man Pseudo. So, I mean, I took Schellenberger just because the money, plus 250. I had to take that. So if I could victory lap that right here, pick is in. We'll see if
I just looked like not even 5 minutes ago, and it was minus 115 for Brennan, plus 115 for Schellenberger.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's
what I'm saying.
The
wait is over. The wait is over. We're about to
They got him
find
on
out.
the top row this year.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this is a good set. I'm kind of jealous of the boys there in Bristol.
Right?
That'd be pretty sick to get in there, bro.
The Bristol boys are living large.
They're buzzing.
They got Dan Orshlovsky's lunchroom tab too.
There it is.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Pseudo didn't reinvent the wheel.
Well, you could tell
so-
with the press conferences that Pressler was ready for this to be the pick.
I feel like that's what I mean is I didn't read into that enough. Was like there was a lot that was given out in those pressers today. Like KB kind of touched upon it at the top there. I'll be shocked if Towers doesn't pull a trade based off of what he was talking about during the press conference day. Same thing with the Whip Snakes. Like I think we're going to see some shakeup there. So you can disregard everything I said about Schellenberger, by the way. It was always Brennan O'Neill. It was always
I said it on the podcast for about a month. It would be organizational malpractice to not take the kid who was a junior in college playing on Team USA and Worlds, and everyone else is a PLL pro.
Well, everybody that says like, oh, Schellenberger is a better fit, sure, but O'Neill's the guy you draft to build around. He's not the puzzle piece. He's like he's the guy that you draft. That's You're like, all right, let's build everybody else around that piece.
But let's also
that
not be glib.
Barren.
Yeah. There is nowhere Denver could have went where they would have been like, you know, we don't really have a hole here. You know what I mean? So, like, you could even talk me into if they, like, pulled a full wild card and took Entenmann first overall, you'd be like, well,
Yeah.
Hefty Lefty did look a little shaky there. You know what I mean? So they could really do no wrong. But I'm right there with you. As far as, like, Schellenberger or Brennan O'Neill, it's like, you want me to eat chocolate ice cream or vanilla ice cream? I'm going to eat the whole pint regardless. You know what I'm saying?
And he will be joining us around the third round. We will get initial reactions from the incorrect Hutton Jackson.
Oh, yeah, he was
He was in on the train.
But you know, KB Hutton had like 12 different bets, 12 different ways to guarantee that he would make like $5 profit. Yes. But he was guaranteed profit somewhere.
I love
how he was locked in.
Well, yeah, man. Denver hyped.
Denver's buzzing.
They should be hyped. I mean,
speaking of Denver, let's tap in with the Rough Riders because they are in here. The Denver Rough Riders support group. What's up, fellas? How we living? They're stoked.
They'll die for Tim Sudan right now.
They are ready to ride. They're like, we ride at dawn. We got the best player in the draft.
Well, you see those cowboy hats. I'm gonna have to get one.
Dude, they're ready to
those
rock
are tough.
And roll.
Those are tough.
Dude, the new Denver secondary logo with the skull with the cowboy hat.
So much better than the primary, honestly.
Electric.
Yeah, I get you got to go with like the old school. Pseudo needs to wear a cowboy hat at some point this season.
Him and Scanoni.
Like he just looks like, you look at that. I mean, he looks like Kevin Costner in Draft Day. Like he looks.
This was a guy who came locked and loaded.
He's ready to go. He's got the one AirPod in.
Well, now
he knows the drip. He knows the drip.
That's incredible.
I feel like you can still see
heavy analysis here by Mr. Sudan.
All right, we'll tap back in with the Rough Riders in a little bit, but
they're riding rough right now.
DJ sent me a text as he was alerting me about the tornado warning in Michigan. He thinks the Whips are going Ajax Zapatello.
I agree.
I think it's very possible. A lot of people are going to say Pat Cav, which I agree, best player available, but you trade away Bryce Young, Michael Earhart retires. You still have Will Manny. You still have Matt Rambo. You still have Zed. You could definitely, and it just, I think once these polls start getting taken, they're going to fly off because those top three are, there's a space between them and the next group.
Yeah, and I mean, on top of that, like they still have Brad Smith. Like they have plenty of offensive firepower, and like the defense is pretty much still what it's been since year one. Outside of you traded Bryce Young to Boston, but Stags definitely wants that replacement for Earhart. Like
and because like the whole Maryland connection, especially since they're pushing for like the home cities and everything like that. If you're asking me which poll should be the first, like I don't know how you don't go Pacino out of Albany. Like, dude, that guy. Like,
he's just built for the PLL.
Well, that's what I mean. He's built for the PLL. He's already gone against the #1 overall pick. It made him eat his lunch bag. You know what I mean? So I just feel like the proof is in the pudding on that. I honestly think I get the Maryland connection. I mean, you can't go wrong with Zap either. Like, don't get me wrong. I like both of them, but you know, I play close. I love watching the defenders just as much as I love doing the highlight reel stuff. I mean, Pacino does it all. The guy is a walking highlight. Actually, in the NCAA, like they got men's player props on. They have a prop on Pacino to score this week. So it's, and the over is 160. So you know.
And now we got Shelly going to New York.
Not surprised.
You have Shelly, Jeff T, and Xander Dixon all on the same team.
Disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
just when you thought there was a Chris Gray hole-sized incoming on that roster, they're just like, nah, yeah, he's top 2 pick.
Nah, we're
You know,
good.
Just
Nah.
almost makes me want to put my tinfoil hat on and say that they tanked last year because they knew they were going to trade Chris Gray.
And I mean, like, the Redwoods effectively drafted Chris Gray with the 5th pick and drafted Jared
Yeah.
Connors with the 13th pick. Like,
Yeah.
1,000%.
if you're
Nat's working overtime.
You do that every day of the week and twice on Sunday.
1,000,000%. Like that's what, yeah. Like that's a big brain, like bird in the hand, two in the bush situation right there. Because it's like at 5 for what they would need. I get if the draft board breaks your way, but would you, if Chris Gray was in the draft, you would take him top 5 this year, right?
100%.
Mm-hmm.
No brainer.
All right,
I mean,
3.
the season he had last year too. It's just like you could argue he's a top 15, top 10 player right now, and you basically do a top 20 pick swap for him like any day of the week.
And like Nat cooks in the 3rd round. Some of the best players that are still on this Redwoods roster, he drafted in the 3rd round.
True.
Bertrand, Nakai.
That entire
Hurst.
midfield was built in the 3rd and 4th round. Now this is where things get interesting.
This is where the draft starts.
Yeah.
Mike Pressler still wearing that hat.
Pressler loves that camo hat, bro.
He wears camo everywhere, dude.
Everywhere.
My friend plays at Bryant, and he says that like every day he didn't take that hat off once. He wore the same hat like for 4 years. He said he couldn't believe it.
I can't even see it. He has a hat on. I can't even.
Where's the top of his head?
They couldn't make him a camo one with the new logo. He had to keep the old one.
He won't give it up.
He's got the new one on the.
That's what I'm saying. He won't
He's like Linus with
his.
They
like offered it to him. He's like, I can't. It's fused to my head.
No.
It's I shower with this.
I got this neural link to me.
It's actually he's the first Neuralink test subject.
But dude, for me, I'm just glad that they finally have something to be excited about in the Pressler era because since Rubior has left, it's been
and like you have
tough
Pete,
sled.
but like
tough sled.
outside of him, it hasn't been much.
He tore apart the roster, but he's made a handful of moves where last year it was interesting because you felt like, and Rabel said earlier today that like Atlas are one player away. You felt they were one player away at the start of last year, and then just the wheels fell off.
Yeah, here we go.
What do we got?
And
here?
let's not forget the Atlas still have Eric.
Yep, Ajax.
Wow.
They put Pat Cav and Ajax up there. I was like, oh,
I just got it from the app.
yeah.
Ajax.
Deej Stradamus.
The Maryland connection was too good to give up.
Too strong. Yeah, too strong. But now here's the question: Chaos.
Pat Cav fall.
I think Chaos go Pat Cav.
I mean, if they don't, and the Atlas scoop up Schellenberger, Pat Cab, bang bang.
I think will the lock. They're going Entenmann. I'm more concerned about Pat Cav joining the fucking Boston.
I know that's what Matt Cav is really hoping for right now.
Tinfoil hat. That's what the PLL wants. Little brother connection.
Yeah.
I love those storylines. They're saying they're looking. I mean, Andy Towers is in there dropping F-bombs, and they're like, "You're not allowed to take Cab." He's like, "I can draft whoever the I want right now."
Takes his shirt off.
Yeah, he just rips his shirt off. Just beer bong, something. The closest beverage.
Well, did you see Staggs and Andy Towers' pre-draft photo?
It's one of the greatest selfies ever.
I was like, you could tell. That was just fantastic.
All respect to Ajax Zapatello, he looks like he's 10 years old.
Yeah, his photo does him no justice.
I just want to know okay, where did Ajax come from? There's got to be some
Well,
meaning.
he's from
it.
Portland, so I don't know if there's like a lumberjack story there. And he
It's
just
probably,
missed
I
out on
don't
the
know.
lumberjack beard
Parents-
and physique.
Maybe
definitely-
parents like they didn't check the sex of the kid first, and then it comes out they thought they were having a girl, and they're like, "Shit, we were gonna name her Claire. What can we go with?" They look over in the corner, and there's just the fucking Ajax
Washing
turn on the
detergent
TV.
sitting right there. Just Ajax. I don't know. The doctor's really pressing them like, we got to get fresh ink on this birth certificate.
They were like, let's
And
turn
it's
on
a
the
strong
TV,
name.
clear our heads, and a
Yeah.
tail end of introducing Pat Sajak on Wheel of Fortune comes on. And
They're like, Sajak, Ajax.
Oh, there we go. Little whips watch party. The Snake Pit.
Snake pit, eh?
I gotta say, the supporter group thing is one of the coolest ideas that the league has had for like
You gotta love it.
upcoming stuff. It's gonna be
Like,
so
already-
awesome.
Already lock in just insane people out there. Do you got on hand, KB? What's the names of the supporter groups?
Yes,
you have
I
those in
do.
front of you? Run those
The
down
supporter
because I actually
groups
don't know.
Are so we have in Denver, they're the Rough Riders.
Of course.
And then we have the New York Stampede for the Atlas.
All right.
The California Redwoods are the Den. The Water Dogs are the Canine Crew. Chaos is the Red Legion.
That's strong.
The Cannons are the Boston Battery.
Yep.
And who else am I missing?
Archers?
Snake Pit is Whip Snakes, and then the Archers are the Utah Arrowhead.
Oh,
Red Legion is the strongest one out of all.
Red Legion's a nice little spin-off of the Hound Legion.
Yo, Stags has got some flow rocking.
Dude, he is.
What is this?
That's how you know he's dialed in.
That's a little
ready.
party. That's a little party in the back action right there. Bro's been getting sun this summer.
That's like 2021 Stags right there. Little post-bubble action.
He's got
I
the
feel like-
glasses on the connected glasses that you can clip on.
Yeah, that's just like
Absolutely dialed.
I'm
Stripped
looking.
out.
I'm just looking at him talking, and I'm like, the whips are back. Like I don't need to look anything at the roster. I don't need to see any footage. Like that's a man who's not messing around right now.
Mm-mm.
and he got.
I think my favorite part about the PLL draft though is the live trades.
Yeah, when they panic and
Like,
they're
that shit is
just
so
rolling.
electric.
Yeah, and then they're just like looking at what do we like? They're just like running down their list.
It's like an auction almost.
yeah. Hey, I gotta get it. No, it's like when they have to like get their picking so quick. It's like when you're doing your fantasy football draft and you don't realize you're on the clock, and someone's like, "Dude, you're on the clock," and there's like 10 seconds left, and it's like beep, beep. And you just gotta fire something in.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, Knobloch, eh?
That is.
I like it.
I like
the fit.
He was.
I like the
dude,
fit a lot,
Yeah.
but I mean,
Wow.
leaving a Kavanaugh on the board is a rough
Mhm.
look. And
He was
also,
he was plus 600 on DraftKings for the fourth pick.
wow.
Well,
You know
Towers did
somebody
say
hammered
like
that.
he doesn't care how the top three goes. He has his guy.
So yeah, but it also makes me feel like his like whole like, hey, you know, our play style is gonna like. I feel like Knobloch still fits that mold.
Mhm.
I think he gives him a little bit more like explosiveness from initiating top down, but it's not like you got to reinvent how the chaos operate to fit Knobloch in there pretty quickly. But wow, plus 60, you said plus 600.
Yeah, the lines, the top three were just like, you know, obviously
It was chalk. Yeah, chalk,
it
chalk,
was,
chalk.
pretty easy. But like, dude, I did not see
Wow.
Knobloch getting four. They like even in their mock drafts, like the league did it, TLN did it. Like they didn't even have Knobloch in the top eight.
Well, a lot of people have him going 6 to Cannons, which I really liked personally, just because I think like they could definitely use another offensive midfielder. But I mean, Chaos, their entire midfield is going to look completely different. They brought in like 4 guys in free agency. So they're definitely moving away from their usual style. But like you guys said, Knobloch fits that still perfectly.
This might be candidate for meme of the night from Chaos beat writer Hayden Lewis.
Get ready to learn swag. I love that meme so much. Get ready to learn
perfect.
That's incredible.
It's over. Oh, so good.
That's amazing.
So good.
Also, underrated storyline of the night. What is Andy Towers covering up on his computer with those 4 Chaos stickers across? There's got to be a heinous sticker underneath that back.
Rabel was like, we cannot have that go live.
Yeah.
You got to cover that up.
Yeah. Here's some Chaos stickers.
It's probably just a giant sticker that says "fuck."
Yeah.
That's all it says. The anatomy of the word "fuck."
He's looking like tan, man. I don't know. It's got to be the makeup. It's got to be.
That's what I mean. Like, did these guys hit Cabo? They look incredible. They all were hopping in. They were like, "Oh, we're on ESPNU this time. I gotta hit the tanning bed."
Yeah.
They did a little pre-draft lift with Cotter.
I mean, that's just
Yeah,
Andy
he's about
Towers
to pop
wakes
out
up
of his
like
jacket.
Oh yeah.
Andy Towers is like, "What size shirt you guys got? You got a medium in that bag? Give me that."
Cotter's ready to rip out of that suit jacket, though. He is.
Oh, he's not.
yoked.
He's a big man. When I met him this summer,
Oh my gosh.
was not anticipating him to be that big.
So what? It's Entenmann next, though, right?
It's gotta be. You have 2 goalies on 1-year deals.
I'm not completely convinced it's Entenmann. I would go Entenmann, but
I mean,
like,
dude, if they just
it's Pressler.
Absolutely, that's what I'm saying. He doesn't know.
Because you have Troutner. I think they still believe in Porter like a little bit. So I'm not completely convinced. Plus, you have Will Mark down the board. Like,
That's what
So if
I'm
it's
like.
not-
Does Pressler try to like go New York and draft the Syracuse kid?
I think it could be a number of things. This one is going to dictate how the rest of this goes.
That's so true. That's a great.
And this
way
pick
to
is
put
going to be tied to Chris Gray forever.
Because if it's another poll,
So
then
true.
say it's Pacino, Brower is easily going first round, or say it's Jake Stevens, you could see Bo Pedersen go off the board this round. Like, I think it's just going to be very reactionary.
If Entenmann falls,
What?
Nat's going to make a trade.
The thing is I don't know who's willing to give up like top of the second round for it.
Denver.
I mean, Outlaws maybe, but I expect them to go offense with all 3 picks.
Yeah.
if
Oh.
Nat offers a package that's like good enough, it would not shock me if Entenmann falls out of the first round. Nat's like going over to Pseudo and being like, okay, what do you want for the 9th pick? That way he gets ahead of Atlas. They don't swipe Entenmann.
Because they could get Entenmann at 10 too,
Yeah.
depending on how, and maybe that's what they're thinking. But yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't know if you guys follow Ghetto Gary Gato on Instagram, but
Oh, of course.
he just posted $34 to win $442 for Ajax Zapatello to go 3rd overall. $34 to win 400.
Cha-ching.
Damn. I should have done that.
So what do you think, Dan? What do you think moved those lines late? Because like the Schellenberger and Brennan O'Neill line moved to like even for both of them to go number 1 late. What do you think?
I mean, I think it just has to be, again, like, it's not like this is, it's amazing that these draft markets were up, but they were only up in select states. It's not like, you're getting insane betting handle on this, but there was enough money that was dumping in today on Schellenberger exactly. Or Hutton bet just one bet, and they were just like, shit, this guy kills us. So that genuinely, that's a great point though. Like Hutton releases it on his Action Network thing. He does his tweet where he posts, hey, I like Schellenberger to go 1st overall. And he's a guy who people will just tail. You know what I mean? Like the second they get that notification. So it could have been something in a small market like this. It could be something as simple as one person likes it, other people start tailing it. If they have a couple $100 start coming in from different accounts on him to be the second app, I mean, whatever intern they got pushing the buttons in the morning, monitoring the PLL draft button, he's like, I'm not getting fired over this. Move the number. So, that's also why people get way too caught up in line moves. I do a podcast called Cash Considerations with a guy named Dave Sherapan, and his saying is, he was an odds maker for decades. He ran an offshore book. His saying is, nobody knows shit, because he would sit behind that counter and have people come up with hundreds of thousands of dollars of bets. And, at the end of the day, sometimes those bets won, sometimes those bets lost. But all it is with odds makers and bettors is they're trying to balance out the little checkbooks. Bettors obviously trying to get the win. So it's just money coming in. What do we got here?
It's got to be
Entenmann. Interesting.
Entenmann. I'll tell you what, they really had a shakeup here. That was the shakeup. And it looks like it ain't coming. Now Cannon's got their guy. Cannon's get Kavanaugh.
Yeah, Cannons are taking Kavanaugh.
That's insane.
Kavanaugh falling to 6.
I never.
Which DJ and I went on the Boston Battery podcast, and we talked about that happening. That was their dream scenario. Was
it is the dream scenario.
I just
and Holman said it today. Holman said that Marcus isn't getting any younger. They might invest in a future attackman, and who better to pair with his own brother?
As a kid from Massachusetts, I'm hyped.
You got to be over the moon.
But dude, I can't believe he fell to 6. That's
insane.
Oh yeah, I would put money on him not falling past here.
Yeah, the league's gonna come out with the whole. He was drafted 6. He fell. He's underdog.
Yeah, so true. So true. But no, dude, he was the odds-on favorite, so to speak, to go with that 4 pick. It was Brennan O'Neal's going, Schellenberger's going, Zapatello's going, and then it was going to be Kavanaugh. So this is a dream scenario for Cannons. This is like on draft night, you see your guy constantly falling to you. The stars are aligning with a team that already had so many up arrows. I'll say last year, how it was kind of like the curse of winning the championship series. I look at this Cannons roster, and I think it's only up. And now they're about
100%.
to add another Kavanaugh.
I agree.
You could shop around on them. They're as high as to win the title, 550. I'm seeing 550 is probably going to be the best price you're going to get. That's only going to get lower.
Well, I think coming into the draft, the 2 teams I thought had the least amount of holes were the Cannons and the Water Dogs. Water Dogs, really any draft pick is, except for face-off, is just crowding a position. I had them going defense, and you and Deej talked about it, and I was like, you could take midfield. Who are you sitting over them? And you got your attack group, so it's they really could do no wrong.
Now the real question is, Pat McAfee going to show up to Boston weekend because his guy's going to go to the Cannons?
That'll be sick. I'll be there. I'd be hoping.
Makes me sick. Of course, the Cannons suck before they're truly the Boston Cannons, and now that it's Boston again, they're gonna just be sick for decades. I'm sick, KB. This is our affliction. I see that Eagles shit you got in the background, 76ers. It's happening again. They can't keep getting away with this.
Can you guys see? Ready? If I shift this over, right? What do we got here? We got Cannons. We got Will Manny in a Cannons jersey. We got Jordan Burke, and we got Kevin Buchanan. I've been a Cannons fan.
Dude, you should have been announcing the 4th-round pick.
Seriously, they fumbled the bag on that one.
Who do they have announcing it?
No, it is pretty cool. It is one of the hosts of the Boston Battery podcast that's announcing it from one of the supporter groups.
I was
does
approached.
he have posters on his wall?
No, he doesn't.
Wouldn't
I was approached to do that, but I didn't want to do it. I was questioned about doing it because they wanted a notable face, and I kind of wanted to do my own thing. Like, I'm going to other places this summer for the PLO, and I didn't want to just go to Boston and be associated with one team. So it would have been a cool opportunity, though. I know those guys. They talked to me. They DM me before. They're great guys. The 2 guys that run for the Battery. But can't believe it. God, dude.
Imagine how mad they'll be if they don't select Pat.
Oh, my God, I got drafted. Oh, my God. I'm going to Boston. I'm staying home. Let's go.
Yeah.
No. Unreal.
There it is.
Unreal.
Wow.
And dude, out of
I can't
all
believe
of
that.
these, this is just this. Why? It had to be Boston. It had to be Boston who got the one guy in the draft. And I know Brendan O'Neill is exciting. Schellenberger is exciting. Like, this is the guy who has proven I do it. You know what I mean? Like, pressure on, put me in the cell. I get the job done. And then he joins a team with just dog. That might be my favorite team heading into the year, honestly.
Speaking of dogs, we're going to have live reaction from the K9 crew at the Wicked Wolf.
There we go.
How we doing?
Waiting for our reaction here from trying to figure out who we're going to get.
What is the consensus of the K9 crew? Who do we want to see coming to Philly, boys?
I think right now the consensus is Kenny Browers from Duke. Get that ACC defenseman, lefty defenseman that we kind of need to fill some extra spots and plug him right in on defense.
I like it.
I was going to say, me personally, I was praying that Ajax would have dropped, or maybe we could grab Pisano. One of those 2 guys was definitely pretty high on my list, but I think Kenny Browers is going to be our guy this year.
And we got to build the rivalry. We got the Boston boys here.
Yo, what's up?
The dream scenario happened.
AJ, good to see you again. Hope you're very unhappy in a couple minutes.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Aiden, it's good to see you, man.
Listen, it was destiny. It was destiny. Oh, yeah.
Close to the Cannons. Aiden, how are you feeling that the dream came true?
Oh, absolutely. We're feeling so good. It's just going to make it that much easier to beat Philly in 6s again next February. He's going to be electric out there on the field. I cannot wait to see the chemistry. I mean, obviously that he and his brother are going to have, like, immediately. And that, you know, with zipping it around to Holman, to Knowlton, Campbell dodging from up top, initiating everything. And, I mean, who knows? They might still be able to get Dobson or another big midfielder in the 2nd round. This could not have gone any better.
It is insane. Aiden, we'll check back in with you in the 2nd round to see who Coach Holman adds to this Boston Battery. But congrats on the dream coming true. Aiden
Thank
is a
you.
good guy, but he's going to be great for the campaign.
Oh, they're a family team, all right? It's a family team from top to bottom. And I think, you can't hate that. You gotta respect that. It's America is what it really is.
We'll catch you in the 2nd round, brother.
All right, see you in a few.
He couldn't just be excited about his pick. He had to throw some wild strays at our water dog.
Hey, that's Boston for you. They're gonna brag a little bit regardless. So
it's just a wild stray. I mean, you could be excited. It's a great pick. Just had to throw a little extra.
Awesome, dude, we're back. We are so back. Bruins win last night. Season on right now. We are so back. Boston is back.
And somehow the Red Sox are playing well. I just don't get it. But guess what? We got the best team in baseball. That's what matters.
That's true.
The Hangers and the Water Dogs are about to go in right
Water
now.
Dogs, baby. Let's go. Show the jerseys. Let's go. Go Dogs, baby. Woo!
K9 crew down there at the Wicked Wolf.
Yeah, we're down here at Wicked Wolf.
What a perfect spot, newbie.
Yeah.
For the K9 crew.
It's so accurate. It was made for it. It was made for it.
Outside
Absolutely
the podcast.
sensational.
Dude, I get Kenny Brower for sure, but oh my God, if they could get our guy from Albany, I would have taken him literally with the first pick on the board. I will be so hyped.
I think the next two are Brower and Piscino in some order.
Yeah, in one order. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Next two are definitely probably going to be Brower and Casino, so we'll have to see
That's what we're
which
thinking.
one's coming to us.
I want Piscino.
I would love Casino. Watching him play in the conference championship game was electric.
He's sick.
And the Tornado Man joins us.
I think he might have one of my favorite clips on that clear where he ran straight through the guy's
Yes.
snapped it in half. That might have been one of my favorite clips from college lacrosse.
That's what I mean. He's Philly. He's Philly through and through,
he's
dude.
He's built for it. One Greyhound to another Greyhound. Got to keep it going.
Oh, I like that dog connection.
Like that.
Let's go, dogs,
That's
baby.
strong.
Wait.
Oh, DJ.
Can we slow down? I think you are all ahead of me.
No,
Oh,
I'm behind
shit.
too. We're getting live reaction though from the K9 crew in Philly.
Oh, here it comes.
Here we go.
I just got pick 6 not too long ago.
Matt Brandow. He's going to fit so well with
What?
Showers. That is an interesting pick.
Yeah, let's bring the Ivies down.
Definitely not where I was planning on going, but go dogs, baby.
Yeah, the
Woo!
Ivies are coming to Delco, bro.
That attack is going to be lethal next year.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
a huge shock. That is a huge shock.
I really like it. I just don't know who slides up.
We're in trouble.
I love it. I think putting him out there with McCardle and Sowers is good. That's gonna be a lethal trio on the attack. On the attack for sure.
Dogs are barking. K9 crew will check back in with you in the second round. Let's
All
go,
right,
dogs.
sounds good. I'll catch back in for the second round.
And we'll tap in.
Can't believe that.
That's insane.
I mean, I really like it because, I mean, maybe they think this is Kieran's replacement once that time comes. But
he is like the
poor
one
Ethan-
guy that
poor
didn't
Ethan
get an
Walker.
extension.
But the thing is Matt Brandow is an elite feeder. Like he's gonna Sowers and McCardle are gonna have great seasons. I just worry about Walker coming out of the box again when he had such a great season last year.
I mean, if there's anybody that knows him, it's Coach Tierney.
Mm-hmm.
Let's bring in the Utah Arrowhead.
Yo, if Utah pulls cursed, I'm just gonna jump out the window into the tornado.
How's it going, guys?
How we doing, boys? How we feeling?
Yo,
We're doing good.
Yo.
We'll see what happens here. We're hoping for Paceno, I'm pretty sure. He's our man. Watched his game over the weekend, and he's a monster, man. Holy cow.
Yeah, the dogs kind of shocked the world a little bit there. Go Matt Brandow. So now that kind of leaves the door open for your Jared Connors replacement.
Yeah, and we need. I was surprised with that trade, but when we saw what was coming up, that's who we're hoping for. But, I mean, they could select Kenny Brower, too. I know we got to replace Matt McMahon, so we'll see what happens here. But,
yeah, this is like you got to play the game now of like who's going to be there when you come back, because it just seems like Paul kind of even said it when he was on ESPN today. When Paul Rabel was on ESPN, he was like liking it to what happened in the NFL draft. Like, kind of said offensive guys, especially attack, are going to be flying off the board. I don't know. I'm a little surprised. I'm surprised with that pick. I like it. Don't get me wrong. You're adding a guy like Matt Brandow. I'm gonna be excited, but how this is shaking out is not how I saw it happen.
I think Utah might go D here.
Yeah,
that's what we thought.
I 100%. I think either that or they take one of the short stick D middies because Treasy's going to be out for the start of the year. But I think you have two of the top 3 polls. You got to go that way.
Yeah,
I think they're gonna take close D.
Really?
Because realistically, there's more available polls, LSMs, in the player pool that are still good to go. So if you have to pull from anywhere, you probably want to pull that position rather than close D.
That's true.
Brower's fantastic.
I think he's good for like cause turnovers, but he can also produce points. And I think like if you put him on the stripe there with Mike Sisselberger, that could look real nice, you know?
Mm-hmm.
True.
So we'll see what happens, but that's I think asking the fans around here. I think that's who everybody wants as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you pass the torch too from McMahon to Brower, and then you pair him with Warren Jeffrey and the cyborg Graham Hossack, like that's nasty Utah Archers defense.
Yeah, I think either way, it's a good look. It's a good pick if they go
Yeah,
between those
I mean,
two.
1,000%. Like if you came into this draft wanting to bolster up your defense and you're sitting looking at how this broke, like talk about the dream situation and having Pat Cavanaugh fall to the Cannons. If you wanted to shore up your defense, you're sitting here right now, you got your pick of the litter. You know what I mean? Like you always knew Ajax wasn't going to be there. Like that was guaranteed. That was going to the whip snake. So you got your pick of however you want to do it. Either of these two guys are beasts.
I will say, I called it on the Boston Battery Pod that this is exactly. I didn't call the Brandau pick, but the first 6 I had spot on.
He went Doctor Strange permutations in that bitch.
I'm still in shock. Brandon, I thought he was going to go second round. If I had to be,
I mean,
I thought he was going to be second or third pick in the second round.
It did
if
feel
Cav
like
went
a
3,
bit of a reach.
Okay,
if Cav went 3, I would have thought he could have gone 4, but Knobloch really rose up.
Think about it though, right? When is the last time Denver's had a really good poll?
I mean, Bernhardt's still pretty good.
I mean, yeah, but he, like
he's old. I know what you mean, but yeah,
like Tierney doesn't really even recruit like great defensive players. He recruits guys who play team defensive ball. So it doesn't surprise me he wouldn't attack again. That's like his MO. He's like, I want guys who can score.
I mean, you look at their offense just on paper right now. You have Ethan Walker, you have Kieran McCardle, Michael Sowers, Jake Caraway, Jack Hanna, and now you add Brandau to that. Like
dangerous.
And you still got Zach Currier.
Wait, what was that? What?
Utah is in
Wow.
bedlam.
Excuse me?
Oh, I mean,
I haven't got it yet.
What are we doing here?
Fucking way!
That's a reach and a half.
Not even Pacino.
He wasn't.
Oh my gosh.
I really like him, not over Pacino and Brower.
That is the 8th pick. What are we thinking there in Utah?
How we feeling, Utah?
In the first round.
That's an interesting pick. I don't know. I know it's pretty comparable with Pacino, but I'm surprised that they passed up on him, to be honest.
Mason Woodward from Marquette goes number 8. I would have loved to have seen the odds on that, Dan.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what, bro. He wasn't even listed on the board. But there's a lot of people that just lost their ass because it opened up. Pacino opened up as 11.5 was his over-under on where he would be, and only under money came in. Drove his number all the way down to 8.5, and people were still betting unders, thinking he was going to go in the first round. So people, you got to get Hutton on here because I know he had a Pacino under 8.5.
A heart attack. Poor guy.
People are punching air.
Dude, Hutton probably had a parlay of Pacino in the first round and Shelley going 1.
He's in shambles.
He's gonna
check on him, please.
Oh my god!
I mean, I get that.
I did not expect that.
This is the first time that I'm just like, it's not a good pick.
The Brandau pick makes sense when you think about it. This pick,
Yes.
I think he's a really solid player. I just think Brower and Pacino fit what they need more.
Yeah,
You know what this is, KB? You know what this is?
Wait, where is Mason
Go ahead.
Woodard from? Where's Mason?
Towson,
Maryland.
Okay, never mind.
Utah, we'll check back in with you guys right before pick 5, and then we'll have you back in for pick 8 in
Hopefully
the
with
second
some
round.
better news. Hopefully with some better news.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
That's
His reaction
crazy.
was all, too. He looked around.
Oh, yeah,
and
he's
he
like,
said,
what the fuck?
Also,
he was like, "Are we happy?"
Well,
But
you know
also,
what?
this is the perfect example of like draft night. Like you heard the place that they were at, everybody went crazy. Like no matter who you pick, you're always like, "Yeah, man." But
Well,
then
yeah,
looking
you're
around,
on
you're like,
ESPN. You
yeah,
got to cheer.
You gotta be hype. But dude, you know what that was, KB? That was Howie Roseman picking Jalen Rager while Justin Jefferson was on the board. Like that's like outsmarting.
Don't you talk to me about wide receivers being drafted in the NFL. I'm a fucking Packer.
That's fair. That's fair. I was just going, like Paul was on ESPN making the player comps earlier today. So I was just it was on my mind, but you're right. Yeah. I'm not gonna trigger you like that. But no, that's just that was trying to be the smartest guy in the room right there. That was
definitely that same energy. That's
when's the next
over Carmelo Anthony? Like
the next Archers pick, they pick 13th. It's not like they don't pick till a third round and they're gonna miss out on all the defenders.
They pick.
I know, but there's about to be a run of them. Outlaws got 2 picks. Atlas got another pick right here. Chaos has another pick. Like Outlaws with 2 picks right there. They're probably gonna trade one of those to somebody, I would think, or they just tool up.
I think they should go offense. I mean that midfield. Some of the best midfielders are still Dobson. You got Bundy Jr. Like there's some really good midfielders. Jake Stevens is still out here. Like
someone tweeted the Archers are getting a 4-year captain and a jack of all trades. This take is going to age like fine wine.
No, and that's what I mean. Again, like don't get me wrong. This dude could be a perennial All-Pro. I'm just 100%. Saying with just trying to. You could have also got him at pick 5 in this next round. You know what I mean? Like you could have got him.
I agree.
13.
I agree.
That's what you're playing when you're playing this draft.
But you know what? What do the Archers really need?
Defense.
I would have even liked Stevens or Pedersen there to shore up that short stick D midi group without Treasy for at least the first couple weeks.
I think they're good there. They got a couple guys that can run.
They got Piper Bond. They got Connor Muller that can hold it down. But with McMahon retiring, that's like your captain of your defense. That's a original Archer. Like that's huge shoes to fill. And now the pressure that this kid has on his shoulders, coming out of the clouds with pick 8.
He'll be all right.
Yeah, he's also getting one of like the best defensive coaches that ever lived. You know what I mean? So if that guy's banging the table, there's probably something that we're missing because there's no way that he wasn't consulted on.
Which I'll go pound for pound with you. That's like Stoutland going and getting an offensive lineman.
Hey, well done. Well done.
Well done. A lot of coaches this morning in the pressers talked about having their assistants like in their ear. Like throughout the draft, so like I would bet that came right from Resch himself. Like, hey,
and if Resch is saying, then this dude is probably the best defensive player in the draft. Like I'm not gonna act like I know more than Resch. You know what I mean? Like this is where maybe we get a little too like armchair quarterback because we all watch. Don't get me wrong. Like I trust my eyes, but proof is in the pudding. I'm not a world champion lacrosse coach. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
I mean, first round was pretty chalk except for those last 2 picks.
But
those were wild.
I can't believe people were trying to gaslight Shelly at 1. Like, come on, bro.
That was me.
That was me. Before you got in here, Deej, I did let everyone know that around the 3rd round, we will hear from resident drum banger for Connor Schellenberger, number 1 overall, Hutton Jackson. He will be joining us around the 3rd round.
Oh, that's going to be fun.
Well, it was so strange because over the last couple weeks, and I even did it, like, just because you think, okay, it's pseudo, he might do it. Every big board, Brandon O'Neill, number 1, Connor Schellenberger, number 2. Every mock draft, Connor, number 1, Brandon O'Neill, number 2, just because of fit. But like I said earlier, you draft Brandon O'Neill to build around him. You don't draft him to be like, okay, yeah, you fit next to Wisnauskas. Now, like you go, all right, we're drafting Brandon O'Neill. We're building around him.
Wisnauskas is not the face of your franchise. Brennan O'Neill is a face of your franchise. Yeah. And that's no slight to Logan.
Like that's
Logan
just
is
the
a
reality
much more
now.
Complimentary player now to Brennan O'Neill.
And the thing is O'Neill can, if you think they can't play together, which you want O'Neill on the field at all times. O'Neill played midfield at the highest level. You can run him out the box. That midfield needs help. Like, you could do whatever you want with him, and he'll fit in wherever you need him.
I will say, I knew Brennan was going 1, just felt it. But had he gone 2, that would have been blockbuster.
Mm-hmm.
That would have been blockbuster. Because I like referenced it talking to Dre Laxpot. I was like saying like Brennan would have been like Teats, Scotty to MJ.
Mm-hmm.
Like MJ wasn't really anything until Scotty got there, and like Teats something. Like I'm not saying it like like MJ wasn't like balling. Like these dudes are balling, but they're not winning anything. Brennan would come in and like help that load and be that Scotty for Teat. That would have been fun. I kind of played through that a little bit in my head, but I was like, there's no way that guy's left. He's got to be one.
So first round goes Brennan O'Neill, Schellenberger, Ajax goes 3 to the Whips, No Block goes 4 to Chaos, Liam Entenmann, Pat Cav, Brandow, Mason Woodward.
And the thing is, too, with all the names still on the board, like any of these guys, you could make an argument to go in the first round. And somebody's going to end up getting them in the second.
Yeah, so the
first pick in the second round. Is it the Outlaws, right?
Outlaws have the first pick and the third pick in the second round.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus. Like Kenny Brower is going to go to one of those picks, like one of the top 3. Has to. Jake Pacino.
I mean, Atlas, if they get Pacino at 10, that would be a nasty duo between him and Kobe. At LSM, you move Brett back down to close.
I love how they just put Ryder Garnsey in that graphic about getting drafted. He didn't get drafted.
He went undrafted.
He went undrafted. The people forget.
Dude, I mean, and also, if Pacino falls to Chaos, like, he's just an Andy Towers. Like,
I think he's just definition of built. Like, in the PLL, transition is so important, and that guy's the definition of, like, transition. That dude can go both sides, play the entire game. You just leave him out there, and offense, defense, off the wing, everything he can do.
We need I would love to see Zawada go to the Woods, low key. Either him or Curse. Just like somebody to kind of be there to take Rob's spot when he leaves in a year or 2. Because or maybe 3, but like he doesn't have that many more left,
Mm-hmm.
I was surprised with the Wes extension, given now you got. So I guess Wes is just playing midfield the next couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Or getting shipped. I mean, I would hate to see him go, but I think he's on a quest to play for every team in the league. So
I think he's locked in.
He's a journeyman.
Simply with the home markets now, like Wes lives on the West Coast too, so like.
I mean, Utah and Denver are not that far.
Jake Pacino.
Well, he lives in California.
I mean, yeah, but still.
There he goes.
That's great.
Wow.
Good pickup.
Talk about it.
Yeah, I was actually. This is exactly what I was gonna say when we were talking about. Oh, what would Denver do? Do they go offense? Like Pacino is that perfect little spot where you can. We just said it earlier, where you can still generate offense while getting an absolute lockdown, shutdown guy. So he's the best of both worlds. Outlaws are killing this draft right now.
Also, with the shot clock the way it is now, it is crucial to have guys that can stay on.
Such a good point.
Even a pole that can stay on and play attack for an open possession, and he's proven that he can do that.
You know what? I'm wondering if he has any short stick skills, because he may be a lot more like Ian McKay than we think.
Oh, I'm rooting for Denver to make it to Champ Series. I need to see this team in Champ Series.
That would be fun.
I mean, technically, they won the first one.
It's very true.
Chrome.
Technically.
That's still.
So now, what do Atlas do here?
I think midfield.
D-mids. No, like maybe.
Well, D-mid, they could definitely go D-mid because right now they got Danny, of course, and then Peyton Razonka was on IR last year, and Chet Camizio. So short stick D-mid, like a Jake Stevens would go really well here.
That's what I was just going to say.
They have Dearth?
Jake Stevens.
No, Dearth is free agent still.
I'm okay. So hopefully, I'm sure they're going to re-sign him. In my opinion.
And then they lost Richard.
Yeah, Richard went to the Water Dogs.
Mm.
Yeah, they're D-mids. It's Chet Camizio, Danny Logan, Peyton Razonka.
Well, yeah, they should draft Bill Peterson.
Mm-hmm.
Go Blue.
I mean, midfield. They signed Reed Bowering and Ronan Jacoby. So
and Dylan Malloy.
Yeah.
They brought
they have some good names in midfield, and with the talent, I think short stick team might be the way to go.
Definitely Bill Peterson.
Yeah.
He's a dog.
I'm trying to think of the next best D-mid.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Maybe that kid from Notre Dame, but I don't even know. I don't think he's draft eligible this year. 24. I don't think so. I think he's only a sophomore or junior.
All right, now do they draft?
They did take Stevens.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like that. I do not like that.
No, he could stay on. He's good.
No, not like that. I don't like that as a opposing fan. They now have Xander. They have two Xander Dixon.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Some people have him listed as D mid. Some have him listed as an O mid. Like Duke can play both sides.
Yeah.
All right, number 11.
That's a good pick for them.
Yeah, That's a great pick.
I like that. Now back to the Outlaws.
That Kenny Brower, maybe.
I think they gotta go. I think they gotta go midfield.
I mean, generally, they can't go wrong anywhere with how barren that team is, with all due respect. But literally, they could add anywhere and feel accomplished.
They have to have the smallest amount of people on the roster at the moment.
I feel like they have to go defense because, like, Mike Manley's 35, Bernhardt's 33. And then obviously you have...
How old's Salama?
Eli is 27. Like, LSM-wise, they're young. Like, Troy Hettinger's 24, Eli's 27, Nick Grill's 26. But, like, defensively, like, you have JT Giles Harris, that's 25. And like, you have Greg Weil, who's 27. But he was, like, back and forth with cracking game day rosters all last year. And, like, their D-mids are relatively young or in their prime.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's either got to be midfield or defense. Because midfield right now, they technically only have 3 guys because Jesse King's playing summer box, so he's not going to be available.
Yeah. And you could argue that Jack Myers is attack.
Mm-hmm. And then you have Justin Anderson and Sam Hanley.
Eric Dobson? Or do you go speed-wise?
I think maybe you do go defense just because I think Bundy and Dobson give you similar skill sets to what you already have.
Because
then build for the future.
Attack-wise, you have Logan, Cross Farrar, and then Connor DeSimone.
I forgot.
And now Brennan.
So far, they've got the goalie. They got the big 3.
Mm-hmm.
They say they need a midfield initiator, 6th pole, short stick D-mid depth. I'm trying to think of who's left midfield-wise that initiates.
Let me look.
Or is this where you go draft another guy like Curse and just have him initiate from up top?
In terms of midfield, you got Dobson, Bundy Jr., Scott Cole, Dyson Williams, and that's it for a minute.
Dyson Williams is a little more attack than he is mid, really.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, Bundy.
Good pick.
I like it.
Yeah, they're just getting fit after fit.
Good Dodger, too.
This guy is going to be one of the top 3 in 2-pointers this year. That's my prediction.
You know what? They said that about the last guy that came out of Georgetown, and I think he was number 1 that year.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Jake Caraway.
No, Tucker.
Forgot about Tucker.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my! This kid also looks like a baby face. Graham Bundy Jr. He looks like
he is junior.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean, as far as attackmen that are left, I mean, Archer still might get TJ Malone after all. If
he's still on the board, that's crazy.
Yeah, if Carolina doesn't go with him here, but also we know that Towers does like those PSU boys.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, all of these drafts are working out dreams for these teams. It's also reminding me how fucking good these player pools are now.
Oh my god. And especially after after this draft, the player pool is going to be insane.
Yeah, and more than any league, dude. It's just like rookies can come in and make an impact so immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Just because of the nature of the sport and the level of the sport in collegiate athletics right now.
They are buzzing in Denver. What a
how could you not be?
What a supporter group.
How could you not be?
Does Carolina draft Dobson here? Because they haven't had like a overhand like.
I would really like Dobson
since Miles.
True. That would be a nice pick.
It's a lot of finesse game and stuff.
And they're down Dane Smith this year, and they're down Ryan Smith this year.
And that defense is so set after you drafted Bowen last year.
And it could be such a nice pairing too, bringing in 2 guys, then you can initiate from the top down with Knobloch and him. Like that would just be a great pairing.
Or the big little games you can play.
Mm-hmm.
So they're probably going to try and pull Knobloch.
They complement each other so well.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, if you don't go attack, you can always slide Jules back down there as well.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. Maybe they should just go in an open set and just play.
Mm-hmm.
There it is.
Yep. That makes so much sense.
Yeah.
Hey, KB, I wasn't seeing the 4D vision last week. Locked in right now. I'm on like 8D, bro. The way I'm calling these,
you got the
right
megalodon brain going.
It is going.
Man, Archers could get Brower still.
That's insane.
And they probably will.
And just have him or Woodward play LSM.
Because who else comes to mind when you think of D guys?
I'm just genuinely curious who Bates thought was going to take Woodward. That
I think Roy Meyer and Tyler Carpenter are good
round.
as well, but not as good as
You
Brower.
know what? Hey, hear me out. It was a plot. It throws everybody off into thinking that Brower's either not as good as people say he is, or that he's gonna fall so that they can grab him later, and they come and grab him in this pick, and everybody's like, "Well, what the fuck?"
Let's tap in with the Arrowheads again. Utah's on the clock. How we feeling in Utah?
After that last round, we're just hoping for anything at this point, right?
We were just saying we're curious who Chris Bates thought was going to take Woodward, that he had to utilize that first round pick on him.
Yeah.
But the way the board's falling, like things are still looking pretty solid for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, there's still plenty of options out there, right? I mean, it's if we're thinking Woodward could play LSM, great, and he's going to be good there, phenomenal. I think the consensus here is there's lots of college lacrosse players that a lot of people don't know who they are, and he's seen some that fit. The Archers last year, it seemed to be like a team where there wasn't really one guy. Everybody played together in a system, and it worked. And maybe that's a thought like this. Woodward's just going to plug into a system. He's a kid that can play in a position and a style that fits what we want to do. So, all bets are off at this point. So.
He's showing that he can split left to right, dodge down the alley, pull off action outlet, force to the back.
So then the other question is, right, on the offensive side of things, what if you pick somebody, where do you put them? Because it seemed like things so well last year. Like, if you're picking somebody on the attack side of the ball, where do you sit them? So.
I mean, that offense is pretty set.
Yeah.
I think if you draft anybody, it's TJ. But again, I don't know where you put him either.
Yeah. I will say there was when they announced Woodward, there was a slight pause, and it was like, great. We don't know who this kid is, but it was a great, we trust in our coach. So.
Yeah, and I mean, if there's
after you hopped off, we said the exact same thing. We were just like, well, if Tony Resch wants to take the guy, who am I to question him?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
exactly. You trust that they've done their due diligence, right? And they know what they're getting into. So.
Yeah, and if there's anyone in the world that I would trust on evaluating defensive talent, it's Tony Resch.
Yeah, for sure. So what do you guys think? I mean, at this point, do they take Brower?
I think that would be perfect.
I think
it would make the most
sense. Smart move.
If you would have told me before they walked out with Woodward and Brower and not told me what picks they were taking, I would have been like, yep, that sounds perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah. Well, we have 2 picks this round, right? So we're like,
yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's what I mean. I think because what Cannons and Water Dogs, you have to think and play the game of like, what are those guys going to potentially be eyeing? So honestly, you can probably get whoever you want with either of those selections, but just based on talent alone, I think you would have to go Brower just to have that security. And then it's what you need more right now. And then if you get TJ Malone on the back end of the round, that's just icing on the cake.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, time will tell.
Yeah, and Cannons and Water Dogs at this point are wild cards because they have the least amount of needs out of any squad.
They both just need face-off guys.
I don't know if either of them will take them this round though.
Yeah,
I think we'll see them next round.
And the Water Dogs have also committed. Yeah, but then that Water Dogs have also committed like, if we get a face-off guy, great, but I'm not going to reach to get Jack Naso.
And the Cannon said the same thing where they're running into camp with like 4 different guys, and they're just going to see.
And worst comes to worst, Max Adler's at ESPN HQ, and I'm sure Tierney can write up a contract for him if he needs to.
Yeah. Well, Holman.
Go ahead.
Well, Holman was like, listen, I don't think there's anybody in this draft that can go toe-to-toe with TD, with Trevor, with Sis, with any of these guys, with Nardella coming back. So it's like they might just try to do the same strategy they did last year, except now they have to do it with a shorty.
60 points and as a busy college
Hey, so I got a question for you guys, talking about face-off guys.
Yeah.
As the new shot clock, do you think diminish the value of a face-off player?
I don't think so. I think it's increased the value of an elite,
really good
face-off guy.
Yeah.
Like you can't complacent.
I really liked Rabel's explanation about the game of lacrosse, where it's like no other sport is possession dictated by one guy, and that's not going away anytime soon. So I think face-off guys, you can't diminish their importance. It's just whether they can handle the ball a little bit better now. They really like that.
They like that pick.
Well, they like the Woodward pick too, to be fair.
That was after a couple quick Google searches.
Yeah. They were like, "Oh shit, this is actually pretty good."
Interesting.
Oh, let's go! I love that pick.
Yeah, that's an interesting pick, right? So again,
Yeah, but look at that size.
Yeah,
6'4". Good God.
Hey, he's a local boy, Park City. Love it.
He's a Utah guy. Yeah.
Bringing him home.
Someone get him.
Bring him home.
Bates talked about that.
It's a wrap, bro. Me and Bates are tied in, bro. Me and Bates are tied in. He told me earlier in the presser, like it was almost like he was gonna do it this year. He's like, "Yeah, man, I've been looking at Utah guys. Definitely. Like if I can keep a guy close to home, I'll definitely do it."
That's a great pick.
And that Park City program up there has great players, great talent, great coaches up there. Like they put out a good product here in Utah, that Park City high school program. So yeah,
love it.
Very good.
There's your couple weeks of filling the void of Treasy.
And they showed him doing a legal crowbar that wasn't called for a hold. That's skill, by the way.
Yeah.
That's a great pick.
But it's I'll tell you guys, when the Utah players are here, man, do the Utah fans get behind them. Like when it was they had a game in the Rio Tinto Stadium where Real Salt Lake plays, and it was when we had Will Manny, Adam Githman, Marcus Holman on the team. It didn't matter what shirt you were wearing or jersey you were wearing. Everybody was behind the Archers that day. And when Bubba Fairman plays here, it doesn't matter if he's on the Cannons. Everybody's cheering for Bubba, and so it's great to have guys coming back home. So especially for the Archers stuff.
Yeah, that's great for like the homecoming stuff too, and having him in market. Like,
how much of having a good dude who's like 6'4", 210, 215, whatever he is, has to do with when they were going up against Ricky Mizan in the Champ Series, and they were like, "Man, it would be nice to have a bull like this."
We had our own version of this.
Yeah, yeah, and that's what they're getting.
Wow. Yeah. All right.
100%.
Wow.
What they take here? Cardano. Dude, just I mean, I'm not missing something. Like, what happened with TJ Malone? Is he get in trouble or something?
I'm looking. So I tracked like all the big boards and the mock drafts, and not that many people had him going or like on their big board, which is interesting.
Well, you got to think everybody's already got a TJ Malone.
Fair.
Except maybe the Woods.
We'll tap back in with Utah in a moment.
No. They just picked up Chris Gray, so now they have their TJ Malone. Like everybody has a spot up shooter now, so it's like you don't really need.
I think there's so much put on guys that if you're an attackman, if you can transition in midfield, like there is so much weight put on that, because even like a guy like Xander Dixon last year, like name any Archers attackman. Mac O'Keefe played midfield his first couple. Like if you're an attackman and you can come in and play midfield, they're going to get drafted higher than a pure like ex-attackman.
Aiden, how we feeling? We got Boston Battery Zone. Aiden checking in second round. How we feeling about Alexander Vardaro going to your Boston Cannons?
So he wasn't a guy that was on my radar at all. But from some of the other people at our party, and from what you just saying as I got on, like exactly what he said, as this guy playing like off Grand Bundy, who obviously is like taking up a lot of the attention at Georgetown, like he's not getting as much of the hype as perhaps he deserves or he would have gotten otherwise. But yeah, if you can play attack and midfield, like that was my biggest hope offensively for the Cannons, was like a midfielder who can come in and like be another dodging threat, be an off-ball threat, and hopefully Vardaro can be one of those two. I think Campbell and Kavanaugh will probably do a lot of the dodging from up top. But I'm just excited to support him, see what he can do. Obviously, Rawl came out of nowhere. Campbell obviously was a huge find for them last year in the second round. So I'm just excited to support the boys, the Boom Squad, as season starts.
Love it. We'll check back in the 4th round when your co-host is going to be announcing the pick.
Yeah, can't wait to see Jack up on
Pretty badass.
Yeah, no idea whose name he's going to read now, but we'll get hyped for him
That's
either way.
so true.
Can't wait. We'll check back in the 4th round unless Brian Holman makes a trade and gets back into the 3rd round.
There we go.
That is a
There we
fantastic pickup.
There
Check it
we
in
go.
Philly.
There we go.
That was loud enough.
All right. Sorry for the commotion, guys. It's a little loud over here.
How we feeling?
Steal.
Kenny Brower falls to the Dogs at 15.
Brower is a great pickup. Great pickup. We needed the depth on defense. We got the lefty pole. Definitely surprised he dropped to the 2nd round. So I love the Kenny Brower pickup. And my next hope when I pop back in for next round, hopefully Jake Naso comes off the board. Pick up that Fogo that we need. Grab another Duke guy. Come out to the Dogs and make sure we can play make it take it for the season. So
get Sowers on the hotline.
All right, I'll pop back in for the next round, boys.
Sounds good. Go Dogs.
Go Dogs.
Now, it's definitely, I mean, Naso is the guy if you're going to go face off for sure. But we do got Tierney sitting there. You can return back with Stathakis. Jesus Christ.
Say that
gets me
crazy last name.
Just wait until the WIP callers are announcing
He's
that.
definitely taking the Denver guy.
That's what I mean is like talking about like bringing guys home. Like, and that was a guy that he literally recruited. You know what I mean? Like that is his guy. So I know that Naso's the one out there. If the Dogs do go face off, I feel like that's where they would go for that reason alone.
Bill Tierney
they're
looks like
moving
a
in the
Batman
2nd round.
I know they're like, oh shit, we only got 2 commercial breaks in so far. We got to get fucking going.
I asked Bill a question this morning in the presser, and he started talking to me about his book.
It's also a good pick.
I was like, bro,
plug God.
I couldn't even be mad. I literally couldn't even get mad.
You should have asked them to send you a copy.
I should have.
I'm surprised he came off the board before TJ, though.
I mean, there must be something. So the dude who sent that message about like how he's going 8, he corrected the message and he said, no, he's actually not. This was before the draft. This was like as the draft was starting. And he said, now who knows how true this isn't a he got caught with a bong picture situation, really hurting his draft stock. But he had apparently a video of him in a fight came out, might hurt his stock. That's hearsay, though, is the report. But dude,
okay, but
he's built for Philly.
Was he in the fight? Why was he in the fight?
And so
because he's a dog.
What if he protecting himself and he won the fight? Why wouldn't you want that guy on your team?
That's what honestly, that's what I said. This is the PLL. You know what I mean? Like if I see a video of a fight guy, like Andy
I'm
Towers
all in.
up for him. You know what I mean? Like, Towers already drafted him.
Which, speaking of, Andy Towers may have missed out on a dream guy for him, but apparently they're changing a little philosophy. Let's check back in Utah. Dyson Williams going to the Archers.
We'll take it, like we talked about. It's an attack guy. We'll see where he plugs in. But, looking at the stats of some of the guys before him, as you're going through them, the one thing he has is his shot percentage is far higher than the other guys. Like, at the end of the day, you want guys that are shooters, but they got to finish, right? And so they take good shots. He's, I think, 46% this year. Like, you can't beat that. Now, doesn't have a ton of assists, but most of his points are goals. But, we'll see where they plug him in.
200 career
But he's
goals.
also a guy who they already have 1,000,001 people who can get their hands free and facilitate. You know what I mean? Like this is just a guy who can get dirty on the inside. And even if you put a pole on him, he's big enough that he can shake around you and he needs millimeters to operate. I love that pick for the Archers.
And I think it gives you a little breathing room to allow you to be more versatile with Grant. And obviously he's had those soft tissue injuries. Like, you can now run Grant out of the box. You can give him more of a break. I think this is a great upgrade too for trading Connor DeSimone to Denver. He was kind of a Grant prototype now you have somebody like Dyson Williams who can go in and play that position for you, and you're not necessarily worried too much about, forcing Grant to play at X, and he can kind of come out of the midfield a little bit and be a little more versatile for you and use his abilities in that sense and hopefully keep himself healthier.
Yeah, and he apparently doesn't get in fights or bite fingers, so we're good.
I love that pick. I think that's a great pick at 16 for Dyson Williams. Yep. And you're also talking about a guy who, went number 1 overall in the NLL. So he's got the skill set and the talent to be a blue chip prospect.
And like we said, it's a guy that plugs into the system, right? He's a guy that fits into what we're trying to do. And like I said, you got Eamon, Schreiber, those guys can distribute, provide. You got a guy that can finish and finish well and consistently. That's a great addition. So, yeah. And we're a team that likes to play our rookies. I mean, you get a good guy, you play him, and you plug him in the system and make it work. Like, it's very specific who we take, and so we're excited to see him get out there this season.
Yeah, love it. Archer's back on the clock with pick 8 in the 3rd round. We'll check back in Utah then. I'm loving this draft so far for the Archers. The defending champs, stockpiling picks. We'll check back in the 3rd round.
Pat and the team, we'll take it. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I think – go ahead.
No, I'm saying, who's got the first pick in this round? Is it
the Rip Snakes?
Yeah.
This and is also part of the Jackson Merrill trade.
All that wheel deal talk bullshit by Stagnita. There hasn't been no wheeling nor dealing.
They say it every year. They're like, oh yeah, like everybody's talking about trades. And then nothing happens.
It's like that's literally fantasy football. Like, everybody's talking about trades, and then everyone's like, no, I'm going to veto it. I'm going to veto.
Stag's dangling that out there, and he's like, oh, yeah, we got an embarrassment of riches at the faceoff position with Joe Nardella coming back, and P.D. LaSalle is just right there.
I just want to see the coaches group chat during this draft.
They got a side PLL chat in the app.
Dude, but I'm excited for this round because this is the first that we're gonna get to see what the Redwoods are looking at, and it's not like there's still talent out there. I could see them trying to sweep in and take Mike Tyson. I mean TJ Malone, grab him.
They got to go goalie with one of these picks.
Well, they could go Will Mark,
yeah,
who I think would be a great pick here.
Can we talk about the fact that we might have 3 Cavs on the same team next year?
That's disgusting. And let's take a quick 20.
Yeah, let's not talk about that.
Like nobody, like, dude, that is a serious topic that like needs to be brought up.
Oh no, it's going to happen.
The script writers are in progress.
Script writers are working overtime.
Yeah. I'm putting that on Twitter right now so nobody else can beat me to the punch. Start
the script writers are working overtime on that one.
Which, speaking of the PLL app, as far as we know, we have an app code that still works. So if you're watching at home right now, go in the PLL app and use code OTBPOD. You have 500 XP in the app.
Oh, yeah. Good plug. That's professionally done.
If y'all ain't used it yet,
he comes off the board.
There he goes.
Stags doesn't care.
Stags don't care. He's not afraid. Look at that
richer.
Hair. Yeah, the rich get richer. That's that.
Yep.
I like that.
I was going to say, too, I know that the whole story of, like, Pat Kavanaugh falling in the draft is going to be like, oh, Cannons, got steal the draft. Kenny Brower falling to the Water Dogs. Low-key steal.
I had taking him in the first round, let alone back after the second. Like, you sit him under that group of guys right now, heck, he's got positional flexibility where you throw one of them up there with Ryland at LSM, like, you've got a squad.
And also Dyson Williams going to the Archers, like, he now gets to play with Tom Schreiber, Challen Rogers. When he comes back, Treasy's in the mix.
Yeah,
like, that's a lot of box guys that
they're taking the chaos route. The chaos is done with the box. The Archers are picking it right back up.
So true.
And both of their core defensemen, box guys. Dobson, box guy.
And then think too, like, I know that it's still, tour based and everything like that, but eventually, if they do plant these dudes in cities, think about having to go after like traveling every week. You got to go play at the altitude of Utah, and you just got this fucking super fast brand of lacrosse that the Archers are about to play. Like, it's going to be over Central. This is like years down the line, but over Central. And it's just that's gonna be the boost that like the Jazz always got of just like getting teams on back to backs, getting them
what
with
the Nuggets
tired
have
legs.
now.
Like, yeah, like what the Nuggets have now. Exactly that. Like getting the altitude boost eventually.
We
down
don't
the
talk
line.
about the Rockies with the altitude. we don't talk about the Rockies.
That's very fair.
Yeah, that's how we do the Pistons up here, so I definitely get it.
But dude, now I'm intrigued. What are the Redwoods going here? Goalie, right?
I think you definitely could go Will Mark here.
Yeah, Will Mark.
I like
it
that.
better be. Or wait, y'all are forgetting. There's somebody out there better than Will Mark. I know who they're gonna get here. I've already had this conversation with Nat actually. So Chase.
He's got a brother on the team.
Yeah, Chase Erlin.
Oh yeah?
Wow.
Yeah, he told me back way last summer that
Interesting.
That if he didn't get Liam, he was gonna get Chase.
Well, he freaking lied.
Did he just
He
choose
lied to
Melendez?
Yeah.
He lied
Okay,
to you.
Well, no,
all right.
No, but this is a good pick though.
But I think he's just gonna wait till the fourth and get him because who wants Chase Erlin? Like, not that he's not good, but like nobody needs a goalie, so why waste your third
So
on him when you can get
All
him
right,
fourth?
who's got Degnon's measurements? Yep, that's a Redwoods player if I've ever seen it.
That's so true.
Showing the measurements.
Yeah, they looked up the page that was like, "What's our team branding?" Oh yeah, Degnan.
Sort by height. All right, he's 6'4", 215. He'll
There he
fit right
is.
in on that midfield.
I'm so mad we did this. We need more,
You've been saying it all year too.
we need more speed in the midfield.
Hey, just because he's 6'4", what's his 40 time?
Not fast enough.
They have him listed as attack too.
Well, that's what he played at Hop.
Yeah.
And then they would like shift him around, or he would honestly he would just carry up a lot, which
Yeah.
is really smart as an attackman, because like a lot of D guys haven't reached that level where they feel comfortable playing all over the field.
Yeah, he plays everywhere.
Yeah. Hey, can we talk about the face-off battle this weekend between Stathakis and Wheatfeld?
Bless you.
What?
That was a lot of
Stathakis
syllables there. I thought you sneezed.
Yeah, it's not that hard to say these people's names, man. Stathakis and Wheatfeld. Like, come on.
Outlaws are back on the board.
Just don't stop.
Bro, they've had like 1,000 pits.
Nat looks happy.
Yeah. He just got a really great.
Yeah, because he finally gets to talk after 2 rounds of just sitting there.
Well,
He's
that
like,
is his
"Fuck,
fault.
you guys just couldn't
That
have
is-
brought me out here for the third round."
That is his fault.
Yeah, but a good fault. That was 2 good trades.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they were. It makes more sense now with what's his face going on to the unable to perform list.
Owen, yeah.
Because like I was really confused at why he went and got another poll. I'm like, dude, there's already a handful there. Like, but then that cleared it up a lot.
Oh, Andy Towers is joining you guys after the draft. I'm looking at Twitter right now.
Andy Towers is joining us after the draft, and Nat St. Laurent joining us after the draft.
Wow, what a crew.
Getting those direct reactions to all the button pushing that they're doing. And I mean, if there's anybody that knows like late round picks, it's Nat St. Laurent. Like the core of this roster has been built in the 3rd and the 4th round.
if they're gonna pick a goalie, right? They're saying goalie depth. Do you go with Will Mark or do you go Chase Erlin?
Chase.
Probably Chase, just for the brother
Continuity.
connection. The script
These
writers.
teams love pairing brothers up.
Yep.
Well, then who takes Mark? The only other
Nobody.
team I could see taking a goalie is the Outlaws, but they also spent a pick on Owen not too long ago.
Yeah, Owen McElroy.
Mhm.
Maybe I think he goes undrafted.
That midfield is huge for the Redwoods.
Gigantic.
6'4", 6'3".
You got Charlie Bertrand, Romar, Cole Kurse, Nakai, Brian Tevlin, Alex Simmons, not to mention Ricky Miezon like that.
You just added Jared Connors.
Yeah.
And Malik Sparrow, who's
Yep.
a unit.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Let's go! I'm so hyped.
I
Let's
love
go.
you're like 5 seconds behind.
I am.
Like, oh, good pick. Let's go!
Yeah, bro, I'm so hyped. Only
That is a
because,
good
but you know what? I can't wait to rip a new one into the admissions of Michigan when I get a chance to, because I'm so tired of us losing out on such great talent because admissions keeps blocking kids. Caleb Love, who almost won a national championship with Arizona this year, got blocked by Michigan instead of transferring. Hunter Dickinson lost out on NIL, so he left. Zawada got blocked by admissions for the grad program, so he went to Duke. What are we doing here? But I think he fills that spot at X, and I think you put O'Neal out of the box now.
I'm interested to see what they do with D. Simone. I think.
Oh, wait. Who's on the other side? Cross, technically? Maybe Cross comes out of the box.
Yeah, Cross.
Yeah.
And
Zawada. Yeah, Zawada and Brennan.
I feel like
Love
D. Simone just got buried in that Archer's depth chart. I'm excited to see what he can do.
But where do you play him?
I mean, really, the way it's constructed right now, it's just like, I expect we'll see a different starting attack for the first 5 weeks of the season. They're just going to see what works.
Crazy. I hope you have it figured out before.
Well, I hope you have it figured out, but
Another good pick here.
mm,
How old is he? Genuinely, how old is he?
this is the last of the COVID guys, right?
They just put Ross with Shane on that Chaos squad.
Mm-hmm.
He's 50.
I like that.
That's a picture.
Damn.
We just had 5
Who's the-
attackmen go in a row.
Yeah. Just bang, bang, bang.
Well, there goes my 7-9 attackman prediction in the PLO app. That thing's gone.
They almost did in one round.
Yep.
Seriously.
All right, the sources, aka people, are telling me that Nat St. Laurent was at the Hopkins game last week. I think the stars are aligning here for another brother to brother pick. I think
that checks out.
Not saying Laurent was just like, oh, that Degnan guy looks pretty good. We'll just draft him when we finally.
Yeah, we'll take him in.
He didn't do any research. He was just out at a Hopkins game. That guy's pretty fucking good.
He just Leo memes. He's like Redwood.
Get ready to learn California.
So true.
But I mean, hey, we were in the same position last year that everyone was clowning the curse pick, and look how he turned out.
True. Yeah,
Teammate of the year.
Yeah, Paul Carcaterra. I just don't see the fit.
Yeah, you never do.
Every time.
He turns to look at Carter and Ryan Boyle, and he's like, "It's not the."
And Boyle's always like, I had him a little further down the board, but I can see where he might plug in.
They're
Like
firing
literally
these picks.
Kark as a kid, he probably played with that toy where it's like the circle fits in the square, and he's just like holding it up. His parents like, I just can't see a fit for this one. I don't. Which hole is this going? I don't see it.
He's hanging out with Boyle, and Boyle's like, pause it right here.
Yeah,
And here's a guy. Here's a guy to tag. Great fucking pass.
I told the PLL my merch idea like years ago, where it was like the Boyle, you gotta get the pause it right here T-shirt on the store.
So good.
Wow, bro! I really just survived a tornado.
Did it actually like hit?
Yeah. Not like it hit. Like it hit my old job. Like if it, I literally texted KB. I was like, I never thought I would say that I thank God for radio, but I do, because I would have been working at FedEx and would have died most likely.
Damn.
Yeah, that place is in ruins right now. It's actually,
shit.
Like you wouldn't think that tornadoes hit in Michigan, but here we are.
That's what I was gonna say. I was like, when I heard that you were gonna be late for a tornado warning, I was like, bro just didn't order dinner early enough. Like I didn't know that like tornadoes even rip through. Like that's wild, bro.
Dude, we actually get like 75 tornadoes a year or something like that.
What?
Yeah.
That's like the least. That's like the least reported thing that come out of Michigan. You guys are in fucking Tornado Alley up there.
Yo, I am dead. So Archer's beat writer Zach Carey tweeted, I'm going to be completely honest. I thought TJ Malone was the pick for the Archers at 8, then 13, then 16. Quite shocked they didn't take him. That said, Woodward, Peterson, and Williams are all really, really good players. PLL Archer staff deserves the benefit of the doubt. And then Joe Keegan from the fucking clouds. There's a reason Bates is the one wearing the bright orange polo.
Well, did you see the beat writer mock draft where he made like 5 trades in 2 rounds? I was like,
oh god, fucking Keegs, always waiting in the wings.
Callie Keegs.
Yeah, I'm meeting him out. Yeah, he knows when to strike. Yeah, he's just waiting in the wings.
I was like when we were in Boston this year, I wore my Foles Super Bowl jersey to Gillette, Dan.
Yeah, he's not a fan of that.
And the Patriots had
strong.
They had practice and everything. David Andrews walks right by me. He's giving me a death stare. And Keeks is like,
well done.
I was hoping for everything in my body that David Andrews was going to pancake your ass right there.
Tough. Hey, at least, dude, if he would have pancaked you, it would have been like the first Patriot to actually like get a hand on him, because Tom Brady wouldn't shake his hand. So it would have been like about time, you know.
I can't.
Yeah, here he comes, Chase Erlin.
You think? I mean,
I'm not too convinced, but we'll see.
That's what I mean. When did they pick again? Final pick?
29.
Oh, yeah.
Towers is pissed.
That's a great pick. All right, how old is he too? Let's keep it real here. He's got to be at least 25. He's been in school since I've been in high school.
He did say he liked this dude.
Oh my god. 6'4", 250.
That's another large player.
That's a good. Yeah, that's literally they just like when they go to their branding page and they're like tall, strong, and they're just like, there we go. But
Towers is definitely pissed.
Yeah, Towers is like Towers won them again.
Towers drafted him last year, and then went back to St. Joe's.
That's what I was about to say. Is this?
He
guy
always
been
takes
like,
one of those guys. I wouldn't be surprised if he takes like CJ Kirst in the 4th round.
Yeah, just in case.
Just in case.
He's still waiting for who the fuck?
Still waiting for confirmation.
Who's the dude out of Maryland that went and played football?
Bernhardt.
Yeah, still waiting on Bernhardt to come knocking on his door. Hey, you still got my right.
Well, I'm still waiting on Cam and Pat Spencer to come back to their first true loves of lacrosse.
Well, he does it every year because he took Jeff Teat, then he took Bernhardt, then he took Levi Anderson. Does it every year, just in case.
Yeah,
it hasn't worked out yet, but the one time it does, he'll look like a genius.
Who's the kid from Virginia that's transferring to go play basketball? That's who Towers.
Cole Kastner.
Yeah.
The Beanstalk? Yeah.
That's who Towers is going to draft in the 4th round.
He's going to come back.
He's going to keep the bit going.
Oh, yeah. I think he would come back and play, though. Dude's a legit Beanstalk, man. It's crazy. How did he even end up playing lacrosse at 6'9"? Like, you guys think he was playing before and then he just grew, or like? I'm trying to piece this together. That's been the hardest question I've had about Cole Kastner.
Timeline.
I do. My assistant coach just texted me and said he's refusing to believe that all the teams drafted for need and that Pat just fell, and that it's instead a conspiracy theory where the league forced them all to pass up so the brothers could be together.
Let's also not forget John Grant Jr. has those Hopkins ties. He just quote tweeted the Degnan pick and was like, "Let's go."
Oh wow,
that's interesting.
This is one of Mitchell Pelkey's friends. Mitchell Pelkey was telling me about this kid for a long time. That's crazy. He didn't get any. He only got he barely got any PT at Ohio State, and then went to Villanova and was a machine. That's crazy.
Nice pull, though.
Now that is a picture.
Yeah, Steven
Zubicic.
Wow.
There's such things as mustaches, and then there's such things as crustaches, and this lands in the crustache category.
Yonkers, New York. That's a name of a place.
It certainly is.
Steven Zubicic from Villanova.
Is that how you say it?
Zubicic. Yeah, I think it's Zubicic.
Tune in. Zubicic going to be on the Mitchell Pelkey podcast.
You know it. But Villanova's not a Philly school.
Yeah, they're over there on the main line, bro. Fuck the Knicks.
Oh, they got him down as LSM.
Yeah, I thought he was in LSM when he played. Damn.
Yeah, he only showed up. Where is it? He only showed up on the PLL big board on Lamberti's.
Damn.
Now, I will ask, as we're watching this unfold, does any of these drafts that you're seeing make you be like, oh my God, this team has gotten markedly better, that you think it could potentially change a future number, or that makes you want to go place a future on a team? Because I mean, outside of a team like Outlaws, who now just added a Brennan O'Neill, I'm not sure if we're going to see the odds change all that much on some of these teams. But if you want to get an Outlaws future, now's the time to place it, because at Caesar Sportsbook you can get 10-1 on them to win the title. Not saying that they will, but this is the time that you want to bet this kind of stuff.
I think the War Dogs have gotten even better.
Yeah, which is insane to say.
Yeah,
because they had no holes coming in.
They arguably took 2 top 10 players with their 2 picks
at 7
with Brower and Brandow.
Yeah,
I think the Archers have gotten better.
Mm-hmm.
To get Woodward, who obviously a lot of people questioned it, but you're coming away with Woodward, Bo Peterson, and Dyson Williams in your first 2 rounds.
Is he? I know you're behind. I don't want to say it, but is he going to be eligible to play the whole summer?
Yeah, the Army stuff is always in question. Well, Ohio State, but
if they're going to do the same thing that Nick Turn did, where he'll play this year and then
but Nick Turn was also a big high level, you know what I mean? He was a top draft pick. Are they going to do that for a guy who goes in the 3rd round?
Oh, fuck, bro.
he's behind a little bit.
Yeah, bro. I think something happened to my boss. Like,
oh no, he's at Ohio State now, but does he have to serve? What do we?
I
don't know.
This is a good pick, though. I like
That's
that.
a great pick.
Mm-hmm.
No, he's a guy that can put it on the turf real quick.
Brian's somewhere jumping up and down right now. He really likes this dude in BVB, Bobby Van Buren. I like Van Buren too. He's gonna be one of the first polls taken next year. Mark my words. Actually, place the future. Place the future on that. I don't bet, but y'all should. Oh, okay, it's working.
So now the Dogs get Brandow round 1, Kenny Brower round 2,
defense,
and then Marcus Hudgens round 3.
Yeah, like that roster's already stacked.
That's what I mean.
I'm excited to see what that opening day lineup looks like. Like that training camp's going to be a dogfight. No pun intended.
So true.
Like you're adding those 3 guys to, like we said earlier, like offensively, like Kieran McCardle, Jake Caraway.
The midfield's like 9 deep.
Yeah, Ethan Walker, Michael Sowers, Jack Trainer, who had a phenomenal champ series.
Mike Schlosser's coming back.
Schlosser's back. Connor Kelly's in the mix, obviously. Like Ryan Conrad, McConvey, who's your first round pick last year. Like Courier, Jeff Connor, another guy who stood out in champ series for them.
So this is the last round now, right?
Round 4 is the last round. Yeah,
I think we got.
Do we have
one more? We got one more pick.
We got one more.
Archers.
We have the Archers pick.
Archers
with the last pick in the 3rd round.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
These teams who just get to keep loading up, like just raking dudes in. And again, like we said this earlier in the 2nd round, but like it just shows you just the freaking talent that's coming out. That's still you're getting guys for like holy shit. Like you forget about all these names.
Yeah.
Are they expanding the game day roster? Did I read that right? Or
I don't know if they're expanding game day. I know they're expanding training camp.
Oh,
yeah.
I read it on Twitter, but I forget if it was game day or if it was training camp. Because
I know
it's just
some
training
coaches
camp
banging the table for game day rosters to be expanded, but I know training camp rosters are definitely getting expanded. Let's bring Utah back in because they're on the clock. How we feeling? 3 picks in. You got the third round pick coming up.
Feeling great. Can't complain. Got some good players in. I don't think at this point in the draft it's like, okay, who you taking to really fill a back spot? You backfilling for? We've always had the question, right? When do you start backfilling for Tom Schreiber? How long does he have? So we'll see.
User Archers select Colby Bars.
The most celebrated pick.
They don't even got a picture.
Poor guy.
6'5".
Poor guy. Jesus.
6'5". I'm looking at
no
that.
highlights.
They don't got no highlights.
They couldn't grab some Towson film?
Hold up.
Man's name.
CAA star. The CAA's coming out. Let's go.
Let's go, CAA.
Elon, stand up.
Yeah.
Kobe
We'll get a men's team one day.
Kobe Bars is crazy, yo.
They didn't have a picture. I'm surprised they had anything on him.
Bates just going.
Bro, his name is enough. This is the best pick of the draft. I don't.
Oh my gosh, I found a picture of this guy.
Here we go. Go Phoenixes, baby. Let's go, Elon.
Oh my God, you got Elon merch?
Dude, yeah, my boys go there. I went there and I bought this. $80 at the bookstore. Completely.
Oh yeah, that bookstore is a scam.
Let's go, Elon. Phoenixes, baby. All day.
All right. So I gotta say, 6'5", 190.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
that's a weird build, man. I'm sorry.
I'm from England. If you guys don't know, Peter Crouch, professional soccer player, he's like 6'7", and in the stiff breeze, it looks like it could blow him over. So, that's not it. So 6'5", 190. That's an interesting build. So, everybody's seeing themselves on ESPN right now. So
there we go.
They love that. They earned it.
That is a Bates and Tony.
You guys gotta look up pictures of this guy.
Dude, he looks like the great Khalid.
Share your screen. Share your screen.
Can I do that?
Yeah, press
I
the
might be
present
able to.
That Maryland Whips card that he's wearing is so sick.
It's
Alex,
insane.
that's so dope.
Look at my boy Mark. Let's go, Mark.
Okay. Have it your way.
You rule.
Here is the new member of the Utah Archers.
Did you pull up his LinkedIn photo?
Yeah.
Oh
see,
my God.
Look at the headshot of him.
He looks like a serial killer. I'm sorry.
No, he looks like the great Kali with a
Yes.
with a goatee. He's a dog. Will you teach me how to football? Will you teach me how to football?
Go to that picture to the left in the gray. Yeah. Hey, at least he looks swaggy.
Assistant, man. Jesus.
Hey, with the last name like Bars looking like that, he could play on any team I ever could.
Very nice.
Hey, that eye black. Ooh.
I'm behind that guy. Kobe
Bars as a last name for a defender is just fantastic.
Well, so I'm just like I pulled up just like his write up on Towson too. So he's a guy who was LSM. He switched to close last year.
Okay.
All CAA first team, 18 caused turnovers, 22 ground balls. Academic honor roll guy. This guy does it in the classroom.
Big brain.
That's a Bates guy.
That is a Bates guy.
Well, I'll take a look at the LinkedIn. We'll get this sorted.
Yeah.
Pre-dental biology major. Oh, that's a tough one.
He's surgical. He's surgical.
You put this guy in the wing, he's going to be at the face-off in 3 steps. So
that's
true.
Good point. It's a good point.
Good point.
Very good point.
I will say nobody had this guy on their mock draft, their big board.
He didn't have a picture. They didn't have one.
ESPN didn't have a photo.
Bates threw him a curveball.
Maybe he's like Marvin Harrison Jr. He didn't sign the release form yet. You can't buy his jersey.
They got that card and they were like, do we got anything?
Yeah, the graphics team was scrambling. They were like, his last name is Bars. He's like, how the fuck you? There's a Z in there. How do I spell this? Like the graphics team was going through it on that one. Like, just throw it up.
All we got is his LinkedIn photo. Don't put a photo up there. We'll be fine.
They double texted. They were like, "This is him."
Well, the OTB live stream, our research department just put him to shame on that one. That was good work out of this team right here.
Mm-hmm.
Well done.
What was Kark's thoughts on that pick? Didn't have him on it. Took him too early.
I just don't see.
I don't see the fit.
No, literally,
I just don't know how it fits in,
he
guys.
fits.
I'm sorry. I don't know who this is.
I don't know if Kark's a big CAA lacrosse guy.
They were big in the 90s.
I'll tell you what.
Not anymore.
That's one of my favorite leagues to bet as far as it goes. Like everyone else is betting like the Duke games, Notre Dame games. Like I'm getting in the muck. I placed so many wagers on games involving Hampton this year. I can't even tell you.
Oh my Lord. They got some athletic programs.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, the cowboy hat.
Dan Oakley.
I appreciate that, Ben.
Hampton ain't won a game.
Oh.
Oh wow! A face-off guy goes and he's not named Nasa.
And it's not to the Cannons or the Water Dogs.
Huh. Wow, I don't believe in the milkman no more.
Well, they just re-signed him, and it was only to a 1-year deal.
That's all he's been living on in free agency.
Weirman?
Dude, this kid is doing the
pick. Says it all.
The kid who did the pick has the perfect name to be an Outlaws fan, though. Ben Yoakley.
Yeah.
Oh,
you know that
he looks like
he is a cowboy. He looks straight out of Yellowstone.
Yeah, he does.
I thought it was that Yoda Leahy kid from the Walmart.
Mason
I literally was like, is he about to? I'll say Lee. I thought he was about to drop it.
Weirman?
Oh no, the guy who made the pick. The guy who made.
No, he's just
that is the pick.
He's just behind.
Oh, you're
No,
incredulous.
we're past
You're
that.
incredulous.
Just no way. Over
Naso was gonna go first as a face-off.
Over Naso, yeah. I didn't have that on my old bingo card.
No,
I mean, even Staticus is better than Weirman. This makes me believe that Weedfelt's going to be the first guy off the board next year as a face-off guy. Because Weirdman has been, or Weedfelt wipes the floor with Weirman.
Over a 3 to 4 year span has probably been the most effective, most consistent one down the stretch.
We all love going to Denver. That's one of our favorite trips in the middle of the season, no question about it. If we have fans like this, we go to Denver.
Oh my God!
I was dead.
Oh, that's a celly.
That is a celly and a half.
That's dope. And dude, he's got the Vans on. The orange and black Vans is tough.
I think the Rough Riders are winning the watch party contest.
Oh, 100%.
Come on, guys. I'm sitting right here.
I was literally just about to say that. I was like, man, you could have just told him to fuck off while he's sitting.
I'll say visually, they're crushing it. Loud.
You got to tell them to get the celebrations going for the next pick.
They've only got 6 people in Denver. Come on.
Start the banter. Let's go.
That's so true. It's so true.
Good pick.
And here's the thing. We're all a bunch of Mormons. We're not even drinking. And we're still a good time.
I'll say Utah's crushing the Richter scale of sound.
That's true.
My ears been split.
Loudest group.
We got to get our energy out somehow, you know.
That's also a really good pick for them. I thought Carpenter was going to go way earlier.
He's
there was actually, I mean, there was enough love that there was a prop bet that was Tyler Carpenter versus who was it? First hole that went off the board, but regardless, there was a prop bet for him versus Zappatello. No, him versus Woodward. Him versus Woodward was the prop. And Woodward was a bigger favorite, and obviously you end up seeing why.
I think that's going to be a nice duo there with Kobe and Carpenter.
Yeah.
I mean, Atlas has done really well with this draft.
Who is
like they've filled pretty much every need. You got Shelley, they got Entenmann, they got Jake Stevens, and then you haven't picked since Stevens. So you've just been sitting here, and you still get Carpenter to fill a need at LSM.
I don't know if I would have gone LSM. I would have gone D. They got to replace Tucker.
Well, I think they're thinking Makar's going to slide back down, and you can run him, Adler, and Rexroad.
Okay.
I just got to jump in and say, guys, Denver, we got mac and cheese balls. So,
okay.
Dude, I was about to say.
Look at the spread.
Like that's
I love that.
That's not a mac and cheese ball. It looks like a that thing is
This guy
sizable.
was not on any board either.
There might be a Rocky Mountain oyster in the middle of it. We don't know yet. So.
Oh God.
Yo, the fact that Alex rolled up with a PSA 10 Rambo card around his neck is
that's just
that was
next
wild.
level.
There was no other choice for the Whipsnakes fan.
Okay.
So we've got 5 picks left. Yeah.
Bro, I can't even think about the draft after I saw those mac and cheese balls. I want to do some damage.
We'll send some your way.
I appreciate that.
Yo, Stags just loves Maryland, bro.
Yeah, it's just that's like they're not
no
even
matter where you're from.
Hey,
he looks in the tri-state area. If you're not from the tri-state, if you're not from the DMV, you ain't getting.
Not from the DMV, you ain't.
You ain't from
Just
me.
forget it. If your phone number don't start with 301-240, you just don't expect a call.
Forget it.
So who do we think Atlas sits at LSM on game day roster?
Well, who they got? They got Kobe, and they got.
They gave away Cade.
No, they got Kobe Smith and then Gepper at the moment.
Yeah, never mind. I forgot that they shipped Cade over to Cannon.
We got a question here. Do you think Eli Fisher will get drafted?
Hey, if Colby Bars can get drafted, we don't know who's
Man.
coming off the board.
We're also on
still-
Connor
yes,
Ekwatch.
still on the
We're
board.
on Connor Ekwatch still.
I'm still on the board. I'm waiting.
D3 athletes matter too.
Please,
Enter
yo,
your
I don't
name into
care
the
who
draft
I'm
for real?
going to. I'm open to anywhere. So
Did you enter your name in the draft for real?
I don't. Is that a thing? Because I don't know how to do that. I'm just going off my.
Maybe we're not on Connor Ekwatch right now.
I love that they just showed all of Andy Towers just like dart throws of Teat Bernhardt and Levi Anderson. He's got to commit to the bit.
Oh my god, he picked me, guys. Oh my god.
Oh, the phone's ringing.
Wow.
Okay.
He just truck sticked some kid the other day against Villanova. I wonder if they're going to show that. Does Georgetown have the most picks in the draft this year?
I think Duke does.
Oh, yeah, no.
Duke has 1, 2, 5. Yeah, they got 5. Georgetown's at second with 3.
I can't wait
Well,
to
Notre
post
Dame
so many
too.
Hess truck memes of this kid.
Notre Dame's second with 3 too. They've got.
Oh, they got custom flag. Look at that.
We got a custom flag. Come on, guys.
You got. I haven't seen the custom flag. I'm sorry. I'm doing the Utah team dirty.
Yeah. What do you have against Utah?
I don't mean it. I don't mean it.
All right, these guys gonna hold the flag up. We got it right here.
Hell
He
yeah.
fit
Let
in
me
with
see
half
what
of
we'll rock.
OTB if he doesn't.
Dylan
play.
Hess.
Oh, there we go.
That's
pretty
nice.
soft.
dope.
They gotta get those on the store.
Yeah, I like that. I want to get like a little patch of that.
Mhm.
I'm a fan of the brand right now. I'm just rocking the PLL Rob Lowe special.
So I don't have anything against Utah. The state's a great place.
Just the people.
No, the people are okay too. There's just some rules there, and they prohibit me to indulge in things that I love to indulge in times where I would like to do it. So that
You
really
can play
changes
lacrosse
the
anytime.
experience.
What could you be talking about?
I like this dude, bro. He might be helping Utah bring it back.
Look at
I might
Andy.
make a trip to Salt Lake City just for him.
You get out here, we'll show you a good time.
See, yeah. I
Dylan
like it.
Hess looks like if Dylan Malloy and Westberg got like mashed together in a celebrity mashup.
Oh,
That's
Dylan Hess.
that's a perfect description.
Oh my God.
All right, guys, there's only a few picks left. Here's a question. To give hope to my son who plays MCLA lacrosse, will an MCLA player get picked in the draft?
No.
I'm betting the no.
Not this year.
Fortunately,
Not
I'm
this year.
sorry. I'm sorry.
It's been a long time since an MCLA guy has made it.
But there's still no. It's going to be your son. Will be the first. So that's don't take all.
And I mean,
hope away.
Andy Towers is known to do anything, and obviously we see Bates is off his rocker today, so there's no telling what he's gonna do.
I mean, he loves those Utah teams. We've got 4 colleges here that play MCLA. It's like, yeah, there's plenty of options out there, right?
Yeah, he said he wants to keep some guys close to home if he can.
Yep.
Yeah, time to walk the walk, baby.
My kid's a freshman, Paul, 5'10", like $170. He's going to be great in the PLL. So,
I mean,
Sounds like he was putting on the Redwoods roster. Get a gross
average
get
LSM.
right in on the red.
That's average LSM size. So I mean, yeah, he's in there.
yep.
You mentioned it earlier. We still don't know what that sticker is being covered up.
No one will ever know. That's actually a question to ask him in the little.
We're gonna
post
find out after
the post game.
The late night, late dark hours.
OTB
What
after
we got
dark.
going on. Yeah, yeah.
So what school does your son play
He plays at
Utah.
Utah State University.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. He's an Aggie.
That's like the only okay Aggie. The other schools that are Aggies are not cool.
Also, what is an Aggie?
It's like a bull, right? Yeah. I don't know.
I thought it I'm gonna look it up.
Yo, they keep
Inquiring
showcasing
minds
this
wanna
Cannons mascot. Are they going to bring mascots to the PLL now that we have home cities?
Dude, you know what they used to do at the Cannons games, which was so electric? They used to have a cannon in the closest end zone to the entrance. And anytime they'd score, they'd have a guy in like whatever, like a, I don't even know what to call him. Like almost like a Patriot almost. And he'd light it up and he'd pull it. And then there'd be like Cannons goal. And it'd be so sick. And then the Boston bombings happened and they got rid of it.
Damn.
Well, Rutgers still uses theirs at their football and lacrosse games. So you can take a little trip down if you want.
Bullshit.
It's so loud, dude. I hate it.
We have one that drives around our area out here in Utah on 4th of July morning. Some guy shoots it off at like 6 a.m. and everybody's like, thanks for the wake-up call. So
Yeah, I bet the dogs love that.
yes, they do.
Can't y'all get him arrested?
I live in like country part of Utah. Like it's the rodeo grounds like 2 blocks from my house. Like it's just like old school. Like everybody's been used to it for the last like 50 years. So it's
Oh my God.
So it's
He
basically
did it
just a
again.
free-for-all.
You were right. Sorry to interrupt. Dylan Hess is playing college football next year.
Commit to the bit.
He did it again.
Yes, he did it again.
Ladies
He
and
did it
gentlemen, we got him.
Oh my God. Oh, Dan just tweeted that out.
Can't help it.
That's
That's so
incredible.
He
funny.
does it every year.
Every year. What a great bit.
We should have known.
Yo, so Adam Poitras that the Whip Snakes picked, his brother is with the Bruins, Connor.
Yes, he is. Legend. He played really well last night. All right.
Dang.
Yeah,
Got their guy.
you guessed it.
The sources were not wrong. My friends are wrong.
When DJ finally gets the pick on his 2-hour delay, he's going to be very pleased that he called.
The router got bumped by the tornado.
He's on ESPN negative instead of ESPN.
2025, he's going to say, I told y'all they were getting
what a
early.
pick. Yes.
Dude, look at Mark White. What a specimen of lacrosse Twitter. Mark.
Turn me up.
Yeah,
Okay.
he is.
That's a good
Mark
pick.
White is
I
a
told
guy
y'all.
who will be. You will need to take Mark White off the rec league field because that is where he will perish. Like he will never not play lacrosse.
Yes.
Back in the summer, I talked to Nat at a lacrosse tournament that his son was playing at, and he told me, if I don't get Liam, I'm getting Chase.
I think Will Mark's going to end up on a train camp roster for sure.
He could just do the Adler. He could do the
UDFL.
Adler. Where, like every week he gets added to the chaos. Oh, we've released
Justin
Mike
Rose
Adler.
gets added to the Water Dogs.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's any
Make
team,
crap.
I would say it might be Cannons. That way they get a look
Because
at him because Gittleman's
Gittleman's-
36.
Yeah, Gilman's probably close to done.
Gittleman graduated college when I was in 4th grade.
It's a wild stat.
I'm 22 now. Let that sink in. That's
That's
it.
insane.
I know.
So the 3 picks left are Cannons, Water Dogs, Archers. This has got to be Naso.
I
And
think he'll
one
be the
of them.
last pick. Maybe. Who's got the last pick?
Archers.
No, they don't need. No, what?
So it's
Water Dogs
Cannons,
are
Water
31.
Dogs, Archers.
Yeah, Water Dogs.
Yeah, but
are
I feel
31.
like Water Dogs it would go stat.
They're going to take the Denver guy.
The 3
If they
most
go
loaded
face-off.
rosters about to get more loaded.
Oh, Stathicus?
Mm-hmm. Oh, Clark's putting the glasses on.
It's getting
Oh,
serious.
it's getting serious.
There's a
Final
trade.
few picks. I wouldn't give it to a guy like Cross Ferreira in a situation like this.
Bang.
I don't want the ball in Cross Ferreira's hands.
Oh, he
Purely
scores!
silent.
Oh, my bad.
I was just kidding. Like I always said, you should
Connor,
always
like-
put it in Cross Ferreira's hands.
Maybe you should put it in Cross Ferrara's stick there.
Oh my God, I hate my city.
Jesus.
Yeah, all right. He's having a breakdown.
Why were there people fighting during the tornado? Go save your own life.
Survival of the fittest, man.
They're
Dude,
trying to get them X-Men powers, bro.
Yeah, that's
I've been watching
Michigan
X-Men
through and through.
97.
That's true Detroit right there. That they're just like, I'm gonna square up with this tornado.
Bro, we're 2 hours from Detroit. We're not even Detroit. We're a whole plane ride away. Like
They were trying to carry themselves in the tornado to go to that Detroit sign that was promised. That
that.
They went defense.
Hey, did y'all see that sign?
that
I
video,
don't
that
know
rap
how-
video was hilarious.
All right, well,
I don't know how, but I know that Campbell is the problem.
There's our
That
Boston
defense-
battery guy.
If there's another unit that's deep as like the War Dogs midfield, it's honestly the Cannons defense. Like they've
I
got
think that
so
might
many
be the-
poles.
I think that might be the whitest name I ever heard.
Scott Smith.
I don't know a Scott. Like I don't know a Black Scott. I'm like trying so hard to think of a Black Scott, and I don't think I know one.
The only one I can think of is his last name. It's Stuart Scott. Rest in peace.
That was
I mean,
literally
we
the
know-
first one that came to my mind.
we
That's
know
his last
tons of-
name.
That's the first one that came to my mind.
We know tons of last name Scotts, but we know no first name Scotts.
Scott Smith is the most Berwyn, Pennsylvania to
Yeah.
Boston guy ever.
That's just AI generated name right there.
That's your default character in Top Shelf.
Yeah. It's just we throwing Scott Smith.
That's actually the guy that was in all of the Madden games for Bill Belichick because he never signed off to be in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Patriots head coach Scott Smith.
Head, coach.
Well, we went another year without any draft day trades once again.
Yeah.
After all the hype.
I'm sick of this. If they ever give me hype again,
There's still 2 more picks.
There's still 2 more picks, but
You never know.
Which to the almost 700 people watching right now, we will have Andy Towers and Nat St. Laurent joining us when they are done with their obligations at ESPN and with the league. Yeah, Deej, almost 700 people.
Are you kidding?
Cross-platform.
Oh.
It don't matter how many platforms. That's a lot of people.
It's a lot of people. We got Aiden joining us. Aiden, your guy just announced the pick. How do we feel about the most AI generic named lacrosse player, Scott Smith?
Listen, AI generated pretty much sums it up. No disrespect to Scott Smith. I'm sure he'll do wonderful things for the Cannons. But if he can get on the field, right? Like, I was really hoping face off. I guess there's only 2 picks left. Hopefully, Naso and Stanikis from Duke and Denver are still available as free agents. Maybe that's Holman's plan, but I don't know. They already have such good polls, such a good room. Where a really good player was not going to dress already, and I don't know. Is Van Rappel's looking at retirement or something, or are they just injury concerns and depth, or potential trade bait down the line? Maybe Phoebe Alex, the Whips still have him and Nardella, and you got to think they're not dressing both of those guys most weeks.
Hey, we said at the top of the draft the Water Dogs might do it, but Brian Holman might walk down the hallway and go drop a contract under the door of Max Adler at ESPN.
But that's very true. Yeah, I forgot Adler's still a free agent. I think one of those 4 guys has got to wind up in blue and red by June 1st. And I don't mind terribly who it is. I'm not able to see the player who was just drafted. Let me go back around to the TV here.
It was Michael Bain, another Michigan Wolverine off the board.
All right. Good for Michigan.
Thank you.
All right.
We appreciate you.
Yeah, no, listen, I love the Wolverines turning into a legit D1 program. I think Ohio State had enough of the love, and it's time to even that rivalry out.
I agree.
How do you feel overall about the Cannons draft from top to bottom?
I mean, obviously, I was ecstatic about Cav. I really didn't think he'd fall that far. I felt pretty good about the second-round pick until someone else at the draft party mentioned TJ Malone, who got taken first pick in the 3rd round. And if he does well for the Whip Snakes this year, that's going to sting a little bit, unless Rodaro does, as well or better. And then maybe they do sign someone as a free agent. Overall, I'd say maybe a B minus, because they didn't have a lot of needs. And that's a very fortunate position to be in. And I think they took care of probably their second biggest need of offense and midfield depth. We think Kavanaugh and Verdaro at least both have a good chance to get significant time. But I'm a little disappointed they didn't take someone to face off, and they took some of that defense where I thought they had maybe more depth than anyone in the league, maybe more depth than anyone's ever had. Probably a hyperbolic statement. Yeah, I'm excited. Again, hopefully the computer-generated Scott Smith does well. I'll certainly be rooting for him if he makes that. On Kavanaugh, I'm just going to be happy with that. I'm just going to enjoy. It's a family business here, Lacrosse in Boston.
Love it, Aiden. Love that the Boston Battery was represented with that 4th-round pick, and you guys will forever be tied to Scott Smith on your podcast now. So I
guess we should try to get him on. We should.
You got to get
Scott
Scott
first player, guys. Yeah.
Love it. Thanks for checking in throughout the night. Congrats
thanks
to
for having
Cannons
us
on a great draft, and we'll check in soon.
All right, can't wait.
As we prep for the PLL Mr. Irrelevant, as they say.
It's me.
I hope so.
Dude, imagine you get to pull the Lil Sass meme. Me?
No, what was it? What was his handle when they faked the announcement? It was like Lil Sasquatch, and he's
me.
Well, given the Archers' last pick, I'll be very surprised if they have any highlights on whoever Bates is picking next.
That's fair.
You can look at my YouTube. Come on. I'm surprised it's still going, if I'm going to be honest with you.
They were flying through that second round. I thought we were going to get through.
They're pumping the brakes a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're giving. It's probably because they got to get the people set up. This is like the people got to get up there and read. They have to explain. Here's where you walk. Here's where you look.
Someone made a great point to me about the NFL draft, since that recently just happened too, where we see the pick is in and it's all delayed and everything. That time in between is them pressing the jerseys that those first-round picks are holding.
Oh.
Because I saw somebody talking about it, they get 90 seconds to press the nameplates onto the jerseys.
I know when that Falcons pick came in, they were scrambling. They did not have that ready.
Did you guys see the tweet from Tyreek Hill today, 3 hours ago?
Oh, God. No.
Oh, boy.
So, Robert Griffin III said, all sports fans, this is a safe space. Who are better athletes, football players or basketball players? And Sheeta tweeted out just lacrosse.
Let's go.
Okay.
Is Tyreek Hill a certified lacrosse guy?
What position would Tyreek Hill play if he played lacrosse?
Certified lacrosse.
I'm gonna find out where the
Did they not know Archers?
He's a short king, so we got to keep him away from Bryce Young.
Oh, wait, there was a pick. No.
Oh, we got a trade. We got a trade.
With the final pick.
What did I tell you? There's still two picks.
Oh, Will Mark. This could be Will Mark.
Good point. Just get another goalie. Just draft all
Mhm.
goalies.
No way it's Will Mark. No
Oh,
way.
wait. I totally forgot they took Erlen.
They took Ireland.
I was like, oh, this is where they take the goalie.
Don't forget, guys, when it all
Matt
comes
couldn't
down
help
to this,
himself. He needed to give you something to ask him when he comes on. Like, what was going through your mind during that trading process?
They're gonna get cursed and put another brother together.
hey,
Two
just
pairs of brothers,
guys,
one team.
another reason to love Utah is we gave you a trade.
There you go.
That's a good point.
Hey,
Well, that
y'all
poor
cooking.
the poor
Y'all
Utah
definitely
fan
hammering
didn't
right
get to
now.
announce a pick.
Yeah, that's pretty fun.
Oh, that is a bummer.
That's a bummer.
Mark White he's a superstar. He needed more screen time.
They got to get him back out there. Scott Smith and Mark White. Oh,
Another dude who's just tall as ass.
He's literally basketball. What are we doing? What are we doing?
you just traded away a future third rounder. That's another
Just to
6'4"
get a tall
midfielder
dude.
you
They're
could have
like-
had.
They're like, what's he?
6'7".
How tall is he? Trade in. He's 6'7". We got to trade in the back end.
6'7".
6'7" dude out there who we could
No,
sign off
no,
for
no,
waivers.
check-
but he's 6'7".
Check this. He's not gonna get drafted in the NBA, so he's gonna come play lacrosse. It's okay. This is an okay pick.
He's committed to play basketball.
Yeah, I know, but that doesn't mean he's gonna get drafted in the NBA. He plays one year
Yeah,
of
but they
basketball,
don't
comes back.
hold the rights to the pick after this
2
year.
years.
If he, oh, it's 2 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought it was just one.
Also, California guy. So anybody in the app that said are the Redwoods going to draft someone from California, there you go.
And you know
Dash
what?
it.
They don't. You
Hot
don't
bed.
hold for because that was like during COVID. You wouldn't hold if they went back to play lacrosse. If they go back and play another sport, or they.
Oh, okay.
All those guys were going back.
There's some loopholes there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to see Ricky Miezon courtside at these Stanford basketball games, though.
All right, guys, with our final pick, my wife's texting me, where the heck are you? We got I'm going to peace out.
Appreciate you hopping on
Great
throughout the
work,
entire
brother.
night. It was a blast, and we'll definitely be having you on the pod during the Archers homecoming weekend.
Love it. Thanks, lads. Have a good one.
You too. Stay
Dude,
safe.
in the true form, KB, he's the first guy to leave the party. So now it's okay for anyone else
It's
to leave
okay.
the party. So unfortunately, gentlemen, no, I'm just messing with you. I do have to run now, boys. But this was an absolute blast. I mean,
Absolute blast.
the amount of live viewers that we had speaks to the fact that there's no better way to spend watching this draft than bullshitting with the boys here. So
With the
thank you,
boys. Appreciate you hopping on, Dan. We're going to have you on the pod, too, soon to break down, preseason
weekly
lines.
winners. We get
Love it.
preseason
Weekly
lines,
winners with
weekly
newbie.
winners. We'll do it. For
Let's
you guys,
go.
I'll do anything.
You're the
Gentlemen,
man. Appreciate you.
Good
brother.
luck. I'll talk to you, boys.
Absolutely. Stay safe.
Absolutely.
So now, where does Connor Eck get signed as an undrafted free agent?
I'm when Coach gets on here, I'm gonna Nat,
Just stand in a Wawa until you get the call. It works.
Go
Let's
Ethan
just-
Raw
oh,
mode.
Introduce myself and say hello, Nat. Nice to meet you. I'm Connor. Just real quick, I know we've talked before, but
Coach, I
was
know,
wondering if you didn't pick me. It's understandable. Cole Kastner's 6'7".
But the team needs to. They need
grit. They
need
got
to
grit.
average out in the height department, and I'm here to
Nick
help.
Ocello was the last glue guy you guys had. I can fill his role just as well.
You know a thing or two about undrafted free agents. Ryder Garnsey, Connor Eck.
Who
from
is
the
like
same
the
string.
shortest midfielder on that team now?
Yeah, 5'11", pushing it. Let's go. Let's go.
Nakai's 5'11". Oh no, Ryan Tierney 5'10".
Let's go. Not the shortest.
Not the shortest.
Yo, that sucks for the Archers, super fan.
I know.
I feel
Fly
really
all the
bad.
way out to ESPN.
You get all this. You're psyching yourself up. You're like, I'm gonna be on ESPN, and then they're like, actually, we just traded the pick. Because I was like, oh, where's the Utah? Did they not get a Utah fan? And then, nope.
They could have at least let him announce that they were trading the pick.
Right?
Yeah.
Like they kind of did bro dirty.
Yeah, I feel bad. Who do we think is going to join first here? We got Coach Towers, or do we think
Nat's going to join Towers, or is it going to be Nat? Also, one of our guys, Christian, he works in the Drexel athletic department right now. And he said a merch idea that we totally have to do. This is
they got the Utah fan up.
Patent pending, trademarked, all rights reserved to the Outside the Box podcast. And, election year, we got to make Sowers and Brower 24 presidential shirts.
That's a great idea.
$12 attackmen.
And I didn't get drafted. What is this?
Your shirt says it all, Connor.
What? No, it's pretty funny though. My bit, I've been commenting on every PLO post. Like, where am I?
I've seen it.
Yeah, kids are eating it up, dude. I get like hundreds of likes per post. I'm like, where am I at? Like,
I saw your one on, I think it was TLN. All right, joke's over.
Yeah.
Where am I?
That was today. I was like, all right.
All right, I don't want to ruin the vibes, but who's smarter, Dexter or Jimmy Neutron?
Are we talking Dexter like the serial killer or Dexter?
The kid.
Okay.
I feel like Jimmy. No. I feel like,
Jimmy's smarter. Dexter's more sneaky.
Dexter's like better at controlling his own, like.
Not necessarily. Jimmy's all out in the open, like tossing his make-believe candy that nobody knows what it tastes like.
This is our post-draft analysis.
Sorry.
Discussing the real things that matter.
Well, here's the thing. DJ's all big brain because he was tapped in with the biggest brain of the draft, and that was obviously Chris Bates because we had no idea what his draft board was.
I got to see Cole Kastner basketball highlights.
Thank you. Please.
We should definitely tweet those.
Share the screen so I can see.
He's got senior basketball highlights. Hold up.
Oh,
if he's not catching bodies, I don't want to see it.
6'7" is insane. Here we go.
Dude, imagine him and Ricky Miezon though on the same field together.
All right, can you see it?
Yes. Hopefully we don't get taken down, but it is high school basketball.
This says his senior year basketball highlights.
Cash, Green.
Oh.
What?
Oh. I've got the music blaring.
Wait a minute.
Hey, that in and out dribble was something nasty.
All right, why didn't he go basketball before this? Like, what was stopping him?
Because he's only 6'7".
Only.
I know that seemed crazy, but like the average forward in college basketball right now is 6'7".
That's
so
crazy.
Dude,
so
he on the backboard all day. That's
like he's good, but like he's not. Like I wonder if he was even ranked in the top 300.
What state is he from? He's from
California.
Yeah, that's what.
Palo Alto.
Oh, so I wondered if he played in the private circuit or the open circuit.
Based on what I'm seeing, this is looking like very open teams. We aren't seeing any.
Like we're not seeing La Lumiere, we're not seeing
Montverde.
Not Montverde, not Sierra Canyon, like Mater Dei. Like we're not seeing Bosco Fisher. Like there's a lot of schools out over there. Yeah, this is open ball. I mean, he's still pretty good, but
yeah, what was stopping him before? Like I need to know this.
He's playing open ball in California. Had he been doing this same stuff in the private circuit, he would have gone D1 for basketball.
For sure.
I think he just got overlooked because he was playing in the open circuit, which like
that was a no-look pass.
Played at Menlo High School.
Tough.
Yeah, competition just isn't as good in the open circuit.
He moves crazy for 6'7".
But I mean, that's why he's so good defensively in lacrosse. His footwork is insane.
How much?
I mean,
how many more highlights do we want?
I mean,
we just tweeted some too that our guy Zach Carey tweeted earlier this year. I tweeted it like every NFL team does. It's like, fuck it. Cole Kastner basketball highlights.
Facts. But like, yeah, basketball and lacrosse are so similar. It's crazy. It's actually insane.
You know what I just realized too? Dan tweets out things that I realized much later than I think. You know, Peyton Cormier didn't get drafted.
Yeah. Scott Cole didn't get drafted. Will Mark.
Doesn't Cormier have a possible year?
No, he got drafted in the NLL. He's going to play box next year.
Okay.
Roy Meyer, I thought would have gone. Brendan Lavelle.
Jake Naso is still. I'm surprised.
Who took Zawada Deej?
It was Outlaws.
Yep. Denver.
That makes sense because Zawada and Levi Anderson both got drafted by Saskatchewan in the NLL last year too.
You're right.
Yeah, I think Duke had the most players drafted, but Hopkins made a good case there at the end.
Yeah,
you guys from Michigan too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I thought Bam had another year.
No, this was his grad year.
2 Rutgers boys.
No D3 guys got drafted. So very unfortunate.
No D2 either, I think.
Yeah, I thought that guy from Wingate was going to get a look. Whatever his name. He had 400 points. Are you kidding me?
His career, that's actually insane.
Yeah. He wore 57 for Wingate, and everyone was like, oh, the next Pete Poyon coming in hot. It's tough.
Yeah, I mean, Zawada going in the 3rd round is a nice pick for the Outlaws. Like we were saying, like all night, like that roster was like barren, and for them to get a guy like that in the 3rd round to add to a group that needed a lot of help is a great.
They just needed heads on offense. They came in with like 4 guys or 4 or 5 guys total.
Yeah, the Outlaws get Brennan O'Neill, they get Pacino, Graham Bundy Jr., Josh Zawada, and Luke Wireman.
The Luke Wierman pick is interesting.
It's so interesting. He should have just gone with Stathakis. Keep him there in Denver. He's already playing well out there, adjusted to the altitude and everything. You just got to teach him the PLL cadence. He has a shot. If I wouldn't have gone with him, I would have gone with Naso. That is such an.
And he was the only face-off guy taken.
Yeah, I thought Naso. If there was going to be one pick, it was going to be Naso.
I thought there was the chance Naso went as high as round 2.
And it's not even like Weirman's from.
Just because I didn't think Boston had too many needs.
I also don't think like Naso's like all that. You know, like he's good, but like. He's not like
he is not like a huge. It's not like Sis last year where there was a huge gap. Yeah, I agree.
It kind of reminds me of like Inacio, where like he had like the draft hype and then kind of fell off, and he's kind of like getting back on his horse in the NLL.
Yeah, I agree with the Boston Battery. That Cannon's defense is so deep. Like.
Saw Bryce.
I would have taken another. I would have taken face off or midfield there.
My high school played against Bryce Young's school today. Man,
yeah,
they.
I mean, on defense, well, LSM they got Craig Chick, they got Van Raphorst, they got Ethan Roll, and then on close they got Eppel, Bryce Young, Keelty, Jake Pulver, and Max Wayne as your 5th guy. Like. I don't know who you don't trust.
Probably Max Wayne, unfortunately.
Yeah, but then you still got 7 polls.
That's still damn.
Like, most teams only dress like 5 on game day, 6 max.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same problem Atlas had last year, and then they just shipped everybody off.
That's why game day rosters need to expand.
I think they at least need one more spot.
Stags has been banging the drum because I forget who asked him. I forget who it was, but they asked him, like, would you rather see expansion or like
Expanded
additional rosters for game
Are
day?
you for real right now?
It's got to be not expansion. It's got to be more people on the game day.
Yeah.
You don't remember who asked him that question?
It was you.
Was
right?
it you?
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
going to say we were there for that. I was there for that. I could have sworn it was you.
You
Bro.
always do that to me, bro.
Time is fake. I can barely remember what I did today, let alone last year.
I mean, we didn't make up the construct of time, like actual, like the 24-hour day, like.
We think he's got 2 years.
Yeah,
because he's playing a different sport.
Well,
It's very
basketball.
similar to Pat Spencer and
Jared
Bernhardt.
Yep.
Well, same thing with what's that guy's name from Georgetown? Hess. If he's playing football,
Yeah. Same
thing with him. Yep.
I'm interested to see because Chaos took 3 midfielders plus Ross Scott, who starts at that attack because now Cloutier is also on the holdout list. So right now it's just Ty Kurtz, Minikis, and Byrne. But I would have really liked them taking Brand out top 4. Like I thought that was a possibility if Pat Cav went 3.
Yeah,
I think they're just going to move Jules back. I'm assuming
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility for sure. Because that midfield now.
I think they're all going to run midfield. I think you just named their starting attack.
Kurtz, Minikis, and Byrne.
Yeah, I think those are the 3 who start. Maybe Kurtz gets swapped with someone like Ross Scott or Jules. But everybody else is playing midfield.
In the midfield, they've got Jules, K-Jax, Sergio, Kevin Rogers, Will Perry, and Greg Colahan.
Yeah, that guy they signed that hasn't played in like
Mm-hmm.
4 years, 5 years. Like, dude, what are we
Finding a picture of that guy for the breaking news post.
It's literally his
I was
yearbook photo. That's
I tell
on the
you what,
roster
that's one of the hardest things about doing the breaking news post is finding pictures for some of these guys is the most impossible thing. That are like good quality.
Yeah, he played in 2019 on the Chrome, right? Because me and my
Yeah.
friend were talking about that. He was like, "What a weird signing," and I'm like, "I guess something happened that made him like, oh, we got to pick him up, got to sign him."
There's like past not beef, but like Blaze like shit talked him. I think in college, which is great.
Which is great.
We love a good beef. I'm pretty. It was like friendly, like back and forth, something like I forget what Blaze said, but I remember when they signed him, someone was like, "Uh-oh, they're teammates."
TJ Malone on Whips is also
insane.
Interesting. Because like a bunch of people were talking with the Pat Cav possibility, like what do you do with attack? Because you got Manny, Zed, and Rambo, and Marill. Like, I assume you just stick with Manny, Rambo, and Zed, but
like that is totally Greg Holland's yearbook picture.
Huh?
That's 100%.
There was nothing. Picture.
There was nothing better.
From 2018.
Also, very interesting that Kyle Jackson's listed as number 1 and not 47.
Maybe he changed his number. Shout out Kevin, D3 legend.
Fact.
Was Will Perry always 3?
No.
No,
he wore.
Perry was something else last year.
No, he wore a higher number, didn't he?
23,
right?
Yeah, 23.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe
23.
they just. Who wore 23 before or 3 last year? Did anyone wear 3 that was not on the team anymore?
I think so.
I don't think so. I think he just dropped.
He just was like, all right,
Yeah, I'm just gonna take 23.
Need a number switch.
Because I think he wore 23 because he went to UNC and it was Michael Jordan.
Mm-hmm. Their midfield is pretty nice now with Knobloch and was it Dobson they took?
Yeah,
this is a good point too. Jules just said go all in on Rutgers.
Seriously, just drafted the whole team. That's now a requirement. You either have had to have gone to Albany, be an absolute menace. Go to Albany, be an absolute menace, or go to Rutgers.
Knobloch had some crazy highlights. Like his feet aren't like Michael Sowers quick, but you watch him do that like quick step, and then you're like, oh, that's like a midfielder size Michael Sowers
Like,
with the feet.
Dude, we lost to Rutgers this year, and I couldn't believe it. Michigan should have been like second or third in the Big Ten, and we just pissed it away after losing to Rutgers.
Rutgers. I don't know what you're talking about. You still won the whole thing.
Pissed it away by winning the Big Ten
by
championship.
winning the whole thing? Like what?
All right, put it like this. Realistically, I think it was a power move because both of their championships now, they were the 4 seed. So I think they just did it on purpose. I don't like it, but it worked. So I'll ride with it.
It's another great tweet from TD Erlin. Congrats, Chase. Just make sure the water bottles are filled before practice.
That's a good one. Shout out TD.
That's amazing.
That's comedy.
This
Deej, I don't know if
feels so smart, man.
I don't know if you saw this earlier, Deej. We showed this before you came on. Hayden Lewis, the Chaos beat writer, meme of the century.
Ready to learn swagger and arrogance, buddy. You gotta keep that up for when he joins in.
Oh my god,
that's so funny. Swagger and arrogance.
That's incredible. So who's the steal of the draft on paper?
I think
Cav
it's
going 6. It has to be.
I think it's Brower, honestly.
Cav going 6, Brower going 15 is huge.
Like, I know their defense isn't that much older, but I mean, you got a guy that can either sit behind or he could push Sabia for a game day spot for sure. Like, it just depends on how they want to play it, but that defense is set for a long time because they've extended all their guys too.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Marcus Hudgens going in the 3rd round of the Water Dogs is crazy too.
Yeah, they got him too. They got Mazzone from last year.
I love Zawada going to the Outlaws.
They lost Chris Fake, but I mean, you pick up those 2 guys and.
All right. Well, I have to leave. Unfortunately, I was hoping that they'd come on before I had to leave, but I had to go.
Any questions you want us to deliver to either Nat or AT outside of asking if you are on their undrafted free agent?
That was the question that I was going to ask.
Perfect.
All right. Well, I appreciate you guys inviting me.
Thanks
on
for
here.
coming through, brother. And
you guys soon.
You'll be on the pod soon. And we'll see you this summer.
Just let me know.
D3 Hero.
Yes, sir. D3 Hero. Represent.
What a draft. And we still have 734 people in here. Let's go.
I did like Degnan. I wasn't going to say it.
John Grant Jr. liked it.
Degnan Malone. TJ Malone, I'm interested to see how that Whipsnakes offense looks as a Maryland guy.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the Whipsnakes roster right now.
Like, so many people forgot about Will Manny, I feel like it was all Rambo Zed.
They have
Will Manny still got some juice.
They also have Jackson Morrill.
Yeah, who they traded 3rd round.
And they drafted Malone with the Jackson Morrill pick.
Yeah.
And, they signed Heacock.
Yeah, that
still
offense.
Tucker Dordovic.
Ajax, that defense is still going to be good.
Brad Smith's on IR, but.
And they got, did they get Carpenter right? No, that was Atlas.
Yeah, it was
Atlas. Still, you got a good LSM duo there because Matt Reese and Colin Squires. I know it's no Michael Earhart, but between those 2 guys, Colin Squires was an all-star.
Yeah,
I think last year. And Matt Reese,
his autograph right up there.
Yeah, and Matt Reese, he was still very solid for the Cans last year, and they've got a crowded poll room. They did last year. They're going to this year. So, I mean, I like where every team's at. I don't think any team had a draft where you're just shaking your head. Because even the Archers with some of their picks, you're like, okay, but they're the reigning champs. And I remember coming into last season with the moves that they made, you were just like, okay, they're not as strong because they lost Holman, Manny. but won the championship. So they're just retooling, and they're returning a lot of the same guys except for Connors and McMahon. But they feel like they addressed that in the draft.
Man, like
these teams are just too good.
They're so good. And that's like we were talking about, like when Paul and Mike were talking about Lyle on one-on-ones. Like, it sucks that Lyle's not in the league, but we have like this influx of just elite talent year over year coming in from these drafts that like it alleviates like kind of missing out on one of the best players in the world in the PLL. But man, this draft was, I mean, I don't think they missed this. This arguably could be the greatest draft ever.
I mean, really solid. I mean, looking back to last year, if we want to just compare, there was still some good steals later on.
And like, you think about it too, like effectively, the Redwoods also quote unquote drafted Chris Gray. They quote unquote drafted Jared Connors this draft. Like, those are additions through draft picks that you made.
I understand it for Redwoods, those two. I didn't understand Jared Connors from an archer standpoint at all.
Yeah, that trade, like from the Archers' perspective, was very head scratching. And at 13, they took
even Chris Gray, like still pick swap. Like they didn't just straight up 5th pick for Chris Gray. They gave up 18, I think it was.
Yeah. So Deej, as the resident Michigan man, I got to pick your brain now on the trade. Now that it's complete, it was effectively Jared Connors for Bo Peterson.
It really depends, like when Luttrell gets back, and if Peterson can stay in that rotation.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he has a better chance of staying in the Roto than either Piper Bond or Connor Marr.
I mean, I would dress all 4 of those guys on game day.
It's just hard to do that.
Yeah.
How many O guys you need? But like that's why I say Bo has a chance, because he played O-mid before he got to Michigan. And he started at O-mid in college before he transferred to Michigan, and then Michigan made him a D-mid. So like he's an O-mid. So if you can play one less D-mid to have a guy that can go both ways effectively, why not do it? So I think like he has a better chance of making it, but like you said, it kind of comes down to that. Like I don't think the Woods would have drafted him there.
I mean, I would have loved him for the Woods because he fits the mold of a big midfielder. But I feel like with the Woods, you have so many offensive guys that are playing defensive midfielder that I really wanted them to take like a true defensive midfielder.
Mm-hmm.
So looking at the Archers too, like midfield wise, like both O and D midi, like obviously you have Piper Bond, friend of the program, shout out, and Connor Marr, and then Treasy. But then O mid, like you have Ryan Ambler. They have Grant Ament right now listed as a midfielder. You have Ryan Oghaven. You have Trey Leclerc, who's kind of like your Swiss Army knife, can do everything. You have Challen Rogers, Tom Schreiber, and then Cole Williams, who's on IR, and we don't know how long he's going to be out from his injury at Champ Series. So, like, there is a spot there if they want to kind of Ian McKay him and let him play a little of both.
Mm-hmm. And then if not
LSM wise too, they only have John Robbins and Cam Wires on the roster.
Yeah, that's true. Well,
I'm sure you drafted Pacino.
And they drafted Bars.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was Denver. They drafted Woodward. They drafted Colby Bars.
Colby Bars.
And then I drafted Dyson Williams.
Mm-hmm.
All names.
I think Dyson Williams could end up being one of the steals of this draft.
Colby Bars is at the top of the all-name team.
Mm-hmm.
Of all name teams. He's the all-name of all names. I don't think I don't know anything better than that. Except Dakota's Crawford. That shit's hard. Easily the best.
100%. I feel like they did him dirty by not having any highlights.
That was crazy.
No highlights, no picture, like they did, bro.
That's how you know Chris Bates was in his bag, though. Because
third round, too.
Third round, pulling a guy that nobody knows.
So, like, I'm going to make sure.
Deep in it. He's on that Vince Carter honey dip.
Mm-hmm.
Deep in it. Straight elbow.
I just think there's, like, you could still argue that, like, Denver's the weakest team, but, I mean, this is going to be a super competitive season between all these teams.
This season is going to be crazy.
Yo, can we just talk about Utah Arrowhead having the coolest accent?
Yes.
Incredible.
I was wondering if anybody was going to mention that.
Yeah, his accent was dope. I could have rocked out to that.
I feel like I got to root for Utah this year because I did them dirty, complimenting the other draft parties.
They also have one of the coolest supporter group logos.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That logo's sick. Wow, bro.
Well, actually, I'll check. If the Arrowhead's not following the PLO pipeline, I'll have to rescind my support.
Look at this guy. Already fitting in.
So now we got to figure out who we got to chop it up with and kind of, take some jabs with during the season when they come on during their homecoming weekend for the supporter groups who are unable to join. I did get a DM from the New York supporter group. They said it was pretty hectic where they were, and it was like just not conducive to hop on the stream. But they did reach out. We gotta talk to Snake Pit. Where was Maryland? We didn't have anybody from the Redwoods.
Yeah, that's a little hurtful.
The Red Legion.
Well, you got your Redwoods guy, you got your Whip Snakes guy. We're rocking. We got the Maryland covered.
Where were the Chaos boys?
Chase, bro. Chase.
That's a good question too. Where's Peyton Cormier go now?
Nowhere.
I don't know. That was interesting.
Fit-wise, where does he fit?
Nowhere. He's along the lines.
Attack is such, again, I mentioned it earlier, if you can't play midfield, which I assume most of these guys can, but if you can't, naturally transition, you're just going to be looked down upon in the draft process versus these other guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's not really a dodge guy. He's like a catch and shoot, and every team has multiple catch and shoot guys.
Mm-hmm.
He just doesn't fit. It sucks because he can score.
We have the breaking take from Piscino Stan 88, aka at Brian Knows Lax.
He said he was popping in here soon
on Marcus Hudgens. He quote tweeted the Water Dogs tweet about it and said, "Water Dogs fans should be rubbing their hands like Birdman with this pick. Marcus Hudgens will play higher than this draft number. Watch."
I just think they have their defensive group sorted. So it's going to be tough, but I'm excited.
Our guy Wyatt Miller said instant draft grade for the Water Dogs, A-. They got great value on both their first two picks, and Brower at 15 was a downright steal. Hudgens is nice insurance on defense, and was it Bame, Deej?
Yeah.
Is definitely a Water Dogs type guy. They can now sign a face-off man since only one went.
Yeah.
Yep.
The wrinkle with the Water Dogs is it's now Tierney's team. He could do anything with that team.
Also,
he's probably gonna sign Stathicus though.
Shout out to Topher Adams, new Denver Outlaws beat writer. He said, "If I had a nickel for every UVA Stanford dual sport athlete Nat acquired this year,
well,
he'd have 2 nickels."
Yeah. I mean, I can just take some bottle returns and get that. 10 cents a bottle here, babe.
Also, retweet of Tyreek Hill's lacrosse tweet. New offensive coordinator and assistant coach for your Maryland Whipsnakes, Drew Snyder. Are they trying to bring Cheetah home?
Certified. I'm waiting for the TLN certified lacrosse guy post.
So looking at who's going to be joining us, which if you're watching, head coach GM of the California Redwoods, Nat St. Laurent, and the head coach GM of the Carolina Chaos, Andy Towers, will be joining us once their obligations with ESPN and the league have come to a close. Looking at their drafts, let's look at Chaos first. They get Shane, with pick 4. Shout out South Jersey. Let's fucking ride. The pride of Morristown High School. He goes 4. And then in round 2, they take Eric Dobson. Look who it is. It's Pacino Stan 88 in the building.
What
Let's
up?
go.
What's going on, fellas?
How we living? First things first. Your boy is a member of the Denver Outlaws. Your initial takeaway.
Man, first, thank you for having me on, man. I appreciate y'all. I'm literally just coming in the house from playing lacrosse with my friends, so I gotta scan and check to see what happened with the draft. I'm hyped for him to go to the Outlaws, man. Him and Eli Salama, that's gonna be a good LSM duo for them. I was kind of shocked that he didn't go to the Archers, but Woodward's a great player too, so I wasn't like tripping too much about that. I was a little bit shocked, but not too much. But that's a perfect situation. The Outlaws need help, young team. I'm just thinking of that defense, man, because I'm imagining him on one side, Mike Messenger on the other, running transition. That's gonna be a good look, man.
Man, that eye black is gonna go crazy between them two and Connor Farrell. Good grief.
They gotta get buckets.
No eye black, right? Exactly.
They gotta get buckets sent to Denver.
Eye black sponsorships.
Facts.
Our former Michigan boy Zawad is an outlaw too.
Oh, okay. I like that. I like that pickup.
3rd round too.
That's because the attack's so deep. You're getting an All-American third, fourth round. You can be I didn't see who Mr. Irrelevant was, but probably an All-American like that.
Mr. Irrelevant is actually playing basketball at Stanford. It's Cole Kastner.
Exactly. Oh, a multi-time All-American who's just going to play Division I basketball. Like, that's the last pick in the draft.
Archers and Redwoods traded, so you got drafted by the Redwoods. So Nat St. Laurent just loves his dual sport athletes that go from Virginia to Stanford.
Yeah, man. Get your Virginia degree, your Stanford degree, get the hoop and wine country, then come play lacrosse, bro.
Ricky Miezon's going to be courtside at those Stanford games.
Right. Like, brethren, what's up?
And Andy Towers committed to the bit. He took another player in the 4th round that's playing a different sport next year in college. He drafted Dylan Hess from Georgetown. He's playing college football next year. So that goes. He drafted Jeff Teat in the bubble draft. Drafted Levi Anderson last year, who the Redwoods drafted this year. And then who was
Levi Anderson.
He drafted Bernhardt in 2021.
He didn't do it in 2022. Well, actually, he took Donville and then they didn't keep Donville.
Yeah.
Right.
So I guess you could count that.
But yeah, Levi Anderson went 5th pick in the 3rd round of the Woods.
That's the pick, man. Tyler Carpenter. I'm looking at now. Dylan Hess. Okay.
Plus, we just saw your tweet right before you came on about Marcus Hudgens. So talk to my Philly dogs.
Philly. See, that's the Syracuse to Philly love right there, man. That's an upstate kid. So, I mean, for those that don't know, I'm from Syracuse, so I'm always going to rep my Syracuse brethren hard, but he's like the thing I love about Marcus Hudgens. So the Syracuse part of it. So he went to like the famed West Genesee High School. So the West Genny drill, like that's the high school he came from. So winner, the most prolific high school lacrosse team in the country. So you go there, winner, goes to Army. People forget that's the Patriot League Defensive Player of the Year, right? In 2021, or no, 2022, 2023 comes in, him and Bobby Van Buren. The Ohio State defense wasn't great, but he's still very good. Bobby Van Buren being out this year, Marcus Hudgens walks right in. I could be a number one defenseman. Killed it. Long, rangy. They're playing the whips. I can guard Matt Rambo. I can guard Zed Williams. I can run the LSM if you need me to. Right, goal scoring is not really his forte, but he's great stick, physical, just like like that quintessential upstate dude. Like that's a great pick for them. Like doesn't get all the hype because Ohio State didn't have the best season, but just individually as a player, he's built for the PLO. He could have been drafted last year if he didn't want to take that extra year.
Let's get some insight from a head coach and GM, because we're joined by Carolina Chaos head coach and GM Andy Towers. Post-draft, AT, what's going on? How are we feeling post-draft for your Chaos boys?
I'm feeling way above average. Couldn't be happier with our draft. We literally got every single guy that we wanted, all the way down to Dylan Hess, who we know is not available this summer. He's going to go crush it as a football player at Florida, hopefully, if that's what he ends up wanting to do. And, we got the two best midfielders in the draft. We've got the perfect ex-attackman, also swing up and play midfield, who's a raging mismatch. Honestly, I just couldn't be happier about it all.
So, AT, you obviously have joked with GM Josh Byrne in the past. Jules coming in, was he on the line saying we got to go all Rutgers in this draft because you take the two Rutgers boys? I know you're stoked about it. Was how excited is Jules to have some more Scarlet Knights on the roster with Chaos?
He spoke very positively about those guys, but Jules wanted us to get the best players. And it just so happened that the best players were two Rutgers guys and Dobson. And so we're just so excited about the impact that we think these guys are going to have on our team. And obviously being able to add Jules, who's also a Rutgers grad. Look, Brian Breck's a great coach. Their staff does a great job. They're hard-nosed. They work hard. They're great teammates. They're going to fit in really, really well for us.
Now, I know I'm pumped about Shane going to you guys. South Jersey kid, represent. Shout out to Morristown High School. What do you see in Shane coming to this Chaos roster? And, you talked earlier today about how, some philosophy is going to change from what we've seen in the past with Chaos. What are you expecting from Shane to bring into this Chaos, offensive firepower that you guys have across the board? And what did you like so much about him that, it was a no-brainer for him to be the 4th overall pick?
Well, he doesn't have a weakness to his game. He's athletically superior. He's 5'9", 200. He was the starting point guard on his high school basketball team that won the state championship in New Jersey. He can shoot for power with both hands. He's a 2-point threat with both hands. He's been covered by poles his entire career and has filleted those guys. He can feed. He's unselfish enough to throw it forward if the defense plays the situation really well. He's athletic enough and willing to get back in the hole and play defense. He does. Hello?
We got you back, AT. I think we cut out a little bit there at the end.
Hello?
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
I got you guys again. I lost you there for a second.
There we go.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you just cut out at the end. But we got you back.
Maybe.
I got you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Deej.
Wow. What kind of? I guess my biggest thing is like when you saw some of the other guys taking some guys off the board, were you getting more excited as they weren't calling your guys' names, or were you kind of nervous as the rounds were going on that somebody was going to take a guy kind of like Dylan Hess, kind of just randomly?
Well, obviously you prioritize your respective picks, but I had pools of players. We had Knobloch fitted in the first spot. We were very confident that he was going to be around in the 4th spot, but if he wasn't available, we were going to take Dobson, in the 4th spot. And so, the fact that we were able to get both of them was unbelievable. We had other choices that were lined up behind those guys. And so to literally get our first choice, our second round, we had Dobson, Ross Scott, TJ Malone, Bo Peterson. And so the fact that we got the first pick in the second round at Dobson and the second pick in the second round in the third round in Ross Scott, I mean, it honestly couldn't have gone any better. I'm not sure we could have done better in this draft if if we picked first every single time. I mean, literally, I just walked out with Ryan Boyle, and he's like, you got everybody that we spoke about on the call. And I said, I know. All the way down to Dylan Hess at short stick D mid in the 4th round, who will gladly take it a year from now.
Looking at, the philosophical changes that you brought up earlier today, how do you see, these guys fitting into that new philosophy that you guys are trying to bring?
Man.
Is it a me issue?
I can't hear you.
I'll let you go again, Deej, if you have anything.
Yeah, when you saw TJ Malone get taken off the board, like, were you more concerned that he, like, wasn't one of your guys, or was it like, oh, the Whip Snakes got him? And, like, kind of what's your opinion on him going to the Whip Snakes?
I think the Whip Snakes got a 1st-round draft pick in the 3rd round. I can't even believe that he fell to the 3rd round. I mean, the guy's unbelievable. He's an unbelievable player. And, Stag's got a guy that, could have gone in the top 5. He got him at 17 or whatever number he got him at. It's just unbelievable. It's a great pick for Stags. I'm happy for him. I'm happy for TJ. He's going to have a great experience playing with them.
Chase, Brian, y'all got anything?
Yeah, Coach, you're basically rolling out like a whole new midfield crew, especially with your picks in this draft. What are you expecting from your 2 draft picks, plus Jules, Sergio, and Kevin this year, with your new offensive philosophy as well?
I can't hear you guys, man.
I guess he's only got Deej, so if you want to relay that, Deej.
What were you saying, Chase?
Kind of the midfield philosophy.
Just midfield,
okay.
Brand new midfield.
So they were saying, like, you brought in a bunch of guys in the midfield, and with so many guys kind of not playing PLL this year, what is the philosophy offensively as far as how you want to play the midfield and initiate from there?
I mean, now's the time to make the change. We wrote a style of play for 4 years, really 5 years. We went to 3 championship games. We won a championship. We were really close on 2 others, but after getting blown out in the playoffs last year, and then hearing that Dane Smith was not going to be playing this summer, Ryan Smith needed to take the year off due to being burnt out, needing a break, and Klutch not being able to play. Now was the time to change our philosophy and commit to a more 2-handed style offense. And so we did that, and we were able to make a huge step towards that style of play tonight with our 3 offensive acquisitions.
So I know you said you had Shane like pretty much locked in at 4. Was that like a thought that Cav wouldn't be there at all, or was that like
No.
even if he's there?
He was there, and we didn't take
Yeah.
him. So, no, the intention was to take Knobloch all along. I would have taken Knobloch number 1. The reality is that's what we need for our team. And it's not about going out and getting the best player. It's getting the best player for our respective needs. And that was Shane Knobloch, Eric Dobson, and Ross Scott. And we got them all. Can't believe it.
How do you think he's gonna mesh and play with Minnow and the role that Minnow has down at X?
Well, it just depends on who ends up being the better option for us at X. The good news about Ross Scott's versatility and Minnow's versatility is each of those guys have played a ton of midfield in their lives, and they can go up, and you have to pull them. And if you don't pull them, you're going to be licking your wounds. I mean, that's the reality of it. And so, I guess they're competing indirectly, but both of those guys, I feel very confidently, are going to be in the lineup on game day. But they got to go out and they got to play well at camp, which I'm very, very confident that they will.
And then, so like late round, were you picking for confidence, or were you necessarily picking more so like future? Like, it's kind of like, were you doing that like, hey, we want these guys because they're going to help us in the immediate future, or is it like these guys are going to be young and they're going to be able to help us in 3-4 years?
No, we're win now. We're all about win now, 100%. So all three of those guys we think are going to have an immediate impact and maximize our chances to win right now. With Dylan Hess, we knew he wasn't going to be available this summer. I know he's going to go play college football somewhere in grad school. The reality is we've got 4 great short sticks in Geddes and Mickey and Resch and Glick. But outside of Geddes, those guys are getting older. And so to be able to bring in what we consider, arguably the best short stick in the country this year, who's going to be coming off of playing potentially SEC football, to add him to our roster next year when 3 of those 4 players are 1 year older, is an absolute no-brainer for us. So the offensive guys will win now, and Dylan Hess is, essentially win when he gets here, which we think is going to be next summer.
We're gonna give the people what they've really been asking for all night. We saw the chaos stickers on your laptop. They were covering another sticker. What was that sticker, and is there a reason it was covered?
A high 2 sticker.
Let's go!
Let's go!
High 2 is so hyped. We thought it was something ridiculous.
I love
it.
You guys are the fucking best.
Well, hey, AT, let's fucking go.
Let's fucking go. I appreciate you guys having me on. Keep dominating at what you do. I love listening to you guys when I work out. And looking forward to another great summer with you guys. Can't wait to come back on.
Yes, sir. See you soon.
Let's go.
All right, gentlemen.
Stay
Take
safe.
care. Thanks for what you do. Bye.
The fucking man,
what a guy.
Andy Towers.
Bro, I want to go lift weights right now.
Brian just got our full AT experience in a matter of 15 minutes.
But he
bro, I want to play for AT, bro. How do you not want to play for him?
Not until you get that chest slap. That's when you really want to play.
Oh my God. In those press conferences, I remember my first one, he came in, we were in that small broom closet, almost hit me into the wall.
Yeah. He absolutely just takes your whole body out. You feel like Loki when he was time warping.
Did you guys hear he said he would have took Shane Knobloch at number 1?
I know.
He said the same thing about Minikis last year. He said they would have took him at 1.
But he says it and I believe it though. Yes. People sometimes it's coach talk. I love that. I love that pick for them because he's like, yeah, Cav was there, but we were gonna go with Shane Knobloch. Man.
He's so just about his when they're locked into their board, that's who they want.
Me and KB were talking about this, I think, at Champ Series, but he is so good at especially last year when it came to taking guys in and out of the lineup and finding what worked, even with the injuries. Byrne was out for a couple games. He's got this roster construction thing down packed.
Also, did he full on confirm that Kluch out for the summer?
It sounded like
pretty much.
Well, he confirmed Ryan Smith is definitely out for the summer.
OTB bomb. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
Brian,
Coach Towers said he would took Knobloch in number 1.
They heard
do one of those videos of the guy who's did Baby Gronk riz up Livy Dunn? Did Andy Towers really say he takes Shane Knobloch number 1? Was Shane Knobloch the steal of the draft?
Can we talk about?
Next to what was that?
What was that, Deej?
Can we talk about me and AT having a moment there?
For some reason,
AT got to get High Juice sponsoring this damn podcast.
I
can't believe that's what it was.
That's incredible.
But I couldn't believe he couldn't hear y'all. He's just I can't hear y'all. And then I say it and it comes through perfectly clear. I don't know what that is about at all.
You're just dialed in with it. You're out here on your Professor X shit.
Brain blast.
X-Men 97 is John.
Man.
But next to Bassino, Knobloch's got the nicest highlights, I think, of the top guys.
Quick.
Yeah.
Quick. That's because people was coming at me because I put that.
Crazy.
Yeah.
insane.
He's gonna be fun to watch. Like he's gonna be really fun.
As somebody who had to watch him dice us up 4 years in a row, yeah.
I also love
he's
how
gonna be
he
different.
shouted out Shane Knobloch's high school basketball championship.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was like point guard of his high school basketball team. I was like, this is some NFL draft insight.
He said, "Fuck your Cole Kastner shit. We got a hooper.
We got the two-way player,
right?
Two-sport athlete."
That is insane. Is Bernhardt gonna come back? Do we know? Like,
I mean, he
or
was
is he just
on the retired.
Yeah, he
list
was like retired list for the NFL.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's what I was saying. I know he retired from the NFL, so like,
I don't know. I just don't know if he's in.
Why he ain't been
player
signed
pool.
yet? Why he ain't been signed yet? Were we waiting on the draft? Is he gonna get signed tomorrow? Is that what this means?
How long until the War Dogs sign a face-off guy?
Oh,
I think there's just
Tomorrow.
right now somebody's banging on Max Adler's office door at ESPN, and it's Brian Holman and Bill Tierney to see who
The
can
rock,
sign
paper,
him
scissors,
first.
shoot.
Did Naso get drafted?
Nope.
No. The only one that got drafted was Weirman.
And that was to Denver.
Can you believe that?
No.
That's going to be a battle in camp.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know. I feel like the hate's on Farrell right now because of how last season went, but he's been tearing it up in box.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that's helping his offensive game.
He's part of the reason why Buffalo's in the championship.
Yeah.
I mean, he got that boy Jake Vicino next to him, though, so it won't even matter. He don't even got to touch the ball. Just give it to Jake Vicino.
No,
Just
that
give him the ball.
he's gonna launch it from right off the midfield. He's like 20-second shot clock. Nah, we're launching it straight away.
That dude's good, man. That dude's good.
Tell you, he was on a wing, man. That's that Bel Air Academy. Pass the ball to Will. Just pass the ball, give it to Jake Vicino off the face off, man.
Give it to him and get out the way.
Yep, get out. Yep, go back to the sideline, get your water.
It's gonna be so nice for the Woods offense to not be that this year.
Bro, they got Levi Anderson, bro. I thought he was going to the Chaos. That is a great pickup for your boys, man.
Yeah. Who else?
Nat just sorts by height every year. We gotta ask him about that. Is height like the number one thing on the draft board?
They took Garrett Degnan, Levi Anderson, Chase Ireland, and then they traded with the Archers to get Cole Kastner.
They took Chase in the 4th round.
Mm-hmm.
Are y'all telling me Will Mark didn't get drafted?
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
That's exactly what we saying.
I'm gonna put my keys home. I'm gonna just be quiet.
Well, speaking of your boy Pacino, I gotta show you guys this clip that they put from the broadcast. Denver fans were on one.
Stevens got.
Oh, I bet.
Did he go to Denver?
No,
I love this.
It's gonna make for another good trip. What about the psychos?
Well, at first I was like, they're all
psychos.
At first I was like, they're all just ducking. I'm like, do they realize the pick's coming up? And then they did that.
Yeah, no. Stevens went to
Atlas.
I
really like the Atlas draft. I think
this might be their best draft in franchise history.
Well, compared to last year where they had us all bamboozled, like this year they filled every hole, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like that midfield might need a little boost, but they good.
Brain blast from craziness. My man's put this whole thing in motion last year. He drafted the way he did last year so he could draft this way this year, knowing that he had defensemen on the way out the door.
Yeah, because Tyler Carpenter, that's a good pickup.
He might have just picked Brett and Gavin last year, knowing how good that defensive draft would be compared to how good this offensive draft is. He's like, let me just get what I can get now, and then I'll fix everything on the back end. Why?
Mm-hmm. Then I can
Man, I need to go to bed. My brain's working right now. I'm gonna be up all night, dog.
Your brain, that tornado, spinning.
Best of friends, bro.
This man was late, Brian, because there was a tornado watch in Michigan.
No, it touched down like
And a
5 minutes down
touchdown,
the
yeah,
road.
tree branches in his backyard.
Yeah.
I mean, Westlake. See, I can't live that life, bro.
was not legally allowed to go pick up his dinner until the tornado
I had to
watch
wait till
ended.
7. Yeah. Like it's bad up here right now. I don't even know what we did.
Stay safe, bro.
Apparently, we get 75 tornadoes a year in Michigan. I didn't even know that. I feel like I got superpowers, man. I just
Stormy
survived my
got
first
snubby.
tornado. Yeah. Exactly. That's exactly what it is.
I still can't believe that Bill Tierney took Matt Brando in the first round.
Oh yeah, you
like that's crazy.
I can believe it because
I
maybe
can, but it's just like that offense is stacked.
I know. I don't know who's not playing on game day.
Right.
And I feel bad for Ewok because he arguably had a better season, I think, statistically than Sowers. I think.
Yeah, because wasn't he
points-wise.
their second? Wasn't he their second leading scorer behind Kieran?
Yeah. Well, like I think this is a move that like maybe Kieran's done after this year, but then like
also
Ewok's run
free
out of the
agent
box
after this year.
or Brandow.
Like Kieran's a free agent after this year, and he's like the one big name that didn't get an extension this offseason from the Water Dogs, and he just moved to South Carolina.
Oh, really? Okay.
From New York.
Kieran on Chaos next year?
Ooh.
No, don't be saying that kind of stuff.
But Kieran's also 31.
Yeah. I think Brandow coming out the box sounds good. It's just that midfield is stacked, and they spent a first-round pick on McConvey last year. Like,
who barely
we went
played,
through it
got
multiple
injured.
times. Schlosser's coming back from injury. Like, you've got a lot of midfielders on that team that deserve playing time, and their short stick D midi group is also really good. And that's what carried them through the playoffs last year. Like,
And they added Jake Richard to it.
Like, all 5 of those guys deserve to start. All 10 offensive midfielders deserve to start. All the attack guys deserve. Like, they are all that. There's not a name on that lineup that you couldn't make an argument to be on the game day roster.
I think it was smart. You know, obviously he fell, but to get Brower, like Liam Burns is 31, Eli Gobrecht's 30, Ben Randall's 28. Like, you start getting that defense younger and younger now. That way, when they're ready to hit their prime, like, they're ready to go and just can compete.
And he could get PT this year. Like I said earlier, I think he could push Sabia for a game day slot. You also got Ryland Reese at LSM, so and Marcus Hudgens too. Like that. Like, again, there's not a. I mean, even DeLuca had a great champ series. You can make an argument for him too. Like, everybody should start on that roster.
Matt tapping in on Twitter. It'll get there. It'll get there. I think this more than anything showcased that the game day rosters need to get expanded by like 2 players each, which is what Stags has been banging the table for.
I said that. I was just going to say that.
I mean, I would love for them to expand, but I think you take it year by year. Like this year, like I think they said like year 1 was start of the league. Year 2 was add an expansion team. Year 3 expansion team. Year 4 champ series. Like, they've added something every year. This year hometown team. So
and training camp rosters are getting expanded this year too for the first time, which will be nice. So you'll have a lot more like battles in training camp.
I am still hurt that they didn't drop the Columbus Chrome on.
It's in their back pocket.
I know.
They're waiting.
I know they are. I would be the first one.
I would bet Chrome comes back as one of the 2 teams.
And we got the man, the myth, the legend, Phil Shore joining.
What's going on, everybody?
Read his book if you haven't read it. It's amazing.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
It's called how the Rangers always lose. You were doing just fine until you had that shirt on.
You know, I can't win them all. I gotta be a little.
Go Phils, Phil.
Well, yes, go Phils for sure.
You know,
there we go. See, I've covered everybody's interests.
How are we feeling about this draft? A couple surprises here and there, but a very fun draft, I would say, from top to bottom. What's the Phil Shore diagnosis of the 2024 PLL draft?
Well, it's interesting. The first round does have some, I guess, surprises, but they weren't really surprises, right? Like, I didn't think Liam Entenmann was going to go in the first round, even though he's obviously a huge prospect. But I wondered if that was going to be a risk analysis, right? Like, okay, the Water Dogs aren't going to take him, the Archers aren't going to take him, so can you grab a Kavanaugh or a Brandau and then still get him in the second round? But at the end of the day, they got the guy they wanted. That's going to be a day one starter, very likely. So you can't say that that's a problem. Same thing with Zappatello. Maybe Kavanaugh got a lot of hype as the number 3 guy early, but the Whipsnakes needed D, and Zappatello's a great prospect. So those first rounders, I thought, even though they maybe didn't go the way I thought they were going to, or a lot of other people thought, I think that, the teams got their guys they wanted, and there's something to be said about that. I didn't love the end of the 4th round. I don't love the stash picks. I think, and maybe this is where pro lacrosse is changing, but historically, right, guys, more guys are having long careers now, but so much can change in pro lacrosse from year to year. And there has been a lot of guys that haven't been able to continue careers for other reasons. So I think a lot of teams are in such win now mode. And the fact that you have so many All-Americans that aren't being drafted. Peyton Cormier wasn't drafted, and we're picking guys that are stash picks. The coaches and GMs are smarter than me. They've been doing this longer. They know what they're doing, but I was like, they left like a little excitement off the table, knowing like, well, we definitely aren't going to see these guys this summer. So that's where I kind of wasn't in love and as excited in this draft.
I respected Andy Towers, though, for committing to the bit, because he does this every year.
That's
Levi
true.
Anderson last year, obviously, they lose his rights because he went to go back and play lacrosse, but drafted Bernhardt, drafted Jeff Teat in the COVID draft. Like, it's something that AT just loves to tickle our fancy with, and he does it again with Dylan Hess. What did you make of the Mason Woodward pick in the first round? Because I think that was the first, whoa type of pick that kind of threw the draft a little bit on its head, because nobody really saw that coming. And we were just trying to think okay, Bates is, using his first round pick on this guy. Who do you think he could have thought was breathing down his neck to try and take Mason Woodward, that he had to spend his first round pick on him?
Ooh, that's a good question. I know teams liked Mason Woodward. And he's very talented, very good off the ground, very good getting his stick in the passing lanes. So I know he was highly regarded, and he wasn't, I don't know if he would have made it to the next Archers pick. So it's a matter of who did they like better. I thought Pisano, and he's obviously gotten a lot of hype since last summer and in recent weeks. I thought he would be so exciting to watch with that team. Can you imagine him in transition getting the ball to Mac O'Keefe or Tommy Schreiber or Grant Ament? I thought that would have been a lot of fun, but I think it's just a matter of what they were looking for, and maybe they weren't looking to be fun. Maybe they were looking to get that guy that was great off the ground, was going to be more defensive oriented to kind of. And like they said on the broadcast, that they could use down low or at LSM, depending on the matchup or depending on who they liked. So when it happened, I was initially surprised, because I was like, whoa, I thought it was going to be Pisano. But thinking about it, I was like, it's not like a huge reach, because he was going to go in the second round before the Archers' next pick.
Who's your steal of the draft? The Phil Shore steal.
The steal of the draft, I'm going to go with Stevens. I know it was in the second round, and I know it was early in the second round, but the number of times that coaches compared him to Zach Currier. Zach Currier is applauded up and down for all the things that he does: offense, defense, wings, face-offs last year. I thought that just because of those comparisons, he was going to be picked higher. I think when you give someone those lofty comparisons, I thought he could have got, I had him in my mock going number 4 to the Chaos. And maybe that was a little high, but a team like the Water Dogs, I kind of thought they were going to go with him at number 7 when he fell to them. Just the fact that he could, he can do all those different things. They already have Courier, but why not have the other quote unquote Courier too? I don't want to put unfair expectations on him, but also the fact that midfield has been banged up for the past year. Mikey Schlosser hasn't played since the semifinals before the 22 championship. McConvey only played 4 games last year. Like they've had, last year Caraway didn't make the whole season. They've had midfielders that were banged up. So I thought he would have been a first rounder. So the fact that the Atlas could get Entenmann in the first round with their second pick and still get a guy like Stevens that is going to add to that midfield group that they're building. I thought that was a great pick. I really do.
Yeah, I mean, there was so this draft was so loaded that there were so many picks that we were all throughout the night like, oh wow, like this guy fell here. Like we talked about it, like going 16th overall, Dyson Williams could end up being like an unbelievable, fall in the draft for a guy that was the number 1 overall pick in the NLL last year. So he obviously has the skill set, obviously has the talent, obviously has like the bloodline there. But him on the Archers, we were also joking like Chaos today during the press conferences. Andy Towers talking about how there's gonna be a change in philosophy. Well, I think the Archers might be adopting that box philosophy a little bit, adding Dyson Williams in with Tom Schreiber, Challen Rogers. You have Treasy when he gets back from his injury. Mac O'Keefe. Your 2 pillar defensemen in Graham Hossack and Warren Jeffrey are NLL defenders. Brett Dobson, NLL goalie. Like they're year-round guys almost across the board. And I think, you add Dyson Williams, who I think this is no slight to Connor DeSimone, but he's kind of an upgrade to what DeSo was going to provide to you this year and allows you to be a little more cautious with Grant Ament, who you want to talk about injuries. Grant's had those soft tissue injuries that have plagued him over the past few years. That you have Dyson Williams who can slide in and do a whole bunch of things and is one of 9 guys at the D1 level who've scored 200 career goals.
Well, what about even a guy like TJ Malone going to the Whipsnakes? I already saw the post. I think I forget who it was that posted. It might have been even the PLL, but we can't believe we let this guy go to the Whipsnakes again. You slide him in, maybe even on midfield, to a roster that has Rambo, Zed, Manny, Dordovic, Chanichuk, and he just kind of can. He doesn't have to be the guy in that offense. I mean, that's going to be exciting too.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were surprised that the Archers passed on him with multiple picks before he went in the 3rd round, obviously with that Penn State connection. But yeah, I feel like by about, week 4, we'll be like, how did we let TJ Malone go to the Whipsnakes?
Well, speaking of Penn State connection, I'm going to give a little bit of bias here. I usually, I try to stick to my journalistic integrity and my journalistic roots, but I'm going to give a little bit of bias. I got to coach this kid in high school, Jack Posey, Penn State defender. I'm hoping that he gets an opportunity in the PLL. Not only is he an incredible worker, but I mean, I think before his injury in the quarterfinals last year, he was looking like he was going to be a top pick. He was playing great, and the recovery has been slow, and he hasn't been featured as prominently as he was last year. But I would love to see him get an opportunity in a training camp and see what he can do. Again, little biased, coached him, but kid's got a great motor, great skills, very aggressive. I'd love to see him. And likewise, I had him last in my draft. Posey in high school always matched up against Dalton Young, who has been starring for Richmond. Kid is dynamic, scores a ton. He's got a quick shot. He's got quick feet. I really hope to see the 2 of them get some training camp invites and see what they can do at the PLL level.
Love that. And speaking of defense, I think one of the biggest slides was Kenny Brower going 15 to the Water Dogs.
That's another great value pick. That you're talking value picks. Coach Tierney said it. They were thinking about taking him at number 7, and I think if they took him at number 7, Nobody would have batted an eye. I would have been like, "Yep, great pick, coach. That's a good one." Especially, we talked about the Water Dogs midfield roster. I love their defense. I've always loved Liam Burns. Always loved Ben Randall. I'll never forget 2019 Ben Randall and the Lizards playing the Bayhawks, and he shut down Lyle Thompson. So I love those guys. Eli Gobrick's great, but Randall's in the last year of his contract. Burns and Gobrick are in the 30 over club, which again, players are lasting a little longer these days, but still, you got to start planning for the future. So to have him as depth, to have him as a guy that can come in and supplant one of these guys, again, first round, nobody would have batted an eye. To get him with one of the last picks in the second round, I thought it was a great move and a great day for them.
Yeah, I loved it. And, it's nice to see the Outlaws finally have, a semblance of a roster, because we've been on the pod just kind of going through their roster the past couple of weeks, and it's like, man, that cabinet's a little empty. And they added some great picks across the board, obviously having, number 1 overall. No brainer. Thank goodness Pseudo didn't reinvent the wheel. Drafted the guy that was playing with Team USA as a junior in college. But to go Pacino and Graham Bundy Jr. in the second round, I think is exactly what the doctor ordered for the Outlaws.
Yeah, it's hard not to like their draft. I'll admit I was one of the people that said Schellenberger was going to go number 1. And that's not a slight to Brendan O'Neill, obviously. Like you said, junior not only playing for Team USA, but he was the MVP.
Yeah.
For the longest time in my head, I was like, no matter what, he's the number 1 pick. And then I got caught up in they do really need an ex-attackman to really unleash Logan Wisnowski. So I got caught up in it, but I mean, Schellenberger's a great player, but yeah, Brendan O'Neill is going to be really exciting. They got some really, really good pieces. Like you said, it's a semblance of a roster. And that's no disrespect to the guys on the team. But it was a little bit strange looking at that roster this offseason and be like, okay, where are they going to need improvements? And you kind of look and you're like, where did everybody go? This team was a team that 2 years ago was like top 3 seed and won the championship series. So it was a little bit like, where did everybody go? So to see them get some really great, talent, some great young talent, that's really exciting. I think they showed the draft parties. Everybody seemed pumped, and it's going to be fun times in Denver.
And it's fun times for PLL fans, and Matt Shaler on Twitter tapping in. It looks like new PLL trading cards are on the way. The league tweeted it right before draft time with the Archer Superfan opening some cards and pulled a nice little Mike Sisselberger rookie card. So,
finally.
Looks like new PLL cards are on the way, ladies and gentlemen.
They couldn't done that before I had kid number 2. Now I got to worry about buying diapers and wipes and daycare and new PLL cards. They're not looking out for the dads. And I say dads, they're not looking out for the dad in this group. I think is singular, but I know you have the streamer season show.
Yeah.
Right. So I watched that. I was like, what? Talk about a teaser. Like, no announcement, no nothing. Just somebody opening a pack of cards with Sisselberger in it. And when you're sitting there, if you're in the know, you're like, he wasn't in that last set. Is this news that you're just breaking through this video? Talk about a teaser.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess for the Utah Archers fan who didn't get to announce the pick because they traded it to the Redwoods, that's a win in and of itself.
That was a question I kind of was hoping somebody was going to ask it on one-on-ones, the Rabels podcast. Like when they announced Superfan gets the pick or gets to announce the 4th round pick, I was very curious. What happens if they trade it? And they never, it was never like,
yeah, they did mention
like here's
and he's waiting for the last pick, and then it gets traded.
He did get to close out the draft.
He did.
They did let him get up on the podium.
Yeah.
I guess that's kind of better than announcing that your team traded the pick. So I guess he kind of won.
And speaking of trading for the pick, we've got the man, the myth, the legend, head coach and GM of your California Redwoods, Nat St. Laurent. You know how we do. Coach, how we living?
Oh, man, you know how I'm living. I'm tired, man. We've been cooking. We have been cooking. I am tired. So it's been around the clock here. But happy, excited. And you know what? Tomorrow I'll go back to work and with my staff and start looking about who wasn't drafted and try to pick those guys up Thursday to bring them to camp. Like, it don't stop. All of us coaches are working hard, and it's been a long off season, a lot of moves and a lot of people going, what the hell are you doing? And, but
they did the same thing last year.
Right. And it's just one of those things where in this profession, you can't keep everybody happy. Right. Guys are excited, but, once I, get my late night DoorDash in here and sit back and reflect on, the journey, I'm going to be excited. I think it's never easy to give up really good draft picks. It's never easy to lose incredible players to free agency, but it is awesome when you get a ton of talent and young energy that's hungry sitting on these Zoom calls every Monday night and just trying to, be excited to work the opportunity. It's pretty powerful stuff. So excited to be here though. I was getting late. I was telling people no and rushed straight back to the hotel to get on here with my boys. So I appreciate you guys.
That's how we do. I'll ask the pressing question. Is Ricky Miezon getting everybody courtside seats for Stanford basketball this upcoming season for you guys?
He better me. I'll tell you that daggone much, man. The heck with these other guys. They got their own thing. Let me go have some time. But Ricky's a special guy. Boy, he competes, and we're excited to see how it's going to work out with him and how it goes. He's tremendous, and ironically enough, we're going to have another guy next year that's going to be a Stanford guy, and it's interesting how that worked out towards the end. But there's a backstory, and I'll probably share it with you guys here. I haven't said it in public to anybody, so it'll be something maybe I'll share to you guys. Hope it don't get in trouble, but. When you're in with me, you're in with me, and I'm gonna let you. We're gonna do some things differently.
So what goes into your brain? That last pick, the Archers have it. What is going through just your process of committing to the trade? Obviously, you give up a future third-round pick to go move in and take that final pick. What's going into that process to say, hey, we're gonna move back in, we're gonna make this trade, we're gonna give up a future pick for it, but we're gonna go and get Cole Kastner?
Yeah, so I personally, our staff had him rated as the best defender in the draft this year. We thought he was that good, 6'7". But ironically enough, I received some intel last night around 10:30 before I went to bed. And it was, he's not trying to play European basketball. He's not trying to go in the NBA like these other guys. He wants to go play, and he specifically had us pegged. He's a California guy, right? 6'7", so he's already a Redwood. And he made it clear that Stanford was something that he's going to give it his all, and he's going to go after as hard as he can. It's going to work out, but his dream is the PLL. And I think he goes in the first round this year if he's eligible. And we give up a third-round pick. That's a tough one for me because I love me some third-round guys.
Third rounders.
I do.
You'll get.
But now you're telling me I just picked up a 6'7" national champion, 2 collegiate sport athlete, living in California, and specifically reached out to me, specifically letting me know of his plans and he wants to play, and I get the guy in the third round. Sign me up. We're in.
Feels very Nakai adjacent almost.
I'm willing to take chances on guys that I believe in, and you can't not believe in that guy when you watch him play. And he won't play for a year, but he's playing college basketball at a Power 5 school. He's still putting in work. He's still going to the weight room. He is still staying active. He is still taking care of his body. And he's going to sneak over with that club team every chance he gets and try to play. Ricky did the same daggone thing. So, we understand how this works. And so it was nothing gimmicky. It was very intentional at the end to trade for that pick. And I was grateful that, Coach Bates and his staff were comfortable with where they were to be able to give up that last pick in the draft. And I think isn't that called like Mr. Irrelevant or something in one of the NFL or NBA drafts? To me, it's pretty damn relevant to be able to get him in that spot.
And, to see how the draft kind of worked for you, you go and get a guy who was drafted last year by Andy Towers and Chaos, and you go up to Hawk Hill and get that Philly connection with Levi Anderson from St. Joe's.
Yeah.
What do you like about Levi's game that is going to fit well with kind of this new look Redwood squad that it was a no-brainer for you to go and add to the, just the ever-growing third-round pick steals that the Redwoods are able to kind of, conjure up?
Yeah, I think one of the things I love about Levi is he's going to play lacrosse all year round. He's going to play indoor. He's going to play outdoor. He's a tremendous kid. Ironically enough, one of my former players, Scott Meehan, is an assistant coach at St. Joe's. And he played for me at Washington and Lee and back when I was coaching D3 over there. And, he's like, Coach, he's a stud. You're going to love him. And we loved him last year. I mean, him and Malone are like 2-time drafted players, and, I think he brings a vision. He's a Dodger that can go east-west. He's big, he's strong, he can shoot the ball. He's great in the 2-man game, and he's good off the dribble, right? And he gets topside, he gets the middle of the field, and he's different from the other lefty that we picked right before him. We loved Garrett Dagnon. We had him earmarked for quite a while. My son and I were fortunate enough to go watch him play in the Big Ten semifinals last week. Unfortunately, our college season ended, so I had some free time. And, I was able to go down there with just me and the boy. And I sat directly behind the Hopkins bench to watch some interactions. And everything about his demeanor, and when he shook the short stick and got topside and stung it in that corner, and you can hear that goal ping, it was like, okay, he can beat short sticks too. So he's going to stretch the field, which will give Ryder a little space over there, and he's going to be able to play the 2-man game with Charlie Bertrand, our other big lefty that's, by the way, a third-round draft pick that's an all-world team player and a multi-time national champion at the Division II level and now at the Division I. So we got winners, and that's what we want. We want guys that want to be in the woods, and we did that tonight. And I think Chase Erlin brings a presence to us. He took Cornell to the national championship game. I think he's a extremely consistent goalie. He loves the game. He wants to play lacrosse the rest of his life. It does help that his brother's in our organization and we love him. So Chase is going to know what to do, and the expectations of, when you get out of college and you're not getting shots all the time, you can't put your feet up and just show up to practice and go. You got to put in this work. So the entire draft, just the way it all worked out. And we're not really talking about Chris Gray and, Jared Connors as well.
I've been talking about him. I'll let everyone know. You effectively drafted Chris Gray number 5 overall and Jared Connors number 13 overall.
Right. And I think there were awesome options, right? Like there were awesome options in this draft. It didn't matter 1 through, what were we, 18? Every one of those young men that were drafted tonight were outstanding. Every single one of them. There's still like 7 guys on our board that didn't get drafted tonight that were on our draft board. That's how deep this draft was. So a lot of people have different opinions about what we did with those picks, but we never bat an eye as a staff at that. Robbie Pinnell, we love him, but he's going to leave one day. He's going to be done playing. And now you're talking about, now our attack could be Westberg, Chris Gray, and Ryder Garnsey. That's
pretty good.
And again, we wanted to get up into the draft and get Schellenberger. We loved Shelley, but we couldn't get into one of those top 2 picks. And, we weren't going to be able to get Kavanaugh either. If we couldn't get 1 or 2, we couldn't get 3 or 4. And those guys, we didn't think were going to be there. And you're gambling, right? It just so happened that Kavanaugh was there at 5 if we stayed at 5. But if and buts were candied nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas. And you got to live in the now. And that's what we did. I can get Chris Gray right now, who's the Atlas's leading scorer. And he was a number 2 pick of the draft a couple years before that. So that worked out. And then obviously there's a history there. Everybody knew how much I loved Jared Connors coming out of college. And we really needed a face-off guy. And I was in love with T.D. Erland. And I had to pick between both of those guys, which was a damn of a day, by the way. And sitting there at the draft with 2 guys that you loved. And all of a sudden, 2 years later, you wind up with them both. Like, we're okay. Like, we're good with that. So, yeah, we're pretty excited about. It was a journey. A lot of people scratching their heads what was going on, but we had a vision, and I love my coaching staff, and I love our leadership within our team. About some of these other pickups that we had in the offseason.
To see the draft you guys had, and obviously losing some leaders in this locker room to retirement, how do you kind of see this next era of Redwoods lacrosse kind of being ushered in tonight with some of these picks and adding them into the culture? Obviously, locker room and that Redwoods culture is huge for you guys. How do you see these draft picks kind of fitting in and meshing in with the guys that are currently on the roster?
And I think that was what's pretty cool about all of this is I think one of the things that I enjoyed was they all kind of have a connection already to the team. Like, these guys know each other. We knew what we were getting into. Their coaches all checked all the boxes for them. So it was really exciting to bring each one of these guys in. And, Degnan has been coached by John Grant Jr. at Hopkins when John was there, and he was playing midi for him. Chase has a connection to us. And Levi, he has a connection to us in a sense of that Canadian connection. And my former player, who's his offensive coordinator, it just all felt right. It just fell into place.
You were talking about, some guys being left on the board, and there were about 7 guys that were still left on your draft board, and even looking at some undrafted free agents. There's another possible set of brothers that could be on your team. Have you taken any look at CJ Kirsten and what he could bring to the offense?
We have him earmarked. We will not be trading our first round draft pick, next year, because Kirst will be going back to Cornell, but we will, we're not trading that pick. If we like Kirst, Gray, it's insane. It's insane. But to be honest with you, I hope we're not in the mix for that, because we don't have that good of a draft pick next year. Right. But, we would love to have any of those Kirst boys. You want to talk about incredible human beings, every single one of them. And obviously, they got another one coming up. They're going to be at Rutgers next year. It's just what that family has gone through and been able to persevere and overcome. And I got a 10-year-old son, and if he hung out with those guys for a whole week, he would come home a better man than I could make him. So, that would be amazing. That would be amazing. There's a lot of undrafted guys, but even now, there's some men tonight that didn't get their name called, and they're probably bummed, but they're going to be getting a phone call on Thursday. I'll tell you that.
So was Chase more of your first guy, or was that kind of just a thought post, the trade with Chris? Like, hey, we got Chris, so we'll probably lose out on Liam, but Chase is fine. Or were you going into that trade like, I'd rather have Chase anyway, so whatever happens, happens?
In terms of who again?
Chase and Liam. Chase Erlin and Liam Endeman.
Liam, the 3 top goalies, 4, the young man at UMass is phenomenal. They're all going to get their shots in this league. It was hard. It was really hard to sit there and have Will Mark and Chase Erlin available. I coached Will Mark at the old Jake Reed Nike Blue Chip camp back in the day. He was on my team before, he went on to LIU and everything. But, it was really hard. But, I got to watch, Hopkins in person. I know Chase is able to really, he's just so consistent. Go back to Cornell when they went to the national championship game. He was just so consistent. And I think he's been, he's smart. He loves the game. He wants to play it for a long time. Jack Kelly's a great mentor for him. They have a similar demeanor, and that they're laid back, and they're students of the game, and they're studs, and they're incredible teammates. So, that's kind of what moved the needle for me, a little bit over that. But Entenmann, how do you not love him, right? And I shocked that he was a little later. But, any of those goalies are going to go be pro goalies. And the other 2 young men, and quite honestly, there's probably a couple other guys in the mix too that didn't get a chance. They're probably going to get picked up, and they're going to be pro goalies. It's hard, right? And we're excited. We wanted to the goal of the offseason was to get younger. And we saw what the youth brought to the Redwoods last year, gave us a lot of shot in the arm and that energy. And now we feel like we've got a tremendous, balance of older guys, Rob, Westberg, Ryder Garnsey's an older guy now, right? As wild as it is to think about that. And, Charlie Bertrand and TD and then you got, Nakai and Tevlin that are now 2-3 years into the league. We're pretty excited. And, Cole Kirst is the salt of the earth. And, there's a couple other guys we're not talking about. And, Alex Simmons is, oh, by the way, probably going to win Rookie of the Year in the NLL, playing for a championship
playing for a title.
So we've got some different things that we're looking at that just gets us excited. And, we're ready to go to work with these guys.
As you're sitting there, Nat, at ESPN and you guys don't have a pick in the first 2 rounds, is there discussion between you and Chris Collins and John Grant Jr. of like, if a guy is there, and you got to make a move for him to move up, what's that kind of inner working discussion like between you guys? And were there, potential, moves that you guys were thinking about, and then you see how the draft board plays and it's like, okay, we can kind of sit still and be good where we're at?
Yeah. So we had a short list of guys that if they were available at 10 or 15 or anybody that would talk to us about trading up, we were going to try to put we were ready to make a move. There were some guys that we liked, but I'll be honest with you, we had Garrett Degnan like literally tabbed in that 18th pick, regardless of who we took, earlier in the draft. Like we were like, we need him because he can just stretch a field so far. And as he's a lefty, you got Romar on the right-hand side as a two-point threat that can dodge off the dribble and get to where he needs to be. And now you throw in a lefty, he's a setup shooter. And if we get a great dodge on that side, we throw it through X. We just got one of the best in the world throwing that ball to Degnan, and it's something that we can do. And Charlie Bertrand's incredible at getting to the guy that can set him picks or rider picks. So we really tried to balance that field out, and we lost some guys at the midfield through free agency, and we wish them well. We love them. We had a great run with all of them, so we needed to address that a little bit, and I think we were able to do that.
You and I have talked, in person and had exchanged texts about just kind of getting younger and finally hitting that clip of when it was kind of time to turn the page for you guys to, start, like you said, get that shot in the arm from those young guys. How much, last season, as you guys are going along, just the play of Kirsty was kind of that first inclination of, okay, like these guys can play and this is the direction we need to go in, not only for the rest of, last season and how it played out, but then obviously going into this offseason and the approach to free agency, the approach to this draft of, bringing those new shots in the arm for the youth of the Redwoods.
I think it's super important. And as much as Cole gets like the teammate of the year and the energy and that positive stuff, Owen Grant was terrific having him there as a young guy. And then you bring in Brian Tevlin, who's a winner, and he's done it multiple times. It was like, man, this is great. This is great energy to have. So it definitely played into it. And then when free agency opened up, we knew that there was going to be a turning of the page. I think we had 18 free agents or something like that. Like we knew, guys, it's pro lacrosse. They got to bet on themselves and they got to test free agency and they got to try to make some money and find a niche what they can do with what they want in their career. And, for me as a coach, it's pretty loyal and loves my guys. It's always tough when that happens, but you understand. And then there were some guys that we didn't have a conversation about coming back. We encouraged them to go test the free agency because we weren't sure that the fit was going to work out anymore. And I want what's best for them, right? Lacrosse, pro lacrosse, 3 to 5 years now with the PLO with so few teams and so tough to get onto a roster. Like you don't want a guy to be unhappy. You want him to be happy, go compete. And there's so many guys that are hungry. You talk to some of these guys that we picked up, they're like, Coach, I've been waiting for this call my whole life. Like, I'm so excited. I'm going to be a dog at camp. And I'm like, you're with me. I'll take you right now. And, that's what you want. Right. And I think that's kind of where we landed. And yeah, what a hell of a ride for some of those guys. And then when Sexton retires and then Glaze retires, it's heartbreaking because you love those guys, but you're so happy for them to go on to the next chapter of their life. They got nothing left to prove. They were a hell of a players. So, but you got to replace those guys and sometimes you can't. So you got to find the new version of what you're looking there. And we want to get a little faster and get back to where we were in 2019, where we're flying up and down the field. And, we got a little bit more dynamic tonight and we got a little bit younger tonight and in a crazy way built for the future too with that last pick. So I'm so thrilled with what we were able to do.
I know Joe Keegan tweeted about it when the trade happened, to have OG and Jared Connors kind of running in transition has to have you over the moon, and obviously OG put on holdout list or injured reserve.
Yeah, he's
Pup
got to take
list.
care of a couple things indoor, but he'll be back.
Part of that was, you released Matt Landis into the player pool. It feels like that's the first time in a long time we've seen Matt Landis's name in the PLL zeitgeist.
Yeah, that's what we felt too. I love Matt Landis. He's one of the best ever, but at this point, it just wasn't sense holding a roster spot or doing anything with that. And now he has the freedom to do whatever he wants to do. Should he, find time to do it.
But how over the moon are you about that potential of, the transition game getting back to, like you said, that speed and everything with Jared Connors and OG together?
Yeah, we're running in the woods, man. We are running, and we're excited about it.
Deej, Chase?
I'd say, yeah, who would you say had the best draft outside of yourself, obviously? Who's kind of that one team that you look around and went like, wow, they covered all their holes and did this draft the correct way?
Yeah, it's interesting because when you're sitting there, you get so consumed in your draft, like the Woods. And then you step back, and I haven't looked at all the drafts right now, but I feel like Pseudo killed it. He had 1 million picks, I felt like. And just knowing how depleted his roster was with retirements and some other moves, I was really happy for him. The Archers I thought did great. They don't need any damn help, but they did great. None of these teams I want to do too well, but I really think, those two teams stood out to me with what they did. And, I was happy for Coach Tierney, right, to be able to get his feet wet with the draft and start putting his own personal touch with him and his new staff on things. And I think Stags with would they have 3 picks? I think he did outstanding. Picking up TJ Malone where he did, what a steal. What a steal. And, so I think, all in all, the teams did really well. And, you're the Cannons, and now you got to deal with 2 damn Kavanaughs on that team. It's like, gosh, but happy for Matt. I'm super happy for Pat, happy for the Kavanaugh family. I'm happy, on game day, we hit a switch. I mean, we are ready to get after it. But once that's over, man, how blessed are we to be able to coach this game and have these friendships? And it's a game. We're not going to war. We're going to go to battle, and we're going to, you can use whatever analogy you want. I don't like doing that as a military guy. I like boxing. Like, we're going to get in the ring, and we're going to swing, and we're going to get after it. But when it's done, it's done, and I think that's what makes it so special. So really happy for all those families, and to be able to talk to Chase and TD tonight, it's just cool. When these moments work themselves out, it's really awesome.
What was that conversation like for you with TD too? Like going into the draft, and then obviously Chase falls right into your lap where you need him, to be able to see, brothers reunited. How cool is that? And then to, kind of just pick TD's brain on just the person that Chase is.
You know what? I'll be honest with you. I wanted this to be about Chase. So I didn't want it to be like, oh, we're throwing Chase a bone because TD's here. So TD and I really never talked about it. I talked to him at the beginning of the season and said, what's he looking to do when he's done with college? And Chase is like, oh, he wants to teach and play lacrosse. And he gets it, and he's going to do whatever he can to try to get to a training camp. If he doesn't get drafted, he wants this. And that's all we ever talked about. I talked to Coach Milliman, Coach is an incredible human being, a friend of mine, and Connor Busick had incredible things to say about Chase. So, we tried to make it not about those two. Like, I wanted Chase to have his moment. And I did not tell TD we were picking him up. I didn't tell him. And I think TD was pulling for his brother, but he never said, Coach, you got to draft my brother. He never did that ever. He's like, Coach, I love you. I respect everything you do as a staff and our staff. And he goes, I love you. And, I was like, yeah, I love you too. And love your whole family, but I don't know how this is going to go. And when it was able to go, so I called T on my way home or on my way back to the hotel real quick while I was driving and said, how about that, man? And he's like, my wife sent me this text there, called me, and she's like, TD tweeted about how excited he is for Chase to carry the balls and do all that stuff. And I was like, big shoes to fill, because nobody was better at, ball hunts and being responsible for the balls at training camp than TD was. I mean, I think I got a picture of him carrying like 3 guys' bags and 2 ball buckets and wearing because he was just trying to improvise, and he's so excited that now Chase is going to get that honor. So, I think it was cool. I can't imagine as a parent to see one of my children drafted in pros, and then all of a sudden two of them, and they're on the same team. Like what a moment. What a moment.
I just got asked, when it comes to your draft boards, do you sort by height when you get down there? And you got, because I feel like every time you made a pick, we were just waiting for the measurements to come up. Oh, he's 6'4", 200. That's a redwood.
Yeah, we have a little line. If you can't get past that line, you're not allowed to get on the ride. But you know what? Honestly, I didn't think of it at all. Nakai's probably pissed. You know, like the guys are probably mad that Nakai's bringing our height average down. But I really didn't think about it. It literally just worked out that way. You know, Degnan has a howitzer. I think Levi Anderson is a version of Dane Smith, and you know, it just worked out that way. And the Kastner kid, I was like, what? No way. And you know, it just worked out that way. I like big middies. There's no anybody that knows me knows I love lefties, and they know I like big midfielders. And we're pretty excited. You know, it's hard to cover those guys. You know, like our short 60 middies at practice are like, Jesus, coach, these guys are freaking loads. And you know, it's. I'm like, but for us, when we do play big middies now in this league, our defense isn't like, oh my gosh, we got to play with these big guys anymore. Like we see them every weekend. And I think it just worked out this way. You know, I remember first couple of years with Patrick Harbison texting me, Coach, what are you doing with all these big middies? You know, like joking with them, like I'm not getting in a huddle with them or something. And Patrick was the most competitive player I've ever coached, who, by the way, has won at every level. He's got a state championship, a national championship, professional championship, certified winner. But you know, it's not, I don't know, it's just starting to happen. And I literally didn't plan it this time. I promise it was not part of any requirement, you know, nothing like that.
Yeah, we saw the Degnan pick come through. We were like, all right, pull up the measurements. What is he? And then it came through. It was like, oh, yep, that's a redwood.
Yeah. We've got ourselves it's going to be fun. You know, poor Junior standing in that huddle, but Junes isn't a small guy himself, so he'll be just fine.
Can we count on you then next year to not let 3 Cavs end up on the same team?
It's not happening. It's not allowed. Not working. Not going to work out that way.
Limit 2 family members per team.
Yeah, we gotta have a cutoff.
Cannons are checked out on Cavs and Curse now.
Yeah, they're done. They got their Curse Cav limit. You know, we got our Erlin, and we got, who knows, maybe a Curse limit next year. Who knows? But I would be lying to you if we haven't started thinking about next year's class already. We have a draft board that's labeled draft futures, and they're all on there. They're all on there. And the great thing about it is we don't have to stress this 5th year thing much longer. You know, like who's doing what, and the Ivy kids, poor kids going through all that stuff. Like it's all starting to get back to mainstream, and we're, you know, like how freaking excited are we to be here in the woods, man, and to be able to do this. It's awesome.
It's going to be exciting. We can't wait, Nat. We already confirmed you're coming on the pod again very soon. So all the listeners,
hey, you guys know the deal. For you guys, it's great. And as long as I don't catch any heat for the Adrian game this year, life is good. Life is good.
We're all set. We're even in the books.
We're even now, right?
Yeah, we're even in the books. So next year is when we'll
for the record, we are 4-1 against them overall. So, but I was hey, I will tell you this. I was impressed with that team. Like they were gritty, they were tough, and that loss helped our college team a lot. Like we were feeling ourselves a little bit, and you know,
you guys took off after that game. I like come up with you guys' scores and stuff, and like you guys really took a jump after that.
Right. Sometimes in life you got to touch the oven and know that it's hot, or you got to get punched in the face to get humbled. And they did that. They're doing a great job. They're going to be very good, and they got some really good players. So you should be excited about what's going on up there.
Oh, I love it, man. I love it. You guys too. I'm keeping watch, and you guys are putting in work.
Yeah, a little bummed we couldn't figure it out this year, but man, to beat John Carroll's a very good team, and to beat them twice in one season is a tall task. And you know, we got them in the regular season and fell short. Love my seniors, gonna miss them, but you know, I tell my wife all the time how freaking blessed am I to now roll, you know, take a deep breath and then roll right into pro lacrosse. And this summer I get to coach my boy at 2032s. So like life is good, man.
It's not a real year. That's not a real year.
Are you guys going back to that Cincy tourney?
We are down in Cincinnati. I think we're in St. Louis for one tournament, and then I think Cincinnati for 2. So yeah, we'll be down there at the prime the one that's Charlotte weekend. So we play Friday night. Hopefully we get a big win. And then Saturday morning, I'm on like a 4 a.m. flight flying right into Cincy and get to coach, a bunch of 10-year-olds and hopefully our paths cross up there, man.
Yeah, hopefully. It'll be great to see you again.
Always good seeing you guys. And like I said, carte blanche with you guys. Anything you guys need, you hit me up. I got you. I'll keep it straight with you. You guys do a great job and appreciate you having me on. I'm going to go crush some DoorDash Burger King here and
here we go.
Sit in silence and smile over the pick, baby. It's great to be
in the building. 315.
Man. Yeah, we're going to enjoy it. And then tomorrow we're going right back to work. So, man, how freaking lucky are we? So appreciate you guys and appreciate you having me on. And let me know if you need anything else from me. But we appreciate the support. You guys are killing it.
Absolutely. You'll be on the pod soon, and then we'll see you in Albany.
Can't wait.
Sir, roll Woods.
Roll Woods, baby. We rolling. All right, man. We'll see you guys.
Yes, sir. See you soon.
See you.
The best.
The
He's
man. The man.
I can listen to him talk about lacrosse all day.
I listened to him read a phone book.
Right.
He's
Hey, every time I'm having a bad day, I just need him in my ear. Aren't we just freaking blessed?
Right. Perspective.
How much do y'all think Bill would charge me to have him read his book to me?
He's got a busy summer now. Fees probably went up.
You gotta get an audio book.
Yesterday. Yep.
Get him to record an audio book of his own book.
I also find it hilarious that like all the old head coaches are in the East. You got Pressler, Holman, Tierney, Staggs, and then Pseudo's leveling out the age gap in the West.
What? How old is Towers? Is he like up there or like? Is he like?
Nah, because he played for Brown in the 90s.
Okay, so he's like 40s.
Like early 50s, probably.
Okay. That's what I thought, but I was like, I couldn't remember if he was like a little more up than that.
Let's see.
I refuse to believe he didn't know their heights before he drafted them.
That was such a good question.
Yeah, it was.
Especially Cole. Like, there's no way you didn't know how big Cole was.
It's like we just so happened to draft 6'4" midfielders every single year.
Every single year.
We just happen to do that.
Yeah, we don't draft these guys at all. We no scouting.
We don't got their heights and weights on there. Who needs that?
We just have tape. Just loads and loads of tape of these guys playing. We don't care about heights.
We should have asked about the MVP talks with Nakai.
Oh yeah, after he cut that promo camp series. Good grief. Did you see that press conference, Brian?
I didn't.
So it was after the Redwoods lost, right, Chase?
Yeah.
So after they lost and were eliminated from Champ Series, it was Nakai and Chris Collins in the press conference, and Nakai is going on like an epic rant.
Somebody asked him about his legacy or something. Like it was like a out of left field question, and he just turns to Chris Collins, and he's like, there ain't a short stick that can guard me. I'm the best.
Yeah. He turns to Chris. He's like, there's no short stick in the game that can guard me, and then he just looks at Collins like waiting for that confirmation from Chris Collins to be like, you agree, right? And Collins is just like, and then Chase,
you're not wrong.
Chase and I were like, okay, Nakai for MVP talks. Let's get them going.
Let's get that stock going.
He's gonna be on a mission.
Nakai like, I run 4-4. Like you ain't standing in front of me.
Time, bro.
Collins was probably just like froze. Like I don't even know what to do right.
No, Collins was taken aback by it. He was just answering the questions. He was like, I had a good time, and then the guy just came out of nowhere.
Oh wow! No, yeah, I didn't hear about that.
It was nuts. I was like, I love this.
Yeah,
I was just
you and I
there.
literally looked at each other like, whoa.
All right.
Chase, anybody ever told you look like Brendan O'Neill?
I wish I was as good at lacrosse as Brandon O'Neill. Brandon O'Neill's rocking the buzz cut now, though.
Yeah, he is. I saw that. But like last year, he had a little bit, like he had hair kind of like yours. I'm like looking, I'm like
a little bit at the top.
He looks like somebody. And it was like BL.
Has anybody told you like the number 1 pick in the draft?
I wish.
Fun fact, guys, the number 1 pick in the draft actually is our intern. Brandon O'Neill will be playing for the Outlaws and interning.
Brandon O'Neill is the face behind the PLL pipeline. You heard here first. He actually, when he's not dominating, he's doing the breaking news post.
Yo, PLL pipeline is Brandon O'Neill, and Pasino Stand 88 is Brian Knows Lax.
This is great, bro. That's definitely you. It's okay. You don't gotta claim it. We know.
The real ones know.
We can tell by the rhetoric.
Yeah, there you go.
Man,
I mean, Albany in the NLL playoffs in the final. Upstate New York is standing tall right now.
Talking about the
taller
schedule,
than the Redwoods midfield.
They get 2 weeks off, right, between finals and
yeah.
Well,
week 1.
They say they can move it up though, right?
If they sweep, it'll be 2 weeks off. If it goes to 3, it'll be a week off because it'll be that Friday before Memorial Day will be game 3, which is still like to me a whole week off. Like we weren't getting that before.
I remember that Chaos team week 1 last year. This championship rematch. they threw out everybody
2 years in a row. That was.
Yeah.
Because the year before last year,
the year before they were
week by week for the.
It was
NLL
like
finals.
they were missing half the team.
That was the hospital chaos. Yeah,
and they missed like half
Bubba
the
Boyd.
season,
You had
too.
Bryce Wasserman out there.
They didn't make it back out there until like week 5.
Yeah, it was nuts. Some of those guys didn't even play until after the All-Star break.
Yeah.
All right, Dana played 6 games, lead the league in assists.
Hey, maybe we'll make it to Albany on time this year since the Woods aren't playing. Yeah, bro. We were watching that Bulls Woods game from the Whip. On the
We were watching that from the food court in Walmart.
We were technically
So I was
sitting at
waiting
the
for my tire to get changed.
We're at the conjoined Auntie Anne's
Subway.
in Walmart. Watching the game.
The big 3.
While he gets a new tire. They literally this big me. Okay, so we can all agree K. Dot has absolutely murdered Drake.
They not like us. They not like us.
I texted DJ earlier today when he told me about his thoughts on them taking Ajax and instead of Cav. I was like, man, Stags just said, fuck the big 3. It's big me. I'm doing things my way.
That was basically Towers, though.
Literally.
Yeah. And the way Towers shut me down hard earlier in the presser, when I was like, oh, so, home markets and, or eventually that's going to make a difference in draft picks. And, are you ever going to be looking to keep a guy close to have them there for travel purposes or, just close availability? I couldn't even finish the question. He was like, no, never. We'll take the best guy that fits our team every single time. And I was like, noted. No geographical bias for AT.
They know how to get out of plane.
Bates was the opposite. He was like, yeah, we'll take a look at the Utah guys.
Yeah, he was so just like, oh, yeah, you think I haven't been looking at Utah all year? Yeah, I have. Goes out second round, picks a guy from Utah. I was like, oh, he told me the truth.
Mm-hmm. Damn.
That's crazy about Kastner.
Yeah.
Got that insight the night before.
Yeah.
I told y'all when he picked that this is not one of them, that he's actually going to come back and play. My brain was locked today. So that just means tomorrow is going to be real bad. This thing is not going to be working tomorrow. If y'all got some brain energy y'all can give off and spare it for the day, please send it my way. Overnight it.
Yo, that's hilarious. I gotta find this kid. Yeah, this kid that so I was doing play-by-play for my high school's lacrosse team today, and they played against Bryce Young's school. That team's fucking nasty, and Bryce was downplaying it so much. I was like, you son of a bitch. I was looking at their roster. Dude, they had one senior and he didn't even play today. They have a junior who's already a D1 commit, and I'm trying to find where he committed to. And then the rest of their roster are freshmen and sophomores. And they played like a well-oiled machine. And I go and talk to Bryce after. I was like, dude, they look great. And he's like, yeah, they're a bunch of clowns. I was like, they're freshmen and sophomores. He's like, yeah, they're freshmen and sophomores. And then he said that like he coaches some of the kids at other schools around here, and like they'll come up to him and was like, damn, coach, what'd you bring, your JV team? And he's like, yeah, I brought my JV team, so you better win, otherwise you're gonna get your ass beat by a JV team.
Oh my god.
Bryce is unhinged, bro.
He's so funny, bro.
Y'all have heard the short kings vendetta we have. Well, not we have, but Bryce Young hates short kings. We don't know what his beef is with the short guy.
Doesn't like Grant Amen. Doesn't like Michael Sowers.
He really don't like Grant. I don't know what Grant did to him, bro.
Maybe Bryce put the like voodoo magic on Grant, and that's why he keeps getting these soft tissue injuries.
Man, bro, every time we look up, Grant hurt, and it is coincidence. I don't think. When's the last time Grant played against the Whip Snakes? While Bryce was there. This is starting to get a little interesting.
This is Chrome Foil Hat Hour, brought to you by.
He played the Whip Snakes. He played them last season.
Okay.
Only had 1 goal on 4 shots.
Yeah, that junior on Bryce's team, he's already committed to NJIT.
Okay. The second best team in New Jersey this year.
Scotty about to come from behind you.
Undertaker music just starts playing.
They really had the whole world thinking they was going to do it. And then they lost and kept losing. It ain't like they lost once and won some more. Like, they just kept losing.
Right, people, man. I had that Instagram that I made for like a whole solid like 3 days. People in my DMs like, NJIT going undefeated. Like, okay.
They lasted for a good little minute. And then they lost it. And I don't think they won another game after they lost, actually. I think they lost out. That is such a wild thing to say.
Talk about they ain't like us.
Oh my.
Losing out is crazy. Tanking in college is wild. You don't get anything for it.
If anything, you lose more for it.
Literally, like, what are you doing?
Them boosters is gonna be like, yeah, we're out of here.
Nah. The NIL check ain't coming through.
Bro, what do SGA be wearing, bro? I don't know what to say about NBA players and what they choose to wear.
They didn't lose out. They beat UMass Lowell final week of the year. But that was the only conference game they won? Yeah.
Yeah, they won
Did
1-6 in conference.
Did they win any games this year?
That's a great question.
I feel like UMass Lowell might have won. They might have won 2 games, I feel like.
Let's see.
Maybe like somebody like Siena or something.
They went 0-7 in conference play. So
okay.
Oh, they went 0-12 overall. Yeah, no.
Yeah, I didn't think that they
got the same record as my high school squad.
They never got close to teams. Their closest loss was by 3. That's a tough.
Yeah.
Vineland's in like a program rebuild almost, because for 5 years they were basically like spring conditioning for football. And this is like year 2 of like new coaching staff and actually like implementing lacrosse back into the program.
I'm just glad my season isn't as bad as I thought it was.
Yeah.
But I will say we've got caught by the injury bug this year and the sickness bug. So like, especially the injury bug, once somebody gets hurt, you start moving people around and overcompensating, and then they get healthy, but then somebody else gets hurt from overcompensating, and it's just a snowball. So we just haven't been healthy since probably the first week of games, maybe the second.
Got another question from Matt.
Man, Orange ain't making it out the second round. Me and B already talked about this.
Bro, yeah, I gotta get past Denver before you worry about them boys.
We will.
I just the last like 2 days, everybody all up in my DMs talking about, oh, Syracuse got a tough draw with Towson. I'm like, dog, they are
no, they don't.
On a 10-game win. The CAA is the worst conference. Like, really? What are we doing?
Yeah,
catch a CAA stray.
It's a one bit. Like, how are you gonna tell me a one bid league? the Ivy League? Really? Like, come on, man.
Yeah, no, that's not it. I think I think Notre Dame though. Honestly, I think until they get beat, I can't choose against them. They shouldn't have really lost that Georgetown game, but Middy's always messed something up. What you throwing checks for when you in perfect position? Just ride the hip out. Notre Dame wins that game and is undefeated right now. But instead, he throws a stupid check, and they got a loss on their record. But I just think they're leaps and bounds kind of ahead of everybody else. They just have looked that good. And I've seen them in person 3 times this year, so it's like I've seen it firsthand. They're just different. And they can turn it on at any moment. Any moment.
They better be ready because they're going to be playing the Orange in the Final Four, so they better be ready.
As a casual observer, I just hope that
I'm not making it out of round 2.
I just hope every player that listens to the pod has a great tournament and they play well and do well for the brand. That's I'm on my Rob Lowe shit.
Yeah, yeah.
Except it won't be the NCAA logo because they never approve us for credentials, so I got to figure out a different logo.
And
probably just be a pod logo.
You just have a hat that just says Lacrosse.
Yeah.
It's gonna look like the Detroit Tigers City Connect jersey. It just says Detroit. It's just gonna say Lacrosse.
Don't be doing all that. Don't.
Come on, bro. Come on, bro. You know them jerseys are.
Why you think I don't want you to talk about it?
Okay. I just want to make sure we were on the same page.
Sorry, we can't beat the Phils, bro.
Hey, where were you when DJ saved the Phillies? Where were you when DJ turned the Redwood season around?
That was wild. Saving Rob's season 2 years ago was insanity. That man, I don't know what was going on before that, but I was like, I remember that, I don't know why I asked him, but I was like, Rob, like, is anybody in the attack going to help the midfield, or are y'all just going to lose for the rest of the year? He was like, you kind of got a good point. And then all of a sudden, Rob, like, that was the year he had, like, 36, I think, and tied.
He was an MVP
Miles.
finalist.
Yeah, he, like, tied Miles for second in the league in points. He just, like, I think that was, week 2?
Yeah, it was when they got their ass whooped by Chrome and only scored 3 goals.
Yeah. I just was like, is y'all going to help, or this is what I should expect for the rest of the season?
Oh, now I really got to learn this guy's name. We got Steven Zupakic.
Yeah, Zupakic. I don't even know, man.
He just followed the page, so now I got to know his last name.
Oh,
Stevie Z. Yeah, follow the PLL Pipeline if you don't already on Instagram.
We've gotten a couple. We got him. We got Degnan followed. Jake Stevens. So we're getting a couple of the new guys. We got
we got to get Colby Bars.
I know.
What a name.
We got Dylan Sheridan, the new assistant over in Philly. Libby Vandal, the GOAT.
The GOAT. She set everything up with the supporter groups that tapped in tonight. So shout out to Libby for helping make that happen.
I'm really upset we didn't get Jake Stevens in green. I wanted him to be a Redwood so bad.
Right hand Zach Carrier, and it's actually true.
It is.
People are really high on him.
Yeah, he does a little bit of everything, especially with Syracuse with all those injuries. Like, because he's played so much defense, they've been calling him a defensive midfielder, and it's like, nah, he's an offensive midfielder. He just can do everything.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like, I wouldn't even say he's like, because I feel like it's a slight when people are like, oh, he's like a poor man's this. Like, nah, he's Zach Carrier.
Like, I just can't believe the Archer short stick D mid unit got better.
Yeah.
That was hard to do.
Well, Bates mentioned before that, like, they saw that as a need because Luttrell was going to be out. But that squad that rope unit was good last year, and they just got better.
Yeah,
which is insane. I didn't think they could get better, but like Bo Peterson, like I said earlier, is like an O mid that was made into a D mid, which makes him made for the PLL already.
Yep.
I mean, Connor and Piper, they were like one of the key contributors. Like I forget, one of them made like the key run out that sealed the championship.
Connor.
Yeah. So like those two dudes, especially with Latrell going down, like
you could make the argument that they're the
stepped
reason
up.
they won the championship last year.
Oh yeah. Like both teams, like Water Dogs and Archers, rode their short stick groups to the championship. They were huge in those games.
They're still not 91.
No.
91 is just different.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's dope. Bo Peterson's from Utah as well. That's awesome.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, we had the Archer supporter group in, and our eardrums exploded when they drafted him, and they were
they got louder and louder after
every pick.
The Woodward pick was like they took like a 2-second pause and then they exploded. Everything else was like they were just loud.
Yeah,
it was kind of funny. It was like they were really quiet, and then they saw that first clip, and he like detwigged somebody or something, and then it just like screamed, and they were like,
Marquette wasn't good, but he is.
That is the perfect way to put it. Marquette was not doing much this year, but he balled.
Mm-hmm. That's why
I thought they were
going to
get him at 13.
That would have
just
been
took him.
Like the right thing. But like I was saying during the actual draft, like I think it was more of like a ploy. Like if you you phase off a guy and he slides, like other teams start thinking, well, why is he sliding? Maybe I just shouldn't get him. And then you pick up a really good guy, i.e. Brower at 15.
I saw a tweet that like Atlas took Entenmann at 5 because they knew Outlaws were going to take him. Like they weren't going to pass up on him at 9, so they didn't think they could get him at 10.
That's also very interesting.
And I don't even think Outlaws needed him. I think they would have just taken him so that Atlas couldn't get him.
Out of spite.
Literally just out of spite. Like,
because Scanoni's
good.
good.
We'll take this guy. Yeah, and he's young still. Scanoni's what, 26?
And they spent a pick on
McElroy like 2 years ago.
McElroy. So
like
that would have almost been like when Chaos took Dylan Ward in the entry draft from the MLL, and it's like, we're going to hold on to Dylan Ward and wait for the right opportunity to trade him.
And then they did.
Mm-hmm.
And now they got me cheering for the backup on that team. I am such a DeLuca guy, bro.
He was insane at Champ Series. Like all 4 of those goalies played insane in Champ Series.
I think that they all like learned from either being or watching year 1.
The goalie play was took a significant hike after year 1.
Anybody know if Pips' leg is still attached and okay?
He's enjoying retirement.
We saw that one picture and then it was just like nothing else.
So Adam Lamberti tweeted during the draft, he said, "Why is Scott Cole from Lehigh still on the board?" And then he quote tweeted it after and said, "If I'm a PLL coach, Cole is my first priority to pick up as an undrafted player." To which Deemer Class responded, "Whip should be all over."
I like took all the mock drafts and all the big boards and like averaged them out just to like see what the consensus, and he was 16 when you averaged all of them out. Like PLL had him ranked high, First Class did, TLN had him going 17th. It was him, Will Mark, Peyton, Roy Meyer, Jake Naso, Brendan Lavelle, Jacob Morin from Army. Those were like the top guys that didn't get drafted. But I expect all those guys to get calls.
Oh yeah. Well, Mark signed already. They just didn't know. So the only one I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't get signed was Morin, and that's only because just the military commitment.
Yeah,
that's always usually they're like, "Do we want you for a summer?" But he's good.
Man, what a draft.
I mean, talk about expanding rosters. Might need to expand the draft as well. One of these days. 32 picks feels too short.
Another round?
I think that's another thing you add when you get more teams. Is maybe you make it 5 or 6. Well, actually, no. If you make it 5, then you got, say it's 10 teams. You increase from 32 picks to 50.
Yeah.
Because we've always thrown the idea around too, like way down the line, that each team gets like their own version of like a G League team, and then like say when the PLL owns their own stadiums, like those G League teams are playing on like Tuesdays and Thursdays, but then they're playing 6s. That way, like the Olympic skill set keeps going. You give guys an opportunity to play, and it doesn't necessarily have to be just like rookies either. Like you could have veterans that are on those rosters trying to crack back in,
and me and B can take our chances at trying to crack a PLL roster.
Connor Eck too, D3 hero.
Oh, we forgot to ask.
I could make a 6s roster.
And then Chase brought up a great point too when we were at Champ Series, because how like pro soccer has like, you know, you have Liverpool, it's men's and women's, like down the line, like having men's water dogs and you have a women's water dogs, and it's under the same umbrella, but then like I think that would be awesome.
I mean, when I tell you that women's 6s game was the best game of the weekend, like I'm not joking. That thing was electric. That was awesome to watch.
That was one of the best lacrosse games in general that I've ever watched.
And you could tell they were just having so much fun with it. Like the whole experience in general.
I gotta pop in on NLSC and watch their women's. Did y'all see they're running 6s with guys' sticks and gear? I want to check that out. I think that's gonna push some stuff on that side of things. Because a lot of coaches and stuff have come out and said like they want man down, man up, man down. They want traditional penalties. They want gear. They want pockets. They want to play 10v10. They don't want.
As someone that commentates women's lacrosse, like the rule book for women's lacrosse is like pages and pages of like terminology and mumbo jumbo, and the rules change every year. Like 6s was just in its purest form. Like it was no slowdown. Like it was just go go go.
Like they just moved high school girls lacrosse to quarters this summer, which is insanity. And then their clock doesn't stop as much as the guys do because they have true self-start.
Yeah.
So the second it's in their stick, plays on. I saw yesterday a girl had the ball in her stick, didn't move an inch. It fell out of her stick, play was on. Once the ball's in your stick, any movement, whether the ball falls out, you move your face, anything, it plays on. It's so weird.
I mean, we do have a finalization too on a trade. Dan Aresti tweeted it effectively turned into Chris Gray and Garrett Dagnon for Liam Entman.
I mean, again, the fact that I was going to ask Nat about this, but it was getting late. Just like the value of draft picks, like the fact that Chris Gray was a top 20 draft pick swap. Like, say that about any other league and any other draft. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, I don't think this is kind of the only league where those kind of picks are kind of shuffled around like that.
Right. And today, or this offseason, that's the only one that's really been like fuck them picks. We going to get Jared Connors. We going to get Chris Gray. We good.
I do like the Jared Connors pick, though.
I still don't understand it for Archers.
Yeah,
but I like it for Redwoods. He did say Owen Grant was going to be back, so hopefully he's not out for too long.
Man, he's going to be leading that close D. He's going to be so good. Oh, man, listen.
Because like
people going to find out about Owen Grant this year.
Because they didn't draft defense except for Kastner.
But does he go back down?
Yeah, I think they're going to move him back down.
Well, because
he played both in Delaware.
Or is it him or Holden that goes back down?
Well, you definitely
he played
got
both for the Cannons. I think did he? No,
'Cause-
did he play close for? I think he played close for the Cannons last.
I think he
close
played
for
both.
Cannons.
But also you
He
got
played close
Malik.
mostly, 'cause they
Like Malik
had,
Sparrow and Jared Connors, that's a solid 1-2 punch at LSM.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I figured that maybe Holden goes down. 'cause
But the way
even
Nat
though-
was talking, like transition wise, he likes Owen and Jared. But I mean, I'd like to have both those guys on the field at the same
That's
time.
why-
That's like your
Yeah,
top
absolutely.
two defenders with Arden.
Yeah, but I think Holden ends up going back down, and close D will be Holden, Chris, and Arden, and then the two pole tandem would be OG once he's healthy with Jared.
I definitely
So
want
he's
to see
healthy
what
and-
Chris Fake can do for sure.
I like.
Oh,
Chris
yeah, I
Fake.
forgot to-
I
yeah,
think
I
the Woods
forget.
should have drafted Chris Fake a couple of years ago when he came out after he transferred from Yale over to Notre Dame. I was like, he's going to be a great fit, and then it just didn't happen. And now that it's here, I think he's going to be an awesome guy. I'm gonna miss Garrett so much. I know this guy down over here doesn't care too much, but that's not a depoy right there, as he would say. Even though his depoy does the same things that Garrett does. It's okay. I like Graham, so I'm not gonna talk down on Graham. I like Graham. Graham's
That's
cool.
the cyborg, man.
I will say Graham follows the pod across socials.
Do it even look like Garrett gets on socials?
He used to. He says some things.
And then he got ran up out the paint.
Yeah, back.
One of my most successful
yeah.
tweets.
Suddenly he was off after the bubble. Ooh.
One of my most viral tweets is because of him. Thank you.
Oh my god. I totally forgot about that too.
He said it. The internet
But
is
yeah,
forever.
without him and Glaze, that's
It's gonna be
gonna
different.
a whole new defense.
It's gonna be real different. Should
Man.
work.
I'm interested to see Atlas. Like how bad their season was last year. And they added all these guys.
It made
Maybe-
for
maybe
such
the
good
Pressler-
content with Angry Pressler, though.
I just hope we get Happy Pseudo.
Yes.
He was sad every week.
Yeah.
I felt bad asking him questions.
Pressler
I
ready to break tables.
I could tell Pseudo was nervous during the
Yeah.
pressers earlier today. I could tell like this draft was like it's almost like a make or break for him. He's like, I gotta
Yeah.
do this right, or like
Well,
I'm in trouble.
even Nat was like, I feel so happy for him. Like
Yeah.
he must have been stressing.
No, he was for sure. Like he stuttered over everything in the presser today. Like he couldn't. It took him so long to get his words and stuff together. Like I think he was genuinely just like nervous, especially having the first pick in this kind of draft. Like I think he was overthinking that a lot. And then I low key think he really wanted to take Schellenberger, but I think,
100%.
I think he told himself like he was overthinking it and just needed to play. it
And he
safe.
told himself that
Well,
Kerwick wasn't there anymore.
Yeah, it's facts, and just took BO. So, yeah, I think there was.
That's
lot
a
of
win
doubt.
for the offseason for the Outlaws in and of itself, is that Kerwick's
Yeah.
no longer on that coaching staff. No slight at him. I just think he's not cut out for the PLL game. And we've seen that in back-to-back years where he's been on a staff and that team goes 1-9. He was on Quirk's staff with the Cannons, and you have Lyle Thompson and, a roster that was more than capable of making the postseason.
And
You go 1-9, and then Chrome last year was just a disaster.
And isn't that 2 years in a row where the team that finishes last, their only win is week 1?
Mm-hmm.
That's the trend.
Not a good trend.
Mm-mm.
So if your team wins week 1, which I guess the Woods are safe. But if your
That's
team
still
wins
crazy.
week 1,
Like I understand it, but that sucks that
I don't
a team's
know
getting
how.
left off
Yeah.
of.
You got to go to
I'm
training
all be
camp.
like,
in
why's
this.
my favorite team? Exactly.
You don't got to go home, but you can't stay here.
But yeah, like you win week 1 and then your team hasn't won, and it's
9
like
losses
5.
in a row.
Imagine it's like week 5 and you're 1-4. Like I gotta imagine you start sweating. Like, is it us? Are we the one win team this year?
I think it was week 1. Like Chrome beat. I think it was Whips, and
Yeah, it
like
was.
everyone
Yeah,
was so hyped for that attack line. And
well, because
Yes.
everybody thought Cross was about to like break out for real because he scored the game winner.
Yeah, I 100% agree that like Nick Turn unleashed Wisnauskas, and like Schellenberger probably would have done the same. But again, you don't double think, like you just take the best player in any draft.
Hey, do you remember being in the press box and overhearing who was it? I think it was Boyle that was on that one, or was it Cart? I think it was Cart. It was Cart, and he goes, "Yeah, you don't want to put the ball in Cross's hand."
Yeah.
Cross goes out and scores, and we
Bing.
all are just like, we were all like almost silent, really, because we all were just like we overheard that he was right next to us. He was just so loud, and he's like, the one person you don't want to give the ball to is
That is
23
announcer
Cross
jinx
Ferrara.
in its
Right.
purest
101.
form.
Yep.
And
The
he
dude
goes out
with
and
300
scores.
goals, you know.
Literally, yeah. He's like, dude knows how to put it in the back of the net, but don't give him the ball.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, oh, this isn't good. He's got the ball, and he scores, and he's just
And
like,
Cotter was
wow.
like, maybe you do want to give it to Cross Ferrara.
That was so wild to hear. Like that whole thing just playing out in front.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
What do you think Ty had to like? What went through Ty's mind after that play? Because he just got dusted. Like
He was like, well, boys, he was almost like
he's like, let me go grab my white coat.
So like
back,
it might
back
be
to the
time.
lab again.
Right.
Let me go grab my white coat. He's like, you got me out here, but do your wallet got mine? Oh, I don't think so.
Damn. What
Yeah.
a draft.
That team's going to be interesting too, Maryland. I mean, they're all like we talked about. It is going to be a competitive season.
Yeah, it's good. Like, and the playoffs are that much more height in this year too.
Finally, only the top six.
And then top 4 make champ series. So it's like that
Wait,
much
top
more.
6 for playoffs?
Yeah.
That changed?
Because of the conferences. So
yeah.
the last place in each conference doesn't make the playoffs.
At least the Whips aren't in our conference. So that means we're only playing once a year. That would not be good for us. Or for them.
Or for them.
Because they don't win after they beat the Woods. I think they won the one. Yeah, they won the one in 2020 because they were undefeated in the champ series.
That was it.
Any other time they beat the Woods, they've lost
In a non-bubble year.
After they lost bad after too, like by 9 goals. I don't know what that is. Does Ryder score a one-handed goal again this year?
Probably.
He scored like 2 of them last year, didn't he?
Yeah, he had the
like
one.
2 or 3.
He had the one week 3 against the Whip.
Where it was like
in Columbus, yeah. And then he did something very similar in the All-Star game.
Yeah.
And
that week 1 goal where he gets mobbed and then somehow scores was insane.
Yeah. And I think he had one more one-hander that got like really close. Like it hit pipe or something like that. Do we see a 4-button combo from Josh Byrne this year?
Shit. He gonna be doing a whole hell of a lot. Michael Harrison banging the drum in the chat.
Beat the drums. How you feeling about that Carolina Chaos draft?
Yeah, Michael, let us know. How's Carolina feeling?
I'll tell you, Poolskis is through the roof about it.
Man,
I mean,
he was going to be through the roof no matter what with a PSA 10 Matt Rambo card on his neck. That was insane.
I mean, they got the top 2 midfielders in the class. Like, yeah.
No better way to put it.
That offense is going to look completely different.
Yeah. I think it's going to look a little more like the rest of the the draft, like, or the rest of the league. Like, kind of just more balanced, traditional, like, offense that we're expecting. Like, they kind of had that real side sting going and almost running a pairs offense. So, like, I think they're going to step away from that and kind of just go back to kind of like a 2-3-1 set or something like that and just dodge, bang, bang, shot on the backside kind of thing.
I think they're a team that could still dip into the player pool, too.
Yeah.
And I mean, Chaos are without 3 pillar midfielders / offensive players with Dane out, Ryan Smith out, Klutch now out.
Yeah.
Do you think Josh sits a week? Or do you think he plays right away since he's going to have at least a week rest?
I think if they sweep or get swept one way or the other, he'll play. But if it goes 3, it wouldn't shock me if he sits a week and waits for the homecoming weekend.
I mean,
because he's been one of the most vocal players about like both leagues taking care of their players. And
do we think that's the consensus across the board? Like all those guys are feeling that way? If it goes 3, they rest. If it's
Josh, Ian,
who's on Albany,
Alex Simmons, Nards.
I'm so excited to see Nards back.
Yeah.
Sucks for LaSala, but
Ethan Walker.
Yep.
Trying to think who else.
Yeah, I think that might be it on those 2 teams as far as like guys who like play.
Yeah, because Klutch is out.
Because Kitch is on a roster.
Ty Kurtz.
Yeah, Ty Kurtz.
Kurtzy, yeah.
And Chase Frazier's still a free agent.
John Piatelli. Oh, Jeff Trainer.
Jeff Trainer.
Is Piatelli on our roster now?
No, he's still free agent too.
Oh, okay. Because I didn't think the Woods re-signed him.
I forget if I still have the free agencies. Yeah, so the free agents still available are Max Adler, Grant Ammon, Mark Cockerton, Peter Dirth, Resetti, Connor Farrell got a deal, Chase Frazier, Gutterding, Charlie Kitchen, Mark McNeil, Mark O'Rourke, John Piatelli, Kyle Pless, and Finn Sullivan. Of like the guys that were on rosters last year, and
is that great, a man or
yeah,
Amen. Okay, that causes me aneurysms every day.
But that's the thing too. I think that's why Klutch is out, and that's why Ryan Smith is out.
Oh,
well, he said something. I forget if it was Klutch or Ryan Smith, where he was like, he's just taking a year off to like reset or something.
Because World Box Championships is like it starts the week of the semifinals in the PLL, if I'm not mistaken. Or it's the week of the championship, one of the two. It's like middle of September.
He might have been talking about Klutch. I feel like Klutch has been a little.
It was one of those two because Klutch is on. They're all on the holdout list, right? All 3.
Klutch, Dane, and Dane's playing summer box.
I think they all went on the holdout list,
and then Ryan Smith is on the holdout list.
Yeah,
so like I don't think it seems like Klutch has been a little off the last. Like,
he got the first like through 2026 extension too.
Yeah,
that was like the first one that came in,
and that might be the reason why too is they get to extend them long term, keep them around, but then let them have this year to kind of do what he needs to do.
I noticed that Nat mentioned Westberg. The plan with that is that he takes over for Pinnell, moves back down low after.
I don't know if that remains. I don't know if that remains the plan.
Yeah, because they still got drafts, and you'll see.
Yeah, and just the way that West plays.
Well, is Garnsey locked up for 2 years, or is it just one more?
2025,
right?
Yeah.
So it's this year and next year.
Do you think they possibly? Well, maybe they just possibly abandon the quarterback system, and they kind of just free roam and just take the best matchup rather than like trying to set it up through a certain person. Because that's really all you lose with Rob is like just having like a true quarterback to the system. But if you abandon that and just play freely.
I feel like teams have had success playing both ways.
Yeah,
Like
I
you
think
could
it
make
kinda-
the argument that War Dogs don't have a true QB. Like Sowers and Kieran both play behind X. So, and they've had success that way. I mean, Archers, their off or attack switched, I think, every game in the playoffs once they moved Amen to midfield. So it's like you've had success with a quarterback in like a Rambo, but you could play other ways too.
Yeah, I think it just depends on your team and how your offense is constructed.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you got Rob Pennell, you use him. So,
Mhm.
like, I think the Woods are set in a quarterback system now. But I
Mhm.
think when he leaves, I think they're going to explore kind of separating away from that. Which I'll be interested to see what JGJ, draws up in a scenario
Mhm.
where he has an open set or a 1-3-2 or whatever with 6 guys he can initiate with from wherever, rather than like, okay, we're gonna start with Rob because we have Rob.
That midfield's still going to be a big question heading into the season, but we'll
I
see.
think it'll get smoothed out pretty quickly. Honestly, I mean,
Yeah,
I'm not even sure it's that big of a like Nakai's gonna play,
Mm-hmm.
Cole's gonna play, Bertrand's
Mhm.
gonna play, Romar's
Romar,
gonna play.
Tevlin, and Ricky,
Ricky's
and then you
gonna
add
play.
in the guys they drafted.
You got Ida, you got Bo, or not Bo,
Merle,
Merle. Yep, Chris Merle's still there.
Simmons, Ron John,
Simmons.
Ron
I think
John.
Simmons. See, that's the thing. Like, there's
and
now.
I
Like,
guess Wes you got in your midfield now too.
how many middies do you dress?
It's usually like 3 attack, 5 poles, face off, goalie. So, say probably like 6. I guess you're dressing 2 goalies.
Yeah.
See, and that's the
Oh,
hard
because
part
you
with
also got
this
your
is-
short 6. So yeah, I'd say probably 6.
Yeah, so they're cutting. Well, I was thinking. I was just talking all of them in general because like they're slowly entering that territory where he's drafting 2-way guys
Yeah.
only, or picking up. Like all the middies are 2-way. So it's like I was just thinking like middies whole. I think it's like 8 or 9. So like
Mm-hmm.
he has a list of like 14 or something like that. So you're cutting 5 guys every week basically. And like
Water
that's
dogs.
tough.
I have no idea where you start.
Dude, I try not to look at that roster when I get to thinking about midfielders because it's just not fair.
They got 5 starting short stick guys, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Because you got Scarpello, Witcher, Jake Richard, Jake Higgins, Charlie Hayes. Like, they all played good.
Yeah, that's tough.
Still need a face-off guy, but I don't know.
Or do
I think
you just make one of them take face off?
I don't know. I think Tierney is more likely to go the old school route of just dressing a face-off guy. If anybody sticks with last year's plan, it's going to be Boston.
Well, you can't necessarily stick with last year's plan because you can't run.
Well, yeah.
But
War Dogs would be built to do it because they got Courier.
I say, yeah, I could see them not getting a face-off guy and just telling Zach, like, you got to take face. Make it dirty. If you win it, cool. If not, we're going to turn them over in this 32 and run away with it.
Yeah.
Which is a tough scenario for fantasy guys who like Zach Courier, i.e. me. Face-off losses get you, bruh. Killing my fantasy points last year. Still beat KB because I just know ball better than him.
I'll just win our pick 'em and we'll keep it moving. You'll win the NLL. I'll win the PLL.
We gotta switch. It's gotta get spicy around here, man. Win an NLL season so I can win a PLL season.
Well, this PLL season's gonna be fun because we'll have Chase involved.
That's true.
I lost by 1 game to my followers last year, so I didn't do. I wasn't fantastic.
We ain't too worried there.
Well, Chase involved, and Dan said he's gonna come on for weekly winners.
Oh, okay, word. I'm down for that. Oh yeah. So he's gonna do winners and losers, or like a bad bets kind of thing.
Probably.
Yeah, I'm down for that. Because there's going to be some bad beats.
Especially with this draft.
Like that draft. Yeah, I would say like this draft. There's some bad beats in this draft.
Hutton DM me and said sorry he couldn't make it. He had some stuff come up, and I think he was just trying to recoup his losses from Connor Schellenberger not going number 1 overall.
Connor Schellenberger, Jake Piscino.
Yeah, he was just crying.
That parlay crushed him.
The parlay did not pan out.
We love Hutton on this show.
Pushing peas.
Man.
Chase just said, fuck it.
Yeah, I'm not going to disappear, but I'm about to log out. Appreciate y'all for having me.
Thank you, Piscino Stan 88. We'll have to have you on the pod soon.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate y'all, man. Thank you for everything y'all do. Y'all push the culture forward, man. Love everything y'all do.
Absolute blast. You're the best.
Yeah, the homies. And we see everybody have a good night. Thanks for tuning in. Y'all know where to find me.
Can't wait to be in the Piscino jersey.
Yeah, for real.
I went to go check the Twitter viewership, and I accidentally clicked out the tab. And I saw myself go away on the screen. I was like, oh.
I'm gonna holler at y'all, man. Be good. Everybody have a good night. Appreciate y'all.
All right, Brian.
All right, Piscino Stan 88.
Peace.
Man, what a draft.
Homie.
Mm-hmm.
So we had Newbie come through. We had the supporter groups come through. We had Connor Eck come through, and he didn't get drafted. We had the homie Piscino Stan 88, a.k.a. Brian Knows Lax, come through. We had Andy Towers come through, and a close-up of Andy Towers' ear canal for the most part. Yeah. We had Nat St. Laurent come through, dropping bombs on the people. We had Phil Shore come through. What a draft night. It just gets better and better every single year.
I mean, duh. I'm in it.
We had a tornado come through.
Facts. It's a real blessing I'm here. Y'all don't even know.
Your presence is a present.
There's a whole tree in my backyard right now.
Well, you got one of the you got one of the Redwoods midfielders in your backyard.
Yeah. Cole Kastner's laying in my backyard right now. All 6'7" of them.
He's on that Lil Wayne height, bro.
Oh my god, that's that Wemby stuff, man.
He's the Wemby of the PLL.
He literally is.
That's hilarious.
He's got to be the tallest player once he gets in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anybody close in the PLL.
Nah.
I'm trying to think like the next tallest
6'4's got to be the tallest.
I think the next tallest guy is like Romar.
Unless there's like a 6'5" guy.
Eric Connors is 6'5".
Yeah, so it's like Derek Connors, Romar, Miles.
Yeah, Romar's 6'5".
I think Dylan Ward is also 6'5".
Isaiah Davis Allen's a sneaky 6'3".
Huh?
Miles Jones 6'5".
Yes.
Bro. That's one of them.
Eric Dobson 6'5".
That's one of them. Like they be lying. Like you know how you 5'11", they just put 6
He's 6'5" with shoes.
Like
or 6'3" with shoes.
Like bro, he's got to be like 6 foot. And then they just put let's just put.
Owen Grant feels taller than he is. He's only 6'3".
Dylan Ward is 6'5", but Matt DeLuca is 6'6".
Let's go. DeLuca wins in something, baby. His 3 biggest fans, the Triple D's, bro. Delaware, DeLuca, and Deej. That's what 2 years old now?
Yeah. I'm DJ Hughes and we're rolling out. Zed also feels taller than 6'2".
Yeah, but that's
I'll never forget his hit stick at Homewood.
I say, yeah, he's just big.
Garrett Ledman 6'4".
Yep, I knew that.
Elijah Gash 6'4".
Jalen Rogers 6'4".
Elijah Gass is 6'4".
Matt
sure
Reese,
he's not
6'4".
Cam
every other
Wires.
LSM in the
Cam
league?
Wires is 6'5".
I knew he was tall.
Almost every other LSM in the league is 5'8".
Brendan Krebs, 6'5".
I haven't seen any 5'8", 5'7".
Oh, what up, Matt?
They got Sowers at 5'9". I don't think there's anyone shorter than 5'8". I've seen some 5'9s.
Bryce Young
Yeah.
ate them.
Matt Cav is 5'8".
If you're under 5'10", Bryce Young hates you.
You got to draw a circle around you like SpongeBob did with the sea bear. We got to make that meme.
And make sure
it's a
it's
sea
a
bear, but it's
circle.
Bryce Young's face, and then Sowers and Grant Ament are in the circle.
No, Squidward, that's an oval.
Oh.
It's got to be a circle.
Chris Gray's the shortest I've seen at 5'7".
Cav is 5'8".
Just going through all the
Didn't
heights.
Bryce Young crunch up Chris Gray too at one point?
Probably.
Didn't
Wouldn't
he just
shock me.
fold him into a chair like during one of their games?
Max
We gotta
Wayne,
ask- we gotta
6'4".
ask him about that.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was a little taller than that. Okay.
Ooh, Ethan Rawl, sneaky 5'9". He comes up way taller than he is.
Those short LSMs just be moving.
They're massive. Like they seem so massive. Like what? What's his face? Sexton was only what? 5'9", 5'10"? He seems
Gittleman,
so much bigger than what he
5'9".
was.
Gittleman looks like he's 5'6".
Yeah, and that make him look small.
Yo, I'm just saying, Gittleman, Ethan Rawl, Matt Cav,
They gotta be the shortest team.
Josh Stout. Get that Bryce Young Sea Bear circle ready to go at training camp because he's on your team now, and
It's not
he's
looking
like,
good.
he's like Bruce. Blood comes through. I'm having fish tonight.
Hey, y'all got 2 Mikeys over there in Philly now. 3. Y'all got 3 Mikeys over there in Philly now. Mikey Sowers, Mikey Schlosser, Mikey Bame.
I'm excited to see Mikey back on the field.
This is gonna be crazy. I am excited to see Schlosser back out there,
That's crazy. He's been out for like 2 years.
especially after we saw him double fisting Sigs while talking to us about our pod in Philly after they won the chip.
Showing you his Michigan tattoo on his ass.
Literally. That dude won a chip and let loose on his crutches because he was
On
already
his
hurt by
crutches
then.
with a cigar.
Yeah.
Every
That was him-
every
that was him all
championship
night.
team needs a guy on crutches with a cigar. They had Treasy last year.
He didn't have cigar.
Yeah, it's Sigs.
He had Sigs.
Oh, well, I saw cigars too.
Yeah, Mikey Schlosser was ripping Sigs. We got
Remember-
that story firsthand from Eli Gobrecht about that.
About how they sent all the rookies
They sent
to the store. With
Well, they sent the 2 teams because the championship game was in Philly. They all had like gift bags in their hotels and they had Wawa gift cards. So they sent the rookies, and I think it was Jack Hanna and Ethan Walker. Were they rookies the same year?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think so.
So they sent those 2 to Wawa to go get
Oh yeah, no, it's
Jerk,
cigarettes.
something, and like they were like, get a carton of Marlboro Reds.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, this pic of Burns and here I'll show you of these 2. There you go. Oh, hold up.
Whoa.
I'm tripping.
Screenception.
Here, we'll go. Can you see it now? Oh well. It's just the pic of Burns and Mikey, and he's got the
with the
sig
trophy.
and the trophy. Yeah.
Sam Hanley, 6'5". Jack Myers, 6'4".
I wonder what his season's gonna look like, Hanley. Because like he had a good year, but Dordovic kind of took over.
what did Hanley do last year? Let's see. Because like he had a slow start too.
Well, he had a really good first game. I feel. Oh, maybe it wasn't that good. I don't really remember. Let's see.
His best game was.
He had 2 points in their first game and 0 points the next 2 games.
I love how they're listing his games versus Chrome.
Yeah,
for Chrome.
For the Outlaws guys and anybody who was traded, it messes up that page where it's versus whoever. Like Chris Gray, if you go, it'll say versus Atlas because it's he's on the Redwoods, so it mixes it up.
Yeah, his best game was July 15th when he had 4 points and a hat trick.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it was a bad situation last year.
Mm-hmm. Was that Fairfield weekend?
I don't think. I just remember that being the Drake Porter game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we were hype about that.
Chomping on that headband.
Who do you think makes the roster? Troutner or Porter as that number 2?
It's a good question.
Hopefully Porter in their sake. But I'm just a hater.
Porter's the familiar guy for them, obviously, because he was on the team last year. So
yeah.
Pressler knows him, but then you obviously invested the contract in free agency. Granted, it's a 1-year deal, but
I wish we knew more about contracts.
There's a way to reverse do it.
Yeah, reverse engineer it. But now with free agency, is it still possible?
Yeah, because there's a cap. There's a cap for contracts, and you kind of just have to work it backwards from the rookie, the draft stuff. Because the draft contract numbers are known for the top 3, or is it top 4, maybe? And then everyone else is league minimum.
I'd love to have a spot track page for the PLL.
Joe Keegan,
that's what I need.
Michael Harrison said Chaos last place. I don't think so.
No. Well, who's in the East?
So the East is...
or no, they're in the West.
Yeah, they're in the West.
Yeah, they won't be last. Well, because,
because the West is Chaos, Denver,
Chaos.
Utah, and the Redwoods.
Weirdly, I wouldn't even be surprised if what would turn last.
I think it's anybody but Utah. But even then, their defense, losing Matt McMahon and Jared Connors, but you can't pick them to finish last after winning a championship.
I still think Chaos are better team chemistry-wise.
Yeah.
Even though they have a bunch of new players, I still think that core is there where they're still better off than the Outlaws right
and
now.
I trust Towers more than any other coach in terms of roster construction and all that.
I think it goes Utah, Redwoods,
Chaos, Outlaws.
Yeah, in that order, 1 to 4. But I don't think there's going to be a lot of change, or a lot of distance. I think everybody's going to be
very close
within a game or a half game of each other.
And if it flips between those top 3, wouldn't shock me.
So I guess the East is really crazy because you got Cannons, Dogs,
Whips, Atlas.
That's going to be a tough herd. East is definitely going to be tougher than the West.
I think Atlas is at the bottom.
It really depends on if last year was just a off year for Pressler. I think coaching is very important.
Mm-hmm.
And just especially with the rosters, last year proved to me that Towers, when it comes to building the 19-man and deciding what lineups are best, I think Towers is the best at that.
Well, I think he's had the most work with it over these last couple of years.
Very true.
Everybody else has kind of had a concrete
And he's made that part of his philosophy too. It was like we're gonna get a look at every player on our 25-man roster and make sure we have film.
Everybody else, it's like we got our top 19. If those guys get hurt, we got these 6 to cycle in. Whereas he's like, we have a top 25, and we're gonna run with these 25 depending on the week. So I think that's kind of why he has a step up on everybody. But I do agree, he's definitely the best at like putting together a game day roster.
He's a top 3 coach GM in the league.
Yeah, but that's not a coach move in my opinion. That's a GM move. I think you almost got to.
Well, I'm just saying it because that's like their
I think title. Well, yeah, I was just saying.
But I also think he's very good at the roster construction, and
I think that's making a case for GM. Copeland was definitely number one.
Copeland was my number one with.
Yeah, Copeland's number one at GM, the GM side of things, and you could argue coach as well.
I think right now, like you can pick your poison of Nat, Towers,
just the guys that have been here. Holman
came in with a bang and hasn't looked back.
I think Holman's a great coach, but like we haven't seen enough from him on the GM side for me to put him top 3.
I mean, he completely. Switched
to be fair, too, like this was their first like draft.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like we just haven't seen enough from him for him to like.
Well, he did the draft last year?
Yeah, but he was kind of like
thrown in there,
hindered with limited picks.
Oh yeah, because Quirk traded everything.
With that, it's like I feel the exact opposite about Nat. Like I feel like Nat is an amazing GM, easily top 3, but like. We haven't seen him make enough like decisions in a game to like put him up in the coaching stand. But like he also doesn't need to. Like the way like it's kind of set up is like they have their systems and then you just play instinctively out of the system. So like he doesn't have to necessarily coach on hand, but like it's harder to throw him in that coaching conversation when he doesn't have to make any decisions.
And I think last year showed, and I think this year was definitely a big proving ground for it. But I thought last year Bates was like flashing his GM card flawlessly, and we'll see if that obviously carries.
I mean, they completely surprised me.
Yeah, like they said, all right, we're gonna get rid of Marcus Holman, Will Manny, and Adam Gittleman, the 3 leaders on this team, and go young and win a title in the process.
Like, talk about changing offensive philosophy. Those guys did it and won a chip.
We're gonna go sign Mac O'Keefe. We're going to go sign Challen Rogers in free agency, and we're going to go carry them to a title on the back of Tom Schreiber.
Bro, the Tigers beat the Guardians today? Stop what?
Dude, they're good.
This is crazy, bro.
Frisky felines.
I gave up on baseball as a Pirates fan after they got swept by the A's. I was like, all right, I'll check in next year.
I meant to ask, how did you become a Pirates fan?
So I'm a Pittsburgh guy. It was what I grew up with. Like my parents are from Southern Maryland, which is like West Virginia territory, and they're all Pittsburgh fans. So I'm more like DMV, where it's all like Baltimore and Washington fans, but I just grew up Steelers, so I inherited the Pirates, and I don't watch too much hockey, but the Penguins as well.
Go Packers. I will forever hang that 2011 Super Bowl over your head.
Yeah.
That's the only time we've ever played in the Super Bowl, too, so I don't care how many times you beat me in the regular season.
Hey, this year, we'll see. Let Russ cook. Let's weld. Let's weld. Steelers Nation, let's weld. Let's get it going.
Let's weld.
I don't know. Last year, I was on the Kenny Pickett preseason MVP hype train, and I was just – last season was it was – I remember watching that playoff game. I was in London in January, and I was like, I stayed up way too late to watch us get completely blown out in the snow.
Kenny Pickett, best backup QB in the league? Question mark.
He's not even a backup there no more.
He's the Eagles backup.
He's the Eagles backup. He was like, I want to be a starter. All right. Go have fun in Philly.
All right, I'm going to play for my hometown squad.
But like,
I'm happy that he's our backup. He's proven like he may not be the best, but like he proved like he can win games in the NFL, and that's what you want from a backup. He's a smaller Hans Gardner Minshew.
Smaller Hans Gardner Minshew.
I just
talk about how he gonna be dotting up Bowers all year.
Yeah,
out in Vegas because he ain't got nobody else to throw the ball.
He's gonna be throwing to both
Well, I
them
guess
tight ends.
Devontae.
You don't believe in Aiden O'Connell? That doesn't move you?
Who?
Aiden O'Connell?
Nah.
They better put my boy Minshew on the field. I rock with G Minch. That's my guy.
Uncle Rico right there.
I rocked with him since he was out in bumfuck Coog land with his mustache.
Bumfuck Coogland.
That's a quote.
Like, what do you call Washington, bro? Like the state of Washington, like
the Pacific Northwest.
All two people from Washington are pissed at you.
Yeah, Eli Gobrecht is seething at you right now.
I didn't say Seattle. I said Washington. Seattle, like a lot of states got that one little town that's like, okay, like North Dakota. What the fuck?
Chicago.
Bismarck. Illinois. What the fuck is Illinois? Chicago. Like everything else around there is just there. Seattle is Washington's greatness. Everything else is bumfuck. Michigan has Detroit, and everything else here is bumfuck. You know how many times I have to tell people, like Newbie earlier. Oh yeah, that's the most Detroit dog. We are way over here.
I was waiting for you to throw the hand map up.
He wouldn't have even got it, bro. He'd be like, "What?" Yeah, Detroit's like here, right on the edge of the thumb. I'm in Kalamazoo, which is way over here, almost on the border of Lake Michigan. So it's like, it literally like. When I fly out, I fly from the Kalamazoo area over to Detroit to then fly out from Detroit. So like I'm a whole flight away from Detroit. But that's the only thing people know here. So
looking at the stats, they really got the fourth best score in the league last year for a top 20 pick swap. And like that just makes no sense to me. Like, even if you knew you were getting Shelley, like, how many more years does Eli have? And you could have had Chris Gray, Jeff Teat, and Connor Schellenberger.
Hey,
I also forgot, we talked about the Cannons having now a Kavanaugh quota and a Curse quota. They have an Aslanian quota, too.
Mm-hmm.
And a Holman quota.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they do. Well, good thing the latter two there don't have another piece coming into the league.
As far as we know.
The Curse brothers definitely do. There's two more coming.
Gotta get the Adlers back in the league.
Yeah.
Trying to think what other siblings we got.
Are they cousins with Gavin?
Maybe.
Because, like, Adler isn't, like, a common last name. Shout out my boy Mark White. What a guy.
Still feel bad for that. Well, he got to close it out, but he didn't get to announce a pick. The Utah guy.
Yeah. He got to reveal the trading cards, though.
Hey,
that was my jinx.
Mark, tell Uncle Walter I said what up. Albuquerque's not too far from Phoenix, is it?
Dude, imagine getting on a plane and flying to ESPN from Utah, and then like you don't even get to announce a pick.
I mean, at least you flew to ESPN.
You got to be on ESPN.
You got to just be there. Everybody can't say they've been to an ESPN studio.
When I went to Fairfield, we drove up by ESPN. That place is in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's like Area 51.
Yeah,
it is.
It's a bunch of solar panels and dishes all around the place. It's Royal Farms right there.
Yeah, we high key, no pun intended, need Andy Towers to get us that high chew link.
I can't believe that's what it was.
That's hilarious.
That is so funny.
Because it's in his Twitter bio. He's a high chew ambassador.
I wonder who told him he couldn't. It's like, you got to cover that up.
Probably somebody from like it was probably RJ.
Either that or ESPN. They're kind of just for like, hey, like,
yeah,
nah,
no free ads.
We ain't sponsored by High Chew.
Yeah, like nah, that's not gonna fly.
Or it might have been the league because it was presented by Q Collar. No free ads on our part, but
Yo, Q, hit us up.
yeah, Andy Towers, Twitter bios, head coach of 2021 World Champion Chaos LC and the PLL, shareholder and ambassador for Vitamin Energy, no free ads, Golden Tea, Lacrosse Draws, and High Chew. AT, get the boys the hookup.
Yeah, we got to work on the business deals.
Facts.
AT's out here in the off season getting busy.
Master stock trader over there. Imagine AT on the New York Stock Exchange.
He'd be rich. You think Wolf of Wall Street?
He's out there. Fun coupons.
We are making more money than we knew what to do with.
You got to go into day trading with swagger and arrogance. Yeah, Joe Spallina, not Joey, but Joe, head coach at Stony Brook, said few guys not drafted that are undoubtedly pro lacrosse players. Will Mark, Peyton Cormier, Sam Alexo, Brett Martin, Aiden Denenza. These are guys I would be all over getting in waivers that would make rosters at Premier Lacrosse with the thinking guy gif.
Side note on Joe Spallina, just they still have not lost a game in the CAA through their first 2 years in this conference. Took out Elon in the first round, but they are a unit.
That tweet tells me that Joe Spallina is
keeping an eye on
the expansion in the PLL.
Bro, that man, I told y'all what was gonna happen.
When Joey gets ready to go,
the bill is simply just a placeholder for Joe. And then he's gonna come over and he's gonna draft his son, and we're all just gonna hang with our mouths open.
The other brother's not too far away either, Jake.
No, yeah, he's gonna be on campus, or he is on campus this year, isn't he? Or is it next year that he becomes a freshman?
Let me check. He's a follower of the pipeline.
I think it's next year he becomes a freshman.
He's 27. So.
Oh, from
I think he played this year.
So yeah, he's a freshman this year. If it's 27, I couldn't remember if it was this year or next year. Okay. Yep, that's gonna happen. I told everybody he was gonna be the next Philly coach, and that bill was just a placeholder.
I think also when they expand, Stephen Brooks needs a job. I would love to see Chris Collins as a head coach. Like, there's a lot of assistants that deserve. Yeah, we'll check. See how Jake's doing.
There's definitely a lot to.
Well, he's got one. He's got one goal this year, but he's played in 14 games.
Well, I think with that, a 5.5 hour draft companion stream loaded with guests, loaded with jaw-dropping moments. Shout out to Connor Eck, the supporter groups that pulled up, the Utah Arrowhead, the K9 crew, the Boston Battery. We had the Rough Riders for the first pick. Shout out to the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Dan, Newbie Talks. And, of course, big shout out to Andy Towers, Nat St. Laurent, Pacino Stan 88, a.k.a. Brian Knows Lax, and everybody, Phil Shore, and everybody that was in the chat. It was a grind. It was fun, but it truly was the best draft ever. A lot of content coming this week. So be sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel, youtube.com/@undergroundsportsphiladelphia and youtube.com/@OTBLaxPod. Follow the PLL Pipeline on Instagram and Twitter at the PLL Pipeline. Follow us at OTBLaxPod all over the place. And we got some big things coming. Big things coming. No pun intended, in the pipeline that we are very excited about. So stay tuned. We appreciate each and every one of you tuning in. We're here right now, and there's still hundreds of people watching. Insane. Like, we almost hit 1,000 concurrent viewers cross-platform tonight, which is just fucking insane. We love you guys, but this has been the 3rd annual OTB College Lacrosse Draft Extravaganza watch-along. For Chase, for Deej, all of our guests, everyone in the chat, I'm KB. We'll catch you guys on the pod, and congrats to all the draft picks, and we'll see you guys next time.